The body found this week was identified yesterday, and it has been determined that she could not have been killed by Church. She was alive up until 2 years ago. The method used by the killer was identical to that of the real Dollmaker, Belk interjected. The police believe there is a follower, someone who knew how Church killed and followed the same pattern. There is evidence to suggest the follower was responsible for the 7th and 11th victims previously attributed to Church. Bosch said, the follower would have to be someone close to the original investigation, someone who knew the details. Belk said, if you allow her to open this line of questioning, it will be reported by the media and it will tip off the follower. He will know how close he is to being revealed.
This is the end of disc number 6. Please insert disc number 7. This is disc number 7.
Belk said, if you allow her to open this line of questioning, it will be reported by the media and it will tip off the follower. He will know how close he is to being revealed. The judge was silent as he considered all of this for a moment. That all sounds real interesting, and I wish you all the best of luck catching this follower, as you call him, he finally said. But the problem you have, Mr. Belk, is that you haven't given me any legal reason to stop your client from answering the question Miss Chandler put to him. No one wants to compromise an investigation, but you put your client on the stand. That's if there is a second killer, Chandler said. It's obvious there was only one killer, and it wasn't Church. They've come up with this elaborate— Miss Chandler, the judge interrupted. That's for the jury to decide. Save your argument for them. And Mr. Belk, the problem is, this is your witness. You called him, and you've left him open to this line of questioning. I don't know what to tell you. I'm certainly not going to clear the media out of there. Off the record here, Miss Penny. The judge watched the court reporter lift her fingers from the keys. Mr. Belk, you're fucked. Excuse the language, ladies. He's gonna answer the question, and the one after that, and the one after that. Okay, we're back on. The reporter put her fingers back on the keys. Your Honor, this can't— I've made my ruling, Mr. Belk. Anything else? Belk then surprised Bosch. We would like a continuance. What? Your Honor, plaintiff opposes, Chandler said. I know you do, the judge said. What are you talking about, Mr. Belk? Your Honor, you have to put the trial on hiatus until at least next week. It will give the investigation time to possibly come to some fruition. Some fruition? Forget it, Belk. You're in the middle of a trial, my friend. Belk stood and leaned across the great wide desk. Your Honor, I request an emergency stay of these proceedings while we take the matter on appeal to the 9th District. You can appeal anything you like, Mr. Belk, but there is no stay. We are in trial here. There was silence as everyone looked at Belk. What if I refuse to answer? Bosch asked. Judge Keyes looked at him a long moment and said, Then I'll hold you in contempt. Then I'll ask you to answer again, and if you refuse again, I will put you in jail. Then when your attorney here asks for bail while he appeals, I will say no bail. All of this will take place out there in front of the jury and the media folks, and I will place no restrictions on what Miss Chandler does or doesn't say to the reporters in the hallway. So what I am saying is, you can try to be some kind of hero and not answer, but the story will get to the media anyway. It's like I said a few minutes ago to Mr. Belk when we were off the record. You can't do this! Belk suddenly erupted. It's not right. You have to protect this investigation. Son, don't you ever tell me what I have to do, the judge said, very slowly and sternly. He seemed to grow in stature while Belk shrank back away from him. Only thing I have to do is ensure there is a fair trial on this matter. You are asking me to sit on information that could be vital to the plaintiff's case. You are also trying to intimidate me, and that is one thing I don't take to. I'm no county judge that needs your nod every time an election comes round. I'm appointed for life. We're off here. Miss Penny stopped typing. Bosch almost didn't want to see Belk's slaughter. The deputy city attorney's head was bowed, and he had assumed the posture of the doomed. The back of his neck was turned up and ready to receive the axe. So my advice here is that you get your fat ass out there and start working on how the hell you're going to salvage this on redirect. Because in 5 minutes, Detective Bosch is going to answer that question, or he's going to be handing his gun and his badge and his belt and shoelaces over to a marshal at the federal lockup. We're back on. Hearing adjourned. Judge Keyes brought his arm down and ground his cigarette into the ashtray. He never took his eyes off Belk. As the procession made its way back into the courtroom, Bosch moved up closely behind Chandler. He glanced back to make sure the judge had turned to go to the bench, and then said in a low voice, "If you're getting your information from inside the department, I'm going to burn your source down when I find him." She did miss a stride. She didn't even turn back when she said, "You mean, if you're not already ashes?" Bosch took his place at the witness stand, and the jury was brought back in. The judge told Chandler to continue. "Rather than have the reporter find the last question, let me just rephrase it. After you killed Mr. Church, did the so-called Dollmaker killings stop?" Bosch hesitated, thinking. He looked out into the spectators section and saw that there were more reporters now, or at least people he thought were reporters. They all sat together. He also saw Sylvia, sitting in the back row by herself. She offered a small smile to him, which he did not return. He wondered how long she had been out there. "Detective Bosch?" the judge prompted. "I can't answer the question without compromising an ongoing investigation," Bosch finally said. "Detective Bosch, we just went over this," the judge said angrily. "Answer the question." Bosch knew that his refusal and jailing would not stop the story from getting out. Chandler would tell all the reporters as the judge had given her the okay to do. So putting himself in jail, he knew, only stopped him from chasing the follower. He decided to answer. He carefully composed a statement while stalling by taking a long, slow drink of water from the paper cup. "Norman Church obviously stopped killing people after he was dead. But there is somebody else still out there, a killer who uses the same methods as Norman Church." "Thank you, Mr. Bosch. And when did you come to that conclusion?" "This week, when another body was found." "Who was that victim?" "A woman named Rebecca Kaminsky. She had been missing 2 years." "The details of her death matched the murders of the other Dollmaker victims?" "Exactly, except for one thing." "And that was what?" "She had been entombed in concrete, hidden. Norman Church always discarded his victims in public places." "No other differences?" "Not that I know of at the moment." "Yet, because she died 2 years after Norman Church was killed by you, there is no way possible that he is responsible." "Correct." Because he was dead, he has the perfect alibi, doesn't he? Correct. How was the body found? As I said, it had been buried in concrete. And what led police to the spot where it was buried? We received a note with directions. Chandler then offered a copy of the note as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4A, and Judge Keyes accepted it after overruling an objection by Belk. Chandler then handed a copy to Bosch to identify and read. "Out loud this time," she said before he could start. "For the jury." Bosch felt eerie reading the words of the follower out loud in the quiet courtroom. After a beat of silence, when he was done, Chandler began again. "I'm still in the game," he writes. "What does that mean?" "It means he is trying to take credit for all of the killings. He wants attention." "Could that be because he committed all of the murders?" "No, because Norman Church committed 9 of them. The evidence found in Church's apartment irrefutably links him to those 9. There is no doubt." "Who found this evidence?" Bosch said, "Me." "So, then, isn't there a lot of doubt, Detective Bosch? Isn't this idea of a second killer who uses the exact same method preposterous?" "No, it's not preposterous. It is happening. I did not kill the wrong man." "Isn't it the truth that this talk of a copycat killer, a follower, is all an elaborate charade for covering up the fact that you did exactly that, killed the wrong man? An innocent, unarmed man who had done nothing worse than hiring a prostitute with his wife's tacit approval?" "No, it's not. Norman Church killed—" "Thank you, Mr. Bosch. A lot of women. He was a monster." "Like the one who killed your mother?" He unconsciously looked out into the audience, saw Sylvia, and then looked away. He tried to compose himself, slow his breathing. He was not going to let Chandler tear him open. "I would say, yes, they were probably similar. Both monsters." "That's why you killed him, wasn't it? The toupee wasn't under the pillow. You killed him in cold blood because you saw your mother's killer." "No, you are wrong. Don't you think if I was going to make up a story, I could come up with something better than a toupee? There was a kitchenette, knives in the drawer. Why would I plan—" "Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!" Judge Keyes barked. "Now, we've gone off the tracks here. Miss Chandler, you started making statements instead of asking questions, and Detective Bosch, you did the same thing instead of answering. Let's start over." "Yes, Your Honor," Chandler said. "Isn't it true, Detective Bosch, that the whole thing, this pinning all the murders on Norman Church, was an elaborate cover-up that is now unraveling with the discovery of the woman in the concrete this week?" "No, it is not true. Nothing is unraveling. Church was a killer, and he deserved what he got." Bosch mentally flinched and closed his eyes as soon as the words were out of his mouth. She had done it. He opened his eyes and looked at Chandler. Her eyes seemed flat and blank, emotionless. Softly, she said, "You say he deserved what he got. When were you appointed judge, jury, and executioner?" Bosch drank more water from the cup. "What I meant to say was that it was his play. Whatever happened to him, he was ultimately responsible. You put something in play like that and you have to accept the consequences. Like Rodney King deserved what he got?" "Objection!" Belk shouted. "Like Andre Galton deserved what he got?" "Objection!" "Sustained, sustained," the judge said. "All right now, Ms. Chandler, they're not the same. Detective Bosch, I sustained the objections. That means don't answer." "No further questions at this time, Your Honor," Chandler said. Bosch watched her walk to the plaintiff's table and drop her tablet onto the wooden surface. The loose strand of hair was there at the back of her neck. He was sure now that even that detail was part of her carefully planned and orchestrated performance during the trial. After she sat down, Deborah Church reached over and squeezed her arm. Chandler didn't smile or make any gesture in return. Belk did what he could to repair the damage on redirect examination, asking more details about the heinous nature of the crimes and the shooting and investigation of Church, but it seemed as if no one was listening. The courtroom had been sucked into a vacuum created by Chandler's cross-examination. Belk was apparently so ineffective that Chandler didn't bother to ask anything on recross, and Bosch was excused from the witness seat. He felt as if the walk back to the defense table covered at least a mile. "Next witness, Mr. Belk?" the judge asked. "Your Honor, can I have a few minutes?" "Surely." Belk turned to Bosch and whispered, "We're going to rest. You have a problem with that?" "I don't know." "There is no one else to call, unless you want to get other members of the task force over here. They'll say the same thing you did and get the same treatment from Chandler. I'd rather leave that alone." "What about bringing Locke back? He'll back me up on everything I said about the follower." "Too risky. He is a psychologist. For everything we get him to say is a possibility, she'll also get him to concede it is possibly not. He hasn't been deposed on this matter, and we won't know for sure what he would say. Besides, I think we need to stay off the second killer. It's confusing the jury, and we—" "Mr. Belk," the judge said, "we're waiting." Belk stood up and said, "Your Honor, the defense rests." The judge stared a long moment at Belk before turning to the jury and telling them they were excused for the day because the lawyers would need the afternoon to prepare closing arguments, and he would need time to prepare jury instructions. After the jury filed out, Chandler went to the lectern. She asked for a directed verdict in favor of the plaintiffs, which the judge denied. Belk did the same thing, asking for a verdict in favor of the defendant. In a seemingly sarcastic tone, the judge told him to sit down. Bosch met Sylvia in the hallway outside after the crowded courtroom took several minutes to empty. There was a large gathering of reporters around the two lawyers, and Bosch took her arm and moved her down the hall. "I told you not to come here, Sylvia." "I know, but I felt I had to come. I wanted you to know that I support you no matter what. Harry, I know things about you the jury will never know. No matter how she tries to portray you, I know you. Don't forget that." She was wearing a black dress with a silvery white pattern that Bosch liked. She looked very beautiful. How long were you here?" "For most of it. I'm glad I came. I know it was rough, but I saw the goodness of what you are come through all the harshness of what you sometimes have to do." He just looked at her a moment. "Be optimistic, Harry." "The stuff about my mother—" "Yes, I heard it. It hurt me that this is where I learned about it. Harry, where are we if there are those kinds of secrets between us? How many times do I have to tell you that it is endangering what we have?" "Look," he said, I can't do this right now. Deal with this and us, it's too much for right now. It's not the right place. Let's talk about it later." "You're right, Sylvia, but I just can't talk." She reached up and straightened his tie and then smoothed it on his chest. "It's okay," she said. "What will you do now?" "Follow the case. Whether officially or not, I have to follow this. I have to find the second man, the second killer." She just looked at him for a few moments, and he knew she had probably hoped for a different answer. "I'm sorry. It's not something I can put off. Things are happening." "I'm going to go into school then, so I don't lose the whole day. Will you be up to the house tonight?" "I'll try." "Okay. See ya, Harry. Be optimistic." He smiled, and she leaned into him and kissed him on the cheek. Then she walked off toward the escalator. Bosch was watching her go when Bremer came up. You want to talk about this? That was some interesting testimony in there. I said all I'm saying on the stand. Nothing else? Nope. What about what she says? That the second killer is really the first and that Church didn't kill anybody? What do you expect her to say? It's bullshit. Just remember, what I said in the courtroom was under oath. What she says out here isn't. It's bullshit, Bremer. Don't fall for it. Look, Harry, I have to write this. You know, it's my job. You gonna understand that? No hard feelings? No hard feelings, Bremer. Everybody has got their job to do. Now I'm gonna go do mine, okay? He walked off toward the escalator. Outside at the statue, he lit a cigarette and gave one to Tommy Faraway, who had been sifting through the ash can. "What's happening, Lieutenant?" the homeless man asked. "Justice is happening." 18. Bosch drove over to Central Division and found an open parking space at the front curb. For a while, he sat in his car looking at two trustees from the lockup washing the painted enamel mural that stretched along the front wall of the bunker-like station. It was a depiction of a nirvana where black and white and brown children played together and smiled at friendly police officers. It was a depiction of a place where the children still had hope. In angry black spray paint along the bottom of the mural, someone had written, "This is a damnable lie." Bosch wondered whether someone from the neighborhood or a cop had done it. He smoked 2 cigarettes and tried to clear his mind of what had happened in the courtroom. He felt strangely at peace with the idea that some of his secrets had been revealed. But he held little hope for the outcome of the trial. He had moved into a feeling of resignation, an acceptance that the jury would find against him, that the twisted delivery of evidence in the case would convince them that he had acted, if not like the monster Chandler had described, then at least in an undesirable and reckless manner. They would never know what it was like to have to make such decisions as he had made in so fleeting a moment. It was the same old story that every cop knew. The citizens want their police to protect them, to keep the plague from their eyes, from their doors. But those same John Q's are the first to stare wide-eyed and point the finger of outrage when they see close up exactly what the job they've given the cops entails. Bosch wasn't a hardliner. He didn't condone the actions taken by police in the Andre Galton cases and the Rodney King cases, but he understood those actions and knew that his own actions ultimately shared a common root. Through political opportunism and ineptitude, the city had allowed the department to languish for years as an understaffed and under-equipped paramilitary organization. Infected with political bacteria itself, the department was top-heavy with managers, while the ranks below were so thin that the dog soldiers on the street rarely had the time or inclination to step out of their protective machines, their cars, to meet the people they served. They only ventured out to deal with the dirtbags, and, consequently, Bosch knew, it had created a police culture in which everybody not in blue was seen as a dirtbag and was treated as such. Everybody. You ended up with your Andre Galtons and your Rodney Kings. You ended up with a riot the dog soldiers couldn't control. You ended up with a mural on a station house wall that was a damnable lie. He badged his way past the front desk and took the stairs up to the administrative vice offices. At the door to the squad room, he stood for a half-minute and watched Ray Mora sitting at his desk on the other side of the room. It looked as if Mora was writing a report rather than typing it. That probably meant it was a daily activity report which required little attention, just a few lines, and wasn't worth the time it took to get up and find a working typewriter. Bosch noticed that Mora wrote with his right hand, but he knew this did not eliminate the vice cop as possibly being the follower. The follower knew the details and would have known about pulling the ligature around his victim's neck from the left side, thereby emulating the Dollmaker, just as he knew about painting the white cross on the toe. Maura looked up and saw him. "What are you doing over there, Harry?" Didn't want to interrupt. Bosch walked over. "What, interrupt a day report? Are you kidding?" "Thought it might be something important." "It's important for me to get my paycheck. That's about it." Bosch dragged a chair away from an empty desk and pulled it up and sat down. He noticed the statue of the Infant of Prague had been moved. Turned, actually. Its face was no longer looking at the nakedness of the actress on the porn calendar. Bosch looked at Maura and realized he was not sure how to proceed here. "You left a message last night." "Yeah, I was thinking." "About what?" "Well, we know Church didn't kill Maggie Come Loudly because of the timing, right? He was already dead when she got her ass dropped in the concrete." "That's right." "So, we've got a copycat." "Right again." "So I was thinking, what if the copycat who did her started earlier?" Bosch felt his throat start to tighten. He tried not to show Maura anything, just gave him the deadpan look. "Earlier?" "Yeah. What if the two other porno chicks who were killed were actually done by the copycat? Who says he had to start after Church was dead?" Bosch felt the full chill now. If Maura was the follower, was he so confident that he would risk laying the whole pattern out for Bosch? Or could his hunch, after all that's all it was, a guess, be completely out of line? Regardless, it felt creepy sitting with Maura, his desk covered by magazines with sex acts depicted on the covers, the calendar girl leering from the vertical file, the statue's clay face turned away. Bosch realized that Delta Bush, the actress on the calendar Maura had displayed, was blonde-haired and buxom. She fit the pattern. Was that why Maura had put up the calendar? "You know, Ray," he said, after composing his voice into a monotone, "I've been thinking the same thing. It fits better that way, all the evidence, I mean, if the follower did all three of them." "What made you think of it?" Maura put the report he was working on away in a desk drawer and leaned onto his desk. Subconsciously, he brought his left hand up and pulled the Holy Spirit medal from his open collar. He rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger as he leaned back in his seat again, elbows on the armrests. He dropped the medal and said, "Well, I remembered something, is what I did. It was a tip that I got right before you nailed Church. See, I dropped it when you dropped Church." "You're talking about 4 years ago." "Yeah, we all thought that was it. End of case when you got Church." "Get to it, Ray. What did you remember?" "Yeah, right. Well, I remember a couple days, maybe a week before you got Church, I was given one of the call-in tips. It was given to me because I was the resident expert on porno, and it was a porno chick who called it in. She used the name Gallery. That's it, just Gallery. She was in the bottom line stuff, loops, live shows, peep booths, 900 phone call stuff, and she was just beginning to move up, get her name on some video boxes. Anyway, she called the task force. This was right before you nailed Church, and said there was a Tom that had been making the rounds of the sets up in the valley. You know, watching the action, hanging out with the producers, but he wasn't like the other Toms." "I don't know what you mean, Toms." "It's short for peeping Tom. That's what the girls call these guys who hang out on the sets. Usually, they're friendly with the producer or they've kicked in part of the budget. They throw $1,000 to the producer and he lets the guy hang around and watch him shoot. It's pretty common. These shoots draw a lot of people for whom seeing it on video isn't enough. They want to be right up there and see it live." "All right. So what about this guy?" "Well, Harry, look. There's really only one reason these people hang around the sets. They're hitting on the chicks between takes. I mean, these guys want to get laid. Or they want to make flicks themselves. They want to break in. And that was the thing with this guy. He wasn't hitting on anybody. He was just hanging around. This is Gallery, said she never saw this dude make the move on anybody. He talked to some of the girls, but never left with any of them. And that's what made him weird? He didn't want to get laid? Mora raised his hands and shrugged like he knew it sounded weak. Yeah, basically. But listen, Gallery worked shoots with both Heather Come Hither and Holly Lear, the two Dollmaker victims, and she said it was on those shoots that she saw this Tom. That's why she called. Now the story had Bosch's attention, but he didn't know what to make of it. Mora could be simply trying to deflect attention, to send Bosch down the wrong trail. She didn't have a name on the guy? No, that was the problem. That was why I didn't jump all over it. I had a backlog of tips I was assigned, and she calls in with this one without a name. I would have gotten to it eventually, but a few days later you put Church's dick in the dirt, and that was that. You let it go? Yeah, dropped it like a bag of shit. Bosch waited. He knew Mora would go on. He had more to say. There had to be more. So the thing is, when I looked up the card on Magna Cum Loudly for you yesterday, I recognized some of her early titles. She worked with Gallery in some of her early work. That's what made me remember the tip. So just stringing along on a hunch, I try to look Gallery up, ask around with some people in the business I know, and it turns out Gallery dropped out of the scene 3 years ago. Just like that. I mean, I know a top producer with the Adult Film Association, and he told me she dropped out right in the middle of one of his shoots. Never said a word to anyone, and no one ever heard from her again. The producer, he remembered it pretty clearly because it cost him a lot of money to reshoot the flick. There would have been no continuity if he just dumped in another actress to take her place. Bosch was surprised that continuity was even a factor in such films. He and Mora were both silent a moment, thinking about the story, before Bosch finally spoke. So, you're thinking she might be in the ground somewhere? Gallery, I'm talking about. In concrete, like the one we found this week. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. People in the industry. I mean, they are not your mainstream people, so there are plenty of disappearing acts. I remember this one broad. She dropped out. Next thing I know, I see her in People magazine. One of those stories about some celebrity fundraiser, and she's on the arm of what's-his-name. Guy has his own TV show about the guy in charge of a kennel, Noah's Bark. I can't think of... Wait, I don't get... Oh, okay. Anyway, the point is, these chicks drop in and out of the biz all the time. Not unusual. They aren't the smartest people in the first place. They just get it in their mind to do something else. Maybe they meet a guy who they think is going to keep them in cocaine and caviar, be their sugar daddy, like that Noah's Bark asshole, and they never show up for work again. Until they find out they were wrong. As a group, they don't look much past the next line of blow. You ask me, what they're all looking for is daddy. They all got knocked around when they were a kid, and this is some fucked up way of showing they're worth something to daddy. At least I read that somewhere. Probably bullshit like everything else. Bosch didn't need the psychology lesson. Come on, Ray. I'm in court and I'm trying to run down this case. Get to the point. What about Gallery? What I'm saying is that with Gallery, the situation's unusual because it's been almost 3 years and she never came back. See, they always come back. Even if they fucked over a producer so bad he had to do reshoots, they always come back. They start at the bottom, loops, fluffing, and work their way back up. Fluffing? A fluff is off-camera talent, you could say. Girls who keep the acts up and ready to perform while they're getting cameras ready. Moving lights, changing angles, things like that, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Bosch was depressed after hearing about the business for 10 minutes. He looked at Mora, who had been in advice for as long as Bosch could remember. What about the survivor? You ever check with her on this tip? Never got around to it. Like I said, I dropped it when you dropped church. Thought we were done with the whole thing. Yeah, so did I. Bosch took out a small pocket notebook and wrote down a few notes from the conversation. Did you save any notes from this? From back then? No, they're gone. The original tip sheet is probably in the main task force files, but it won't say more than I just told you. Bosch nodded. Mora was probably right. What did this gallery look like? Blonde, nice set, definitely Beverly Hills plastic. I think I got a picture here. He rolled his chair to the file cabinets behind him and dug through one of the drawers, then rolled back with a file. From it, he pulled an 8x10 color publicity shot. It was a blonde woman posed at the edge of the ocean. She was nude. She had shaved her pubic area. Bosch handed the photo back to Mora and felt embarrassed, as if they were two boys in the schoolyard telling secrets about one of the girls. He thought he saw a slight smile on Mora's face and wondered if the vice cop found humor in his discomfort, or if it was something else. Hell of a job you've got. Yeah, well, somebody's got to do it. Bosch studied him a moment. He decided to take a chance to try to figure out what made Mora hang on to the job. Yeah, but why you, Ray? You've been doing this a long time. I guess I'm a watchdog, Bosch. The Supreme Court says this stuff is legal to a point. That makes me one of the point men. It's got to be monitored. It's got to be kept clean. No joke intended. That means these people got to be licensed, of legal age, and nobody's forced to do something they don't want to do. I spend a lot of days looking through this trash, looking for the stuff even the Supreme Court couldn't take. Trouble is, community standards. L.A. doesn't have any, Bosch. Hasn't been a successful obscenity prosecution here in years. I've made some underage cases, but I'm still looking for my first obscenity jacket. He stopped a moment before saying, Most cops do a year in advice and then transfer out. That's all they can take. This is my 7th year, man. I can't tell you why. I guess because there's no shortage of surprises. Yeah, but year after year of this shit? How can you take it? Mora's eyes dropped to the statue on the desk. I'm provided for. Don't worry about me. He waited another beat and said, I've got no family, no wife anymore. Who's going to complain about what I do, anyway? Bosch knew from their work on the task force that Mora had volunteered for the B squad to work nights because his wife had just left him. He had told Bosch that he found it hardest to get through the nights. Bosch now wondered if Mora's ex-wife was blonde, and, if she was, what it would mean. Look, Ray, I've been thinking the same things about this follower, and she fits, you know? Gallery? The 3 Vics and the survivor were all blondes. Church wasn't choosy, but the follower apparently is. Hey, you're right, Mora said, looking at the photo of Gallery. I hadn't thought about that. Anyway, this 4-year-old tip is as good a place to start as any. There also might be other women, other victims. What have you got going? Mora smiled and said, Harry, doesn't matter what I got going. It's dog shit compared to this. I got a vacation next week, but I don't leave till Monday. Till then, I'm on it. You mentioned the Adult Association is a Adult Film Association, yeah. It's run out of a lawyer's office in Sherman Oaks. Yeah, you tight with anybody there? I know the chief counsel. He's interested in keeping the biz clean, so he's a cooperative individual. Can you talk to him? Ask around, try to find out if anybody else dropped out like Gallery? They'd have to be blonde and built. You want to know how many other victims we might have? That's right. I'll get on it. What about the agents and the Performers Guild? Bosch nodded at the calendar with Delta Bush on it. I'll hit them, too. 2 agents handle 90% of the casting in this business. They'd be the place to start. What about outcall? Do all of the women do it? Not the top ranks of performers, but the ones below that, yeah, they pretty much go the outcall route. See, the top performers, they spend 10% of the time making movies and the rest out on the road dancing. They go from strip club to strip club, make a lot of money. They can make $100,000 a year dancing. Most people think they're getting a bundle to do the nasty on video. That's wrong, it's the dancing. Then, if you go below that level, to the performers either going up or coming down, they're the ones you find doing outcall work in addition to the movies and the dancing. A lot of money there, too. These chicks will pull down $1,000 a night for outcall work. Do they work with pimps? What? Yeah, some got management, but it's not a requirement. It's not like the street, where a girl needs her pimp to protect her from the bed johns and the other whores. In outcall, all you need is an answering service. Chick puts her ad and her picture in the Express, and the calls come in. Most have rules. They won't go to anybody's house, strictly hotel work. They can control the class of clientele they keep by the expense of the hotel. Good way to keep the riffraff out. Bosch thought about Rebecca Kaminsky and how she had gone to the Hyatt on Sunset. A nice place, but the riffraff got in. Apparently thinking the same thing, Maura said, "It doesn't always work, though." Obviously. "So, I'll see what I can come up with, okay? But off the top of my head, I don't think there will be many. If there was a bunch of women doing the sudden and permanent disappearing act like Gallery did, I think I would have gotten wind of it." "You got my beeper number?" Maura wrote it down, and Bosch headed out of the office. He was heading across the lobby past the front desk when the pager on his belt sounded. He checked the number and saw it was a 485 exchange. He assumed Maura had forgotten to tell him something. He took the stairs back up to the second floor and ducked back into the advice squad room. Maura was there, holding the photo of Gallery and staring at it in a contemplative manner. He looked up then and saw Bosch. "Did you just beat me?" "Me? No." "Oh, I just thought you were trying to catch me before I left. I'm going to use one of the phones." "You're welcome to 'em, Harry." Bosch walked to an empty desk and dialed the number from the pager. He saw Maura slide the photo into the file. He put the file into a briefcase that was on the floor next to his chair. A male voice answered the call after 2 rings. "Chief Irvin Irving's office. This is Lieutenant Felder. How can I help you?" 19. As with all 3 of the department's assistant chiefs, Irving had his own private conference room at Parker Center. It was furnished with a large, round, formica-topped table and 6 chairs, a potted plant, and a counter that ran along the rear wall. There were no windows. The room could be entered through a door from Irving's adjutant's office or from the 6th floor's main hallway. Bosch was the last one to arrive at the summit meeting called by Irving, taking the last chair. In the others sat the assistant chief, followed counterclockwise by Edgar and 3 men from Robbery Homicide Division. 2 of them Bosch knew, Detectives Frankie Sheehan and Mike Opelt. They had also been attached to the Dollmaker task force 4 years earlier. The 3rd man from RHD Bosch knew by name and reputation only. Lieutenant Hans Rollenberger. He had been promoted to RHD sometime after Bosch had been demoted out of it. But friends like Sheehan kept Bosch informed. They told him Rollenberger was another cookie-cutter bureaucrat who avoided controversial and career-threatening decisions the way people avoid panhandlers on the sidewalk, pretending not to see or hear them. He was a climber, and therefore he couldn't be trusted. In RHD, the troops already referred to him as Hans Off, because that was the kind of commander he was. Morale in RHD, the unit every detective in the police department aspired to, was probably the lowest since the day the Rodney King video hit the TV. "Sit down, Detective Bosch," Irving said cordially. I think you know everybody?" Before Bosch could answer, Rollenberger sprang from his chair and offered his hand. "Lieutenant Hans Rollenberger." Bosch shook it, then they both sat down. Bosch noticed a large stack of files at the center of the table and immediately recognized them as the Dollmaker Task Force case files. The murder books Bosch had were his own personal files. What was piled on the table was the entire main file, probably pulled out of the archives warehouse. "We're sitting down to see what we can do about this problem that's come up with the Dollmaker case," Irving said. "I have, as Detective Edgar has probably told you, I am swinging this case over to RHD. I am prepared to have Lieutenant Rollenberger put as many people on it as needed. I have also arranged for the loan of Detective Edgar to the case and you, as soon as you are free from the trial. I want results, quickly. This is already turning into a public relations nightmare with what I understand was revealed during testimony today in your trial." "Yeah. Well, sorry about that. I was under oath. I understand that. The problem was you were testifying to things only you knew about. I had my adjutant sit in and he informed us of your, theory on what has happened with this new case. Last night, I made the decision to have RHD handle the matter. After hearing the sense of your testimony today, I want to task force this and get it going. Now, I want you to bring us up to speed on exactly what is going on, what you think, what you know. Then we will plan from there." They all looked at Bosch for a moment, and he was unsure where to begin. Sheehan stepped in with a question. It was a signal that he believed Irving was playing on the level on this one, that Bosch could feel safe. "Edgar says it's a copycat, that there is no problem with Church?" "That's right," Bosch answered. "Church was the man, but he was good for 9 of the victims, not 11. He spawned a follower halfway through his run, and we didn't see it." "Tell it," Irving said. He did. It took Bosch 45 minutes to tell it. Sheehan and Opelt asked several questions as he went. The only thing or person he did not mention was Mora. At the end, Irving said, "When you ran this follower theory by luck, did he say it's possible?" "Yes. With him, I think he thinks anything is possible. But he was useful. He made it pretty clear for me. I want to keep him informed. He's good to bounce stuff off of." "I understand there's a leak. Could it be Locke?" Shaking his head, Bosch said, "I didn't go to him until last night, and Chandler has known things from the start. She knew I was out at the scene the first day. Today she seemed to know the direction we are going, that there is a follower. She's got a good source keeping her informed. And Bremer over at the Times, who knows? He's got a lot of sources." "Okay," Irving said. "Well, aside from Dr. Luck being the exception, nothing in this room leaves this room. No one talks to anyone. You two," he looked at Bosch and Edgar, "don't even tell your supervisors at Hollywood what you're doing." Without naming Pounds, Irving was postulating his suspicion that Pounds could be a leak. Edgar and Bosch nodded in agreement. "Now," Irving looked at Bosch, "where do we go from here?" Without hesitation, Bosch said, "We have to retrace the investigation. Like I told you, Locke said it was someone who had intimate access to the case, who knew every detail and then copied them. It was a perfect cover. For a while, at least." "You're talking about a cop," Rollenberger said, his first words since the briefing began. "Maybe, but there are other possibilities. The suspect pool is actually pretty large. You got the cops, people who found the bodies, the coroner's staff, passers-by at the crime scenes, reporters, a lot of people." "Shit," Opelt said. "We're gonna need more people." "Don't worry about that," Irving said. "I'll get more." "How do we narrow it down?" Bosch said, "When we look at the victims, we learn things about the killer. The victims and the survivor generally fall into the same archetype: blonde, well-built, worked in porno, and did outcall work on the side. Locke thinks that is how the follower picked his victims. He saw them in videos, then found the means of contacting them in the outcall ads in the local adult newspapers. "It's like he went shopping for victims," Sheehan said. "Yeah." "What else?" Irving said. "Not a lot. Locke said the follower is very smart, much more so than Church was, but that he could be disassembling, as he calls it, coming apart. That's why he sent the note. Nobody would have ever known, but then he sent the note. He's moved into a phase where he wants the attention that the Dollmaker had. He got jealous that this trial threw attention on Church." "What about other victims?" Sheehan asked. "Ones we don't know about yet. It's been 4 years." "Yeah, I'm working on that. Locke says there's gotta be others." "Shit," Opelt said. "We need more people." Everyone was quiet while they thought about this. "What about the FBI? Shouldn't we contact their behavioral science people?" Rollenberger asked. Everyone looked at Hans Hoff as if he were the kid who came to the Sandlot football game wearing white pants. "Fuck them," Sheehan said. "We seem to have a handle on this, initially, at least," Irving said. "What else do we know about the follower?" Rollenberger said, hoping to immediately deflect attention from his miscue. "Do we have any physical evidence that can give us any insight into him?" "Well, we need to track down the survivor," Bosch said. "She gave a composite drawing that everyone dismissed after I nailed Church, but now we know her drawing was probably of the follower. We need to find her and see if there's anything else that she has that she can still remember that will help." As he said this, Sheehan dug through the stack of files on the table and found the composite. It was very generic and didn't look like anyone Bosch recognized, least of all Mora. "We have to assume he wore disguises, same as Church, so the composite might not help. But she might remember something else, something about the suspect's manners that might let us know if it was a cop. Also, I'm having a motto at the coroner's office compare the rape kits between the two victims we now attribute to the follower. There's a good chance the follower may have made a mistake here." "Explain," Irving said. "The follower did everything the Dollmaker did, right?" "Right," Rollenberger said. "Wrong. He only did what was known at the time about the Dollmaker. What we knew. What we didn't know was that Church had been smart. He had shaved his body so he would not leave trace hair evidence behind. We didn't know that until after he was dead, so neither did the follower, and by then he had already done 2 of the victims." "So there is a chance these 2 rape kits hold physical evidence to our guy," Irving said. "Right. I'm having Amato cross-check between the 2 kits. He should know something by Monday." "That's very good, Detective Bosch." Irving looked at Bosch and their eyes met. It was as if the assistant chief was sending him a message and taking one at the same time. "We'll see," Bosch said. "Other than that, that's all we've got, right?" Rollenberger said. "Right. No." It was Edgar, who up until now had been silent. Everyone looked at him. "In the concrete we found, actually Harry found it, a cigarette pack. It went in when the concrete was wet, so there's a good chance they were the followers. Marlboro regulars, soft pack." "They also could have been the Vicks, right?" Rollenberger asked. "No," Bosch said. "I talked to her manager last night. He said she didn't smoke. The smokes were in all likelihood the followers." Sheehan smiled at Bosch, and Bosch smiled back. Sheehan held his hands together as if waiting for handcuffs. "Here I am, boys," he said. "That's my brand." "Mine too," Bosch said. "But I've got you beat. I'm left-handed, too. I better get an alibi working." The men at the table smiled. Bosch dropped his smile when he suddenly thought of something but knew he could not say anything yet. He looked at the files stacked at the center of the table. "Shit. Every cop smokes Marlboros or Camels," Opelt said. "It's a dirty habit," Irving said. "I agree," said Rollenberger, a little too quickly. It brought silence back to the table. "Who's your suspect?" It was Irving who asked it. He was looking at Bosch again with those eyes Harry couldn't decipher. The question shocked Bosch. Irving knew. Somehow he knew. Harry didn't answer. "Detective, it is clear you've had a handle on what's going on for a day. You've also been on this case from the start. I think you've got someone in mind. Tell us. We need to start somewhere." Bosch hesitated again, but finally said, "I'm not sure. I don't want to ruin someone's career if you're wrong. To set the dogs on a possibly innocent man, that's understood. But we can't have you pursuing this on your own. Haven't you learned anything from this trial? I believe cowboying was the term Honey Chandler used to describe it." They were all looking at him. He was thinking of Mora. The vice cop was strange, but was he that strange? Over the years, Bosch had often been investigated by the department and did not want to bring that kind of weight down on the wrong person. "Detective," Irving prompted, "even if all you have is a hunch, then you must tell us. Investigations start with hunches. You want to protect one person, but what are we going to do? We are about to go out and investigate cops. What difference is it if we start with this person or come to him in time? Either way, we will get to him. Give us the name." Bosch thought about everything Irving had said. He wondered what his own motive was. Was he protecting Mora, or simply keeping him for himself? He thought a few more moments and finally said, "Give me 5 minutes alone in here with the files. If there is something there that I think is there, then I'll tell you." "Gentlemen," Irving said, "let's go get some coffee." After the room was cleared, Bosch looked at the files for nearly a minute without moving. He felt confused. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to find something that would convince him Mora was the follower, or convince him he was not. He thought about what Chandler had said to the jury about monsters and the black abyss where they dwell. Whoever fights monsters, he thought, should not think too hard about it. He lit a cigarette and pulled the stack close to him and began looking for 2 files. The chronologies file was near the top. It was thin. It was basically a quick guide to important dates in the investigation. He found the task force personnel file at the bottom of the stack. It was thicker than the first he pulled out because it contained the weekly shifts schedule for the detectives assigned to the task force and the overtime approval forms. As the Detective 3 in charge of the B Squad, Bosch had been in charge of keeping the personnel file up to date. From the chronologies file, Bosch quickly looked up the times and dates that the first 2 porno actresses were murdered and other pertinent information about the way they were lured to their death. Then he looked up the same information about the lone survivor. He wrote it all down in order on a page of his pocket notebook. June 17, 11 p.m., Georgia Stern, a.k.a. Velvet Box, survivor. July 6, 11:30 p.m., Nicole Knapp, a.k.a. Holly Lear, West Hollywood. September 28, 4 a.m., Shirlene Kemp, a.k.a. Heather Come Hither, Malibu. Bosch opened the personnel file and pulled the shift schedules for the weeks the women were attacked or murdered. June 17th, the night Georgia Stern was attacked, was a Sunday, which was the B Squad's night off. Mora could have done it, but so could anyone else who was on the squad. On the Knapp case, Bosch got a hit, and his fingers trembled a little as he held the schedule for the week of July 1st. His adrenaline was moving faster now. July 6th, the day Knapp was sent on an out-call request at 9 p.m. and was found dead on the sidewalk on Sweetser in West Hollywood at 11:30 p.m., was a Friday. Mora was on the schedule to be working the 3 to midnight shift with the B Squad, but there, next to his name in Bosch's own writing, was the word sick. Bosch quickly pulled out the schedule for the week of September 22nd. The nude body of Shirlene Kemp had been found at the side of the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu at 4 in the morning on Friday, September 28th. He realized that wasn't enough information and looked for the file that contained the investigation of her death. He quickly read through the file and learned that Kemp had a phone service that had logged a call for her services at the Malibu Inn at 12:55 a.m. When detectives went there, they learned from phone records that at 12:55 a.m. a call had been placed by the occupant of room 311. The front desk staff could not provide a good description of the man in 311, and the identification he gave proved to be false. He had paid in cash. The one thing the desk people could say with absolute accuracy was that he checked in at 12:35 a.m. Each registration card was punched with the time. The man had called for Heather Come Hither 20 minutes after he checked in. Bosch referred back to the work schedule. On the Thursday night before Kemp was murdered, Mora had worked, but he had apparently come in and left early. He had signed in at 2:40 p.m. and out at 11:45 p.m. That gave him 50 minutes to get from the Hollywood station to the Malibu Inn and checked into room 311 at 12:35 a.m. Friday. Bosch knew that it could be done. Traffic would be light on the PCH that late at night. It could be Mora. He noticed that the cigarette he had set on the edge of the table had burned down to the butt, and it had discolored the formica edge. He quickly dropped the cigarette into a pot containing a ficus plant in the corner of the room and turned the table around so the burn mark was positioned at the spot where Rollenberger had been sitting. He waved one of the files in the air to disperse the smoke and then opened the door to Irving's office. Raymond Mora. Irving had said the name out loud, apparently to see how it sounded. He said nothing else when Bosch was finished telling what he knew. Bosch watched him and waited for more, but the assistant chief only sniffed at the air, identified the cigarette smoke, and frowned. Another thing, Bosch said. Locke wasn't the only one I talked to about the follower. Mora knows just about everything I just told you. He was on the task force, and we went to him this week for help on the ID of the concrete blonde. I was over at Advice when you paged me. He had called me last night. What did he want? Irving asked. He wanted to let me know that he thought the follower might have done the 2 porno queens from the original 11. He said it had just come to him, that maybe the follower had started way back then. Shit, Sheehan said. This guy's playing with us. If he... What did you tell him? Irving interrupted. I told him I was thinking that too. And I asked him to check with his sources to see if he could find out if there were other women who disappeared or dropped out of the business like Becky Kaminsky did. You asked him to go to work on this? Rollenberger said, his eyebrows arched in astonishment and outrage. I had to. It was the obvious thing for me to ask him. If I didn't, he'd know I was suspicious. He's right, Irving said. Rollenberger's chest seemed to deflate a little bit. He couldn't get anything right. Yes, now I see, he dutifully responded. Good work. We're going to need more people, Opelt said, since everybody was being so agreeable. I want to begin surveillance on him by tomorrow morning, Irving said. We're going to need at least 3 teams. Sheehan and Opelt will be one. Bosch, you're involved in court, and Edgar, I want you working on tracking down the survivor, so you 2 are out. Lieutenant Rollenberger, who else can you spare? Well, Ide is sitting around since Buchert is on vacation, and Mayfield and Rutherford are in court on the same case. I can shake one of them loose to pair with Ide. That's all I've got, unless you want to pull back on some ongoing... No, I don't want that. Get Ide and Mayfield in on this. I'll go to Lieutenant Hilliard and see what she can spare from the Valley. She's had 3 teams on the catering truck case for a month, and they're at the wall. I'll take a team off of that. Very good, sir, Rollenberger said. Sheehan looked at Harry and made a face like he was going to puke with this guy in charge. Bosch held back his smile. There was always this giddiness that detectives felt when they received their marching orders and were about to go out into the hunt. Opelt, Sheehan, I want you on Mora tomorrow morning at 8, Irving said. Lieutenant, I want you to set up a meeting with the new people tomorrow morning. Bring them up to date on what we have, and have one team take over surveillance from Opelt and Sheehan at 4 p.m. They stay with Mora until lights out. If overtime is needed, I'm authorizing it. The other pair will take the surveillance at 8 a.m. Saturday, and Opelt and Sheehan will take it back at 4. Rotate like that. The night shift watchers have to stay with him until they are sure he is in his home in bed for the night. I want no mistakes. If this guy pulls off something while we're watching him, we can all kiss our careers goodbye. Chief? Yes, Bosch. There's no guarantee that he's going to do something. Locke said he thinks the follower has a lot of control. He doesn't think he's out there hunting every night. He thinks he controls the urge and lives pretty normally, then strikes at irregular intervals. There is no guarantee that we'll even be watching the right man, Detective Bosch, but I want to watch him anyway. I am sitting here hoping we are dreadfully wrong about Detective Mora, but the things you have said here are convincing in a circumstantial way. Nothing near being usable in court, so we watch him and hope if it's him we'll see the sign before he hurts anybody else. I agree, sir, Rollenberger said. Don't interrupt me, Lieutenant. My fort is neither detective work nor psychoanalysis, but something tells me that whoever the follower is, he's feeling the pressure. Sure, he brought it on himself with that note, and he may think this is a cat-and-mouse game he can master. Nevertheless, he is feeling the pressure. And one thing I know, just from being a cop, when the pressure is on these people, the edge-dwellers I call them, then they react. Sometimes they crack, sometimes they act out. So what I am saying is, knowing what I know about this case, I want Mora covered if he even walks outside to get the mail. They sat there in silence, even Rollenberger, who seemed cowed by his misstep in interrupting Irving. Okay, then, we have our assignments. Sheehan, Opelt, surveillance. Bosch, you are freelancing until you get done with the trial. Edgar, you have the survivor, and when you have the time, do some checking on Mora. Nothing that will get back to him. He's divorced, Bosch offered. Got divorced right before the Dollmaker task force was put together. All right, there's your start. Go to court, pull his divorce. Who knows? We might get lucky. Maybe his wife dropped him because he liked making her up like a doll. Things have been hard enough on this case, we could use a break like that. Irving looked around the table at each man's face. The potential for embarrassment to the department on this case is huge. But I don't want anybody holding back. Let the stones fall where they will. Okay, then. Everybody has their assignments. Go to it. Everyone is excused with the exception of Detective Bosch. As the others filed out of the room, Bosch thought Rollenberger's face showed his disappointment at not getting a chance for a private ass-kissing conference with Irving. After the door closed, Irving was quiet for a few moments as he composed what he wanted to say. Throughout most of Bosch's career as a detective, Irving had been a nemesis of sorts, always trying to control him and bring him into the fold. Bosch had always resisted. Nothing personal, it just wasn't Bosch's gig. But now, Bosch sensed a softening in Irving. In the way he had treated Bosch during the meeting, in the way he testified earlier in the week. He could have hung Bosch out to dry, but didn't. Yet, it wasn't something Bosch could or would acknowledge. So he sat there silently and waited. Good work on this, Detective, especially with the trial and everything going on. Bosch nodded, but he knew that wasn't what this was about. That's why I held you here. The trial. I wanted to... Let's see. How do I say this? I wanted to tell you, and excuse the language, but I don't give a flying fuck what that jury decides or how much money they give those people. That jury has no idea what it's like to be out there on the edge, to have to make the decisions that may cost lives or save lives. You can't take a week to accurately examine and judge the decision you had to make in a second. Bosch was trying to think of something to say, and the silence seemed to drag on too long. "Anyway," Irving finally said, "I guess it's taken me 4 years to come to that conclusion, but better late than never. Hey, I could use you for closing arguments tomorrow." Irving's face cringed, the muscular jaws flexing as if he had just taken a mouthful of cold sauerkraut. "Don't get me started on that either. I mean, what is this city doing? The city attorney's office is nothing but a school, a law school for trial lawyers, and the taxpayers pay the tuition. We get these greenhorn preppies who don't know the first thing about trial law. They learn from the mistakes they make in court when it counts for us. And when they finally get good and know what the hell they're doing, they quit, and then they're the lawyers suing us." Bosch had never seen Irving so animated. It was as if he had taken off the starched public persona he always wore like a uniform. Harry was entranced. "Sorry about that," Irving said. "I get carried away. Anyway, good luck with this jury, but don't let it worry you." Bosch said nothing. "You know, Bosch, it only takes a half-hour meeting with Lieutenant Rollenberger in the room for me to want to take a good look at myself and this department and where it's headed. He's not the LAPD I joined, or you joined. He's a good manager, yes, and so am I, at least I think so. But we can't forget we're cops." Bosch didn't know what to say, or if he should say anything. It seemed that Irving was almost rambling now, as if there was something he wanted to say, but was looking for anything else to say instead.
This is the end of disc number 7. Please insert disc number 8. This is disc number 8.
Bosch didn't know what to say, or if he should say anything. It seemed that Irving was almost rambling now, as if there was something he wanted to say, but was looking for anything else to say instead. "Hans Rollenberger. What a name, huh? I can guess. The detectives in his crew must call him Hans Off. Am I right?" "Sometimes." "Yes, well, I guess that's expected. You know, Harry, I've got 38 years in the department." Bosch just nodded. This was getting weird. Irving had never even called him by his first name before. "And, I worked Hollywood Patrol for a lot of years, right out of the academy. That question Money Chandler asked me about your mother, that really came out of the blue, and I'm sorry about that, Harry. Sorry for your loss." "It was a long time ago." Bosch waited a beat. Irving was looking down at his hands, which were clasped on the table. "If that's it, I think I'll—" "Yes, that's basically it, but, you know, what I wanted to tell you is that I was there that day." "What day?" "That day that your mother—" "I was the RO." "The reporting officer?" "Yes, I was the one that found her. I was walking a footbeat on the boulevard, and I ducked into that alley off of Gower. I usually hit it once a day, and, I found her. When Chandler showed me those reports, I recognized the case right away. She didn't know my badge number. It was there on the report, or she would have known I was the one who found her. Chandler would have had some kind of field day with that, I guess." This was hard for Bosch to sit through. Now he was glad Irving wasn't looking at him. He knew, or thought he knew, what it was that Irving wasn't saying. If he had worked the boulevard footbeat, then he had known Bosch's mother before she was dead. Irving glanced up at him and then looked away toward the corner of the room. His eyes fell on the ficus plant. "Somebody put a cigarette butt in my pot," he said. "That yours, Harry?" 20. Bosch was lighting a cigarette as he used his shoulder to push through one of the glass doors at the entrance to Parker Center. Irving had jolted him with his small world story. Bosch had always figured he'd run into somebody in the department who knew her or knew the case. Never did Irving fit into that scenario. As he walked through the south lot to the Caprice, he noticed Jerry Edgar standing at the corner of Los Angeles and First, waiting for the cross light. Bosch looked at his watch and saw it was 5:10, quitting time. He thought Edgar was probably walking up to the Code 7 or the Red Wind for a draft before fighting the freeway. He thought that wasn't a bad idea. Sheehan and Opelt were probably already sitting on stools at one of the bars. By the time Bosch got to the corner, Edgar had a block and a half lead on him and was walking up first toward the 7. Bosch picked up the pace. For the first time in a long time, he felt the actual mental craving for alcohol. For just a while, he wanted to forget Church and Mora and Chandler and his own secrets and what Irving had told him in the conference room. But then, Edgar walked right on by the billy club that served as the door handle at the 7 without even giving it a glance. He crossed Spring and walked alongside the Times building toward Broadway. Then it's the Red Wind, Bosch thought. The Wind was okay as far as a watering hole went. They had Weinhard's by the bottle instead of on draft, so the place lost points there. Another minus was that the yuppies from the Times newsroom favored the place, and it was often more crowded with reporters than cops. The big plus, however, was that on Thursdays and Fridays they had a quartet come in and play sets from 6 to 10. They were mostly retired clubmen who weren't too tight, but it was as good a way as any to miss the rush hour. He watched Edgar cross Broadway and stay on First, instead of taking a left to go down to the Wind. Bosch slowed his pace a bit so Edgar could renew his block and a half lead. He lit another cigarette and felt uneasy about the prospect of following the other detective, but did it anyway. There was a bad feeling beginning to nag at him. Edgar turned left on Hill and ducked into the first door on the east side, across from the new subway entrance. The door he went through was to the Hung Jury, a bar that was off the lobby of the Fuentes Legal Center, an 8-story office building solely occupied by attorney offices. Mostly, the tenants were defense and litigation attorneys who had chosen the nondescript, if not ugly, building because of its main selling point. It was only a half block from the county courts building, a block from the criminal courts building, and a block and a half from the federal building. Bosch knew all of this because Belk had told him all about it on the day the two of them had come to the Fuentes Legal Center to find Honey Chandler's office. Bosch had been subpoenaed to give a deposition in the Norman Church case. The uneasy feeling turned into a hollow in his gut as he passed the door to the Hung Jury and went into the main lobby of the Fuentes Center. He knew the layout of the bar, having dropped in for a beer and a shot after the deposition with Chandler, and he knew there was an entrance off the building's lobby. He pushed through the lobby entrance door now and stepped into an alcove where there were 2 payphones and the doors to the restrooms. He moved up to the corner and carefully looked into the bar area. A jukebox Bosch couldn't see was playing Sinatra's Summer Wind. A barmaid with a puffy wig and bills wrapped through her fingers, 10s, 5s, 1s, was delivering a batch of martinis to a foretop of lawyers sitting near the front entrance, and the bartender was leaning over the dimly lit bar, smoking a cigarette and reading The Hollywood Reporter. Probably an actor or a screenwriter when he wasn't tending bar, Bosch thought. Maybe a talent scout. Who in this town wasn't? When the bartender leaned forward to stub out his smoke in an ashtray, Bosch saw Edgar sitting at the far end of the bar with a draft beer in front of him. A match flared in the darkness next to him, and Bosch watched Honey Chandler light a smoke and then drop her match into an ashtray next to what looked like a Bloody Mary. Bosch moved back into the alcove, out of sight. He waited next to an old plywood shack that was built on the sidewalk at Hill and First and served as a news and magazine stand. It had been closed and boarded for the night. As it grew dark and the streetlights came on, Bosch spent his time fending off panhandlers and passing prostitutes, looking for one last businessman's special before heading from downtown into Hollywood for the evening and the rougher trade. By the time he saw Edgar come out of the hung jury, Bosch had a nice little pile of cigarette butts on the sidewalk at his feet. He flicked the one he had going into the street and stepped back alongside the newsstand so Edgar wouldn't notice him. Bosch saw no sign of Chandler and assumed that she had left the bar through the other door and gone down to the garage and her car. Edgar probably had wisely declined a ride over to the Parker Center lot. As Edgar passed the stand, Bosch stepped out behind him. "Jerry, where you at?" Edgar jumped as if an ice cube had been pressed against his neck and whipped around. "Harry? What are you? Hey, you want to grab a drink? That's what I was looking to do." Bosch let him stand there and squirm for a few seconds before saying, "You already had your drink." "What do you mean?" Bosch took a step toward him. Edgar looked genuinely scared. "You know what I mean. A beer for you, right? Bloody Mary for the lady." "Listen, Harry, look, don't call me that. Don't ever call me Harry again. Understand? You want to talk to me, call me Bosch. That's what the people who aren't my friends call me. The people I don't trust, just call me that." "Can I explain?" "Hey, I'd like the chance to explain." "What's to explain? You fucked me over. Nothing to explain about that." "What did you tell her tonight? You just run down everything we just talked about in Irving's office?" "I don't think she needs it, pal. The damage is already done." "No. She left a long time ago. I was in there most of the time alone, thinking about how to get out of this. I didn't tell her shit about today's meeting. Harry, I didn't—" Bosch took one more step and in a quick motion brought his hand up, palm out, and hit Edgar in the chest, knocking him backward. "I said don't call me that," he yelled. "You fuck! We worked together, man. I taught you. I'm in that courtroom getting fucked in the ass, and I find out you're the guy. You're the goddamn leak. I'm sorry, What about Bremer? You the one who told him about the note? Is that where you're going for a drink now? Going to meet Bremer? Well, don't let me stop you." "No, man. I haven't talked to Bremer. Look, I made a mistake, okay? I'm sorry. She screwed me, too. It was like blackmail. I couldn't... I tried to get out of it, but she had me by the short hairs. You gotta believe me, man." Bosch looked at him for a long moment. It was fully dark now, but he thought he saw that Edgar's eyes were shiny in the glow of the streetlights. Maybe he was holding back tears. But what were they tears for, Bosch wondered? For the loss of the relationship they had? Or were they tears of fear? Bosch felt the surge of his power over Edgar, and Edgar knew he had it. In a low and very even voice, Bosch said, "I want to know everything. You are going to tell me what you did." The quartet at the Wind was on a break. They sat at a table in the back. It was a dark, wood-paneled room like hundreds of others in the city. A red leatherette pad ran along the edge of the cigarette-scarred bar, and the barmaids wore black uniforms with white aprons, and they all had too much red lipstick on their thin lips. Bosch ordered a double shot of Jack Black straight up and a bottle of Weinhardt's. He also gave the barmaid money for a pack of cigarettes. Edgar, who now wore the face of a man whose life had run out on him, ordered Jack Black water back. "It's the damn recession," Edgar began before Bosch asked a question. "Real estate is in the toilet. I had to drop that gig, and we had the mortgage, and you know how it is, man. Brenda had gotten used to us. Fuck that. You think I want to hear about how you sell me out because your wife has to drive a Chevy instead of a BMW? Fuck you. It's not like that. Shut up. I'm talking. You're going to..." They both shut up while the barmaid put the drinks and cigarettes down. Bosch put a 20 on her tray. He never took his dark, angry eyes off Edgar. "Now, skip the bullshit and tell me what you did." Edgar threw back his shot and washed it down with water before starting. You see, it was late Monday afternoon. This was after we'd been out to the scene at Bing's, and I was back at the office. And I got a call at the office, and it was Chandler. She knew something was up. I don't know how, but she knew. She knew about the note we got and the body being found. She must have gotten tipped by Bremer or something. She started asking questions, was it confirmed as the Dollmaker? Things like that. I put her off. No comment. And then, well, she offered me something. I'm too back on the mortgage, and Brenda doesn't even know. What did I tell you? I don't want to hear your sad story, Edgar. I'm telling you, I don't have any sympathy for that. You tell it, and it will only make me madder. All right. She offered me money. I said, I'd think about it. She said if I wanted to deal, to meet her at the hung jury that night. You won't let me say why, but I had reasons, and so I went. Yeah, I went. Yeah, and you fucked yourself up, Bosch said, hoping to knock down the defiant tone that had crept into Edgar's voice. He had finished the last of his Jack Black and signaled the barmaid, but she didn't see him. The musicians were taking their places behind their instruments. The front man was a saxophone player, and Bosch wished he was here under other circumstances. What did you give her? Just what we knew that day. But she already had just about everything already. I told her you said it looked like the Dollmaker. It wasn't a lot, hey. And most of it was in the paper the next day anyway. And I wasn't Bremer's source on that. You have to believe me. You told her I came out there? To the scene? Yeah, I told her. What was the big secret about that? Bosch thought about all of this for a few minutes. He watched the band start up with a Billy Strayhorn number called Lush Life. Their table was far enough away from the quartet that it wasn't too loud. Harry's eyes scanned the rest of the bar to see if anyone else was into it, and he saw Bremer sitting at the bar nursing a beer. He was with a group of what looked like reporter types. One of the other men even had one of those long, skinny notebooks that reporters always carry sticking out of his back pocket. Speaking of Bremer, there he is. Maybe he wants to check a detail or two with you after we're done. Harry, it's not me. Bosch let him get away with the Harry that time. He was getting tired and depressed with this scene. He wanted to get it over with and get out of there. Go see Sylvia. How many times did you talk to her? Every night. She turned it on you, didn't she? You had to go see her. I was stupid. I needed the money. Once I met her the first night, she had me by the balls. She said she wanted updates on the investigation, or she'd tell you I was the leak. She'd inform ID. Fuck, she never even paid me. What happened tonight to make her split early? She said the case was over. Going to closing arguments tomorrow, so it didn't matter what was happening in the case. She cut me loose. But it won't end there. You know that, don't you? Whenever she needs a plate run, an address from DMV, a witness's unlisted number, she's going to call you. She's got you, man. I know. I'll have to deal with it. All for what? What was the price that first night? I wanted one goddamn mortgage payment. Can't sell the fucking house. Can't make the mortgage. I don't know what I'm going to do. What about me? Aren't you worried about what I'm going to do? Yes. Yes, I am. Bosch looked back at the quartet. They were staying with a Strayhorn set and were on to Blood Count. There was a journeyman quality to the saxman's work. He stayed on point, and his phrase and plastic wrap they came from the store in. Though he did not own a VCR, he was familiar with them, and it occurred to him that people usually did not erase their home tapes. They just taped new programs over the old ones. Why had Mora taken the time to erase what had been on these tapes? He was tempted to take one of the blank tapes to have it analyzed, but decided it would be too risky. It would probably be missed by Mora. The last home tape, the one from the top drawer, wasn't blank. It contained scenes of an interior of a house. A child was playing with a stuffed animal on the floor. Through the window behind the girl, Bosch could see a snow-covered yard. Then a man entered the video frame and hugged the girl. At first, Bosch thought it was Mora. Then the man said, "Gabrielle, show Uncle Ray how much you like the horsey." The girl hugged the stuffed horse and yelled, "Thank you, Uncle Ray." Bosch turned the tape off, returned it to the armoire's top drawer once again, and then pulled both drawers out and looked below them. Nothing else. He stepped up onto the bed so he could see on top of the armoire, and there was nothing there either. He turned the equipment off and returned the armoire to the condition it was in when he opened it. He looked at his watch. Nearly an hour had gone by now. The walk-in closet was neatly lined on both sides with clothes on hangers. The floor had 8 pairs of shoes parked toe-in against the back wall. He found nothing else of interest and retreated into the bedroom. He took a quick look under the bed and through the drawers of the bureau, but found nothing of interest. He moved back down the stairs and quickly looked into the living room, but there was no TV. There was none in the kitchen or dining room either. Bosch followed a hallway off the kitchen into the back of the house. There were 3 doors off the hallway, and this area appeared to be either a converted garage or an addition that was constructed in recent years. There were air conditioning vents in the ceiling of the hallway, and the white pine flooring was much newer than the scarred and browned oak floors throughout the rest of the first floor. The first door opened into a laundry room. Bosch quickly opened the cabinets above the washer and dryer and found nothing of interest. The next door was to a bathroom with newer fixtures than those he had seen in the bathroom upstairs. The last door opened into a bedroom with a 4-poster bed as its centerpiece. The coverlet was pink, and it had the feel of a woman's room. It was the perfume, Bosch realized. But still, the room did not have a lived-in feeling. It seemed more like a room waiting for its occupant's return. Bosch wondered if Mora might have a daughter away at college, or was this the room his ex-wife used before she finally ended the marriage and left? There was a TV and VCR on a cart in the corner. He went to it and opened the video storage drawer below the VCR, but it was empty except for a round metal object the size of a hockey puck. Bosch picked it up and looked at it, but could not tell what it was. He thought it might be from the weight set upstairs. He put it back and closed the drawer. He opened the drawers of the white dresser, but found nothing but women's underwear in the top drawer. The second drawer held a box containing a palette of varying colors of eye makeup and several brushes. There was also a round plastic container of beige facial powder. The makeup containers were for home use, too large to carry in a purse, and therefore could not have come from any of the followers' victims. They belonged to whoever used this room. There was nothing at all in the bottom 3 drawers. He looked at himself in the mirror above the bureau and saw he was sweating again. He knew he was using too much time. He looked at his watch. 60 minutes had gone by now. Bosch opened the closet door and immediately launched himself backward as a jolt of fear punched into his chest. He took cover to the side of the door while drawing his gun. "Ray, that you?" No one answered. He realized he was leaning against the light switch for the deep walk-in closet. He flicked it on and swung into the doorway in a low crouch, his gun pointing at the man he had seen when he opened the door. He quickly reached outside the door and killed the light. On the shelf above the clothes bar was a round styrofoam ball on which sat a wig of long black hair. Bosch caught his breath and stepped all the way into the closet. He studied the wig without touching it. How does this fit? He wondered. He turned to his right and found more pieces of women's sheer lingerie and a few thin silk dresses on hangers. On the floor beneath them, parked toe-in to the wall, was a pair of red shoes with stiletto heels. On the other side of the closet, behind some clothes in dry cleaner bags, stood a camera tripod. Bosch's adrenaline began flowing again at a quicker pace. He quickly raised his eyes and began looking among the boxes on the shelves above the clothing bar. One box was marked with Japanese writing, and he carefully pulled it down, finding it surprisingly heavy. Opening it, he found a video camera and cassette recorder. The camera was large, and he recognized that it was not a department store-bought piece of equipment. It was more like the kind of camera Bosch had seen used by TV news crews. It had a detachable industrial battery and a strobe. It was connected by an 8-foot coaxial cable to the recorder. The recorder had a playback screen and editing controls. He thought that Mora's having such obviously expensive equipment was curious, but he did not know what to make of it. He wondered if the vice cop had seized it from a porno producer and never turned it in to the evidence lockup. He pressed a button that opened the cassette housing on the recorder, but it was empty. He repacked the equipment in the box and replaced it on the shelf, all the while wondering why a man with such a camera would have only blank tapes. He realized, as he took another quick look around the closet, that the tapes he had found so far might have recently been erased. He knew if that was the case, Mora might have tumbled to the surveillance. He looked at his watch. 70 minutes. He was pushing the envelope. As he closed the closet door and turned around, he caught his own image in the mirror over the bureau. He quickly turned to the door to go. That was when he saw the rack of lights on a track running high on the wall above the bedroom door. There were 5 lights, and he did not need to turn them on to be able to tell they focused on the bed. He focused on the bed himself for a moment as he began to put it together. He took another glance at his watch, though he already knew it was time to go, and headed for the door. As he crossed the room, he looked at the TV and VCR again, and realized that he had forgotten something. He quickly dropped to his knees in front of the machines and turned the VCR on. He hit the eject button, and a video cassette popped out. He pushed it back in and hit the rewind button. He turned the TV on and pulled out the rover. "1, how we doing?"
Movie's getting out now. I'm watching for him.
That wasn't right, Bosch knew. No general release movie was that short, and he knew the Dome was a single theater, one movie shown at a time. So Mora had gone into the theater after the movie had started, if he had really gone in. An adrenaline-charged alert swept over him. "You sure it's over, 1? He's barely been in there an hour."
We're going in.
There was panic in Sheehan's voice. Then Bosch understood. We're going in. Opelt had not followed Mora into the theater. They had clicked off on Rollenberger's order to split up, but they hadn't followed the order. They couldn't. Mora had seen Sheehan and Opelt the day before at the burrito stand by Central Division. There was no way one of them could go into a dark theater looking for Mora and risk being seen by the vice cop first. If that happened, Mora would instantly tumble to the setup. He would know. Sheehan had rogered the order from Rollenberger because the alternative was to tell the lieutenant that they had fucked up the day before. The VCR rewind clicked off. Bosch sat there motionless, his finger poised in front of the VCR. He knew they had been made. Mora was a cop. He had made the tale. The theater stop had been a scam. He hit the play button. This tape had not been erased. The quality of the image on it was better than Bosch had seen in the video booth at X Marks the Spot 4 nights earlier. The tape had all the production values of a feature-length porno tape. Framed in the TV picture was the 4-poster bed, on which 2 men were engaged in sex with a woman. Bosch watched for a moment and hit the fast-forward button while the picture was still on the screen. The players in the video began a quick, jerking motion that was almost comedic. Bosch watched as they changed couplings over and over. Every conceivable coupling in fast speed. Finally, he returned it to normal speed and studied the players. The woman did not fit the follower's mold. She wore the black wig. She was also rail thin and young. In fact, she wasn't a woman, legally at least. Bosch doubted she was more than 16 years old. One of her partners was young, too. Perhaps he was her age or less. Bosch couldn't be sure. He was sure, however, that the third participant was Ray Mora. His face was turned away from the camera, but Bosch could tell, and he could see the gold metal, the Holy Spirit, bouncing on his chest. He turned the tape off. I forgot about that tape, didn't I? Still on his knees in front of the television, Bosch turned. Ray Mora was standing there with a gun pointed at his face. Hey, Ray. Thanks for reminding me. Don't worry about it. Look, Ray, why don't you don't look at me. What? I don't want you to look at me. Turn around. Look at the screen. Bosch obediently looked at the blank screen. You're a lefty, right? Well, with your right hand, take out your gun and slide it across the floor, this way. Bosch carefully followed the orders. He thought he heard Mora pick the gun up off the floor. You fucks think I'm the follower. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, Ray. We were checking you out, that's all. I know now, I know we're wrong. The kosher burrito boys. Somebody ought to teach them how to follow a fucking suspect. They don't know shit. Took me a while, but I figured something was going down after I saw them. So we're wrong about you, right, Ray? You have to ask, Bosch, after what you just saw? The answer is, yeah, you got your head up your ass. Whose idea was it to check me out? Ayman? Libby? Ayman and Libby were the co-commanders of Administrative Vice. No, it came from me. It was my call. A long moment of silence followed this confession. Then maybe I ought to just blow your head off right here. Be within my rights, wouldn't it? Look, Ray, don't! Bosch stopped from turning all the way and looked back at the television. You do that, Ray, and your life unalterably changes. You know that. It did that as soon as you broke in, Bosch. Why shouldn't I just take it to the logical conclusion? Cap you and just disappear? 'Cause you're a cop, Ray. Am I? Am I still going to be a cop if I let you go? You going to kneel there and tell me you'll make it right for me? Ray, I don't know what to tell you. Those kids on the video are underage, but I only know that because of an illegal search. You end this now and put away the gun, we can work something out. Yeah, Harry? Can everything go back to the way it was? The badge is all I got. I can't give... Ray, shut up! Just shut up! I'm trying to think. Bosch felt the anger hitting him in the back like rain. You know my secret, Bosch. How the fuck does that make you feel? Bosch had no answer. His mind was tumbling, trying to come up with the next move, the next sentence, when he flinched at the sound of Sheehan's voice coming over the rover in his pocket.
We lost him. He's not in the theater.
There was a sharp degree of urgency in Sheehan's voice. Bosch and Mora were silent, listening.
What do you mean, Team 1?
Rollenberger's voice said. Who's that? Mora asked. Rollenberger, RHD, Bosch answered. Sheehan's voice said.
The movie got out 10 minutes ago. People came out, but he didn't. I went in, he's gone. His car is still here, but he's gone. I thought one of you went in.
Rollenberger barked, his own voice tightening with panic.
We did, but we lost him,
Sheehan said. Liar, Mora said. A long moment of silence followed before he said, Now they'll probably start hitting the hotels looking for me, because to them, I'm the follower. Yes, Bosch said. But they know I'm here, Ray. I should call in. As if on cue, Sheehan's voice came from the rover.
Team 6?
That's Sheehan, Ray. I'm 6. Call him. Be careful, Harry. Bosch slowly took the radio out of his pocket with his right hand and held it up to his mouth. He pressed the transmitter. 1. Did you find him?
Negative. In the wind. What's on TV?
Nothing. There's nothing on tonight.
Then you ought to leave the house and help us out.
Already on the way, Bosch said quickly. Where are you at?
Team 6, this is team leader. We need you to come in. We're bringing in the task force to help locate the suspect. All units will meet at the Dome parking lot.
Be there in 10. Out. He dropped his arm back to his side. A whole task force, huh? Mora asked. Bosch looked down and nodded. Look, Ray, that was all code. They know I went to your house. If I don't show up at the Dome in 10 minutes, they'll come looking for me here. What do you want to do? I don't know. But I guess that gives me at least 15 minutes to decide, doesn't it? Sure, Ray, take your time. Don't make a mistake. Too late for that, he said, almost wistfully. Then he added, Tell you what, take out the tape. Bosch ejected the tape and held it up over his left shoulder to Mora. No, I want you to do this for me, Harry. Open the bottom drawer and take out the magnet. That's what the hockey puck was. Bosch put the tape on top of the stand next to the TV and reached down for the magnet. Feeling its heaviness as he lifted it, he wondered if he'd have a chance, if he could maybe turn and hurl it at Mora before the vice cop got off a shot. You'd be dead before you tried, Mora said, knowing his thoughts. You know what to do with it. Bosch ran the magnet over the top side of the tape. Let's put it in and see how we did, Mora instructed. Okay, Ray, whatever you say. Bosch put the tape into the VCR and pushed the play button. The screen filled with the static of a dead channel. It cast a grayish shroud of dull light over Bosch. He hit the fast-forward button, and the static continued. The tape had been wiped clean. Good, Mora said. That ought to do it. That was the last tape. No evidence, Ray. You're in the clear. But you'll always know. And you'll tell them, won't you, Harry? You'll tell IAD. You'll tell the world. I'll never be clear, so don't fucking say I'll be clear. Everyone will know. Bosch didn't answer. After a moment, he thought he heard the creaking of the wood floor. When Morris spoke, he was very close behind. Let me give you a tip, Harry. Nobody in this world is who they say they are. Nobody. Not when they're in their own room with the door shut and locked. And nobody knows anybody, no matter what they think. The best you can hope for is to know yourself. And sometimes, when you do, when you see your true self, you have to turn away. Bosch heard nothing for several seconds. He kept his eyes on the television screen and thought he could see ghosts forming and disintegrating in the static. He felt the grayish-blue glow burning behind his eyes and the start of a headache. He hoped he was going to live long enough to get it. You were always a good guy to me, Harry. There was a sound from the hallway, then a shout.
Mora!
It was Sheehan's voice. Immediately, it was followed by light that flooded the room. Bosch heard the pounding of several feet on the wood floor. Then there was a shout from Mora and the sound of impact as he was tackled. Bosch took his thumb off the rover's transmit button and began to throw himself to the right, out of harm's way. And in that moment, a gunshot cracked across the room, echoing, it seemed, as loudly as anything he had ever heard. 28. Once Bosch had cleared the rover channel, Rollenberger came up almost immediately.
Bosch! Sheehan! Team 1! What is happening there? Report immediately!
After a long moment went by, Bosch answered calmly. This is 6. Team leader, be advised you should proceed to subjects 20.
His home? What? Did we have shots fired?
Team leader, be advised to keep the channel open, and all task force units disregard the call out. All units are 10-7 until further notice. Unit 5, are you up?
5.
Edgar responded. 5, could you meet me at our subjects 20?
On my way.
6 out. Bosch turned off the rover before Rollenberger could get back on the channel. It took the lieutenant a half hour to get from the Parker Center operations post to the house on Sierra Linda. By the time he arrived, Edgar was already there and a plan was in place. Bosch opened the front door just as Rollenberger reached it. The lieutenant strode through the entrance with a face turned red with equal parts of anger and befuddlement.
Okay, Bosch, what the hell is going on here? You had no authority to cancel the call-out, to countermand my order.
I thought the less people that know, the better, Lieutenant. I called out Edgar. I thought that would be enough to handle it, and that way not too many would—
No what, Bosch? Handle what? What is going on here?
Bosch looked at him a moment before answering, then, in an even voice, said, One of the men in your command conducted an illegal search of the suspect's residence. He was caught in the act when the suspect eluded the surveillance you were supervising. That's what happened. Rollenberger reacted as if he had been slapped.
Are you crazy, Bosch? Where's the phone?
You called Chief Irving, and you can forget about ever running a task force again. You can forget about a lot of things.
Bullshit! I had nothing to do with this. You went freelancing on your own and got your fingers caught in the jar. Where's Mora?
He's upstairs in the room to the right, handcuffed to the Nautilus machine. Rollenberger looked around at the others standing in the living room. Sheehan, Opelt, Edgar. They all gave him deadpan looks. Bosch said, If you knew nothing about it, Lieutenant, you'll have to prove that. Everything said on Simplex 5 tonight is on the reel-to-reel down at the City Comm Center. I said I was in the house. You were listening. You even spoke to me a few times.
Bosch, you were talking in codes. I knew no—
Rollenberger suddenly sprang wildly at Bosch, his hands up and going for his neck. Bosch was ready and reacted more aggressively. He pounded both palms into the other man's chest and slammed him back against a hallway wall. A picture 2 feet to his side slid off the wall and clattered to the floor.
Bosch, you fool! The bust is ruined now, he said while slumped against the wall. It was all
There's no bust. He's the wrong man, I think. But we have to be sure. You want to help us search the place and think about how to contain this, or do you want to call out the chief and explain how badly you handled your command? Bosch stepped away, adding, The phone's in the kitchen. The search of the house took more than 4 hours. The 5 of them, working methodically and silently, searched every room, every drawer, every cabinet. What little evidence they gathered of Detective Ray Mora's secret life they put on the dining room table. All the while their host remained in the upstairs gym room, cuffed to one of the chrome bars of the weight machine. He was accorded fewer rights than a murderer would have received had he been arrested in his home. No phone call, no lawyer, no rights. This was always the case when cops investigated cops. Every cop knew the most flagrant abuses of police power occurred when cops turned on their own. Occasionally, as they began the initial work, they would hear Mora call out. He called for Bosch most often, sometimes Rollenberger, but no one came to him until finally Sheehan and Opelt, concerned that the neighbors would hear and maybe call the police, went into the room and gagged him with a bathroom towel and black electrical tape. The silence of the searchers was not in deference to the neighbors, however. The detectives worked quietly because of the tensions among them. Though Rollenberger was visibly angry with Bosch, most of the tension was derived from Sheehan and Opelt having blown the surveillance, which directly led to Mora's discovery of Bosch inside his house. No one except Rollenberger was upset by Bosch's illegal entry of the house. Bosch's own home had been similarly violated at least twice that he knew about during times when he had been the focus of internal investigations. Just like the badge, it came with the job. When they completed the search, the dining room table was stacked with the porno magazines and store-bought tapes, the video equipment, the wig, the women's clothing, and Mora's personal phone book. The television that had been hit by Mora's stray shot was also there. By then, Rollenberger had cooled somewhat, having apparently used the hours to consider his situation as well as to search. "All right," he said as the other four convened around the table and surveyed its contents. "What have we got? Number one, are we confident Mora is not our man?" Rollenberger looked around the room, and his eyes stopped on Bosch. "What do you think, Bosch?" "You heard my story. He denied it, and what was on the last tape before he made me erase it doesn't fit with the follower." It looked completely consensual, though the boy and girl with him were obviously underage. He wasn't the follower. "Then what is he?" "Somebody with problems. I think he got bent by staying too long in Vice and started making his own flicks." "Was he selling them?" "I don't know. I doubt it. No evidence of that here. He didn't go very far in hiding himself in the tape I saw. I think it was just his own stuff. He wasn't in it for money. It was something deeper." No one said anything, so Bosch continued. "My guess is that he made our tail sometime after we set up on him and began getting rid of the evidence. Tonight he was probably playing around with the tail, trying to figure what we were on him for."
This is the end of disc number 10. Please insert disc number 11. This is disc number 11.
My guess is that he made our tail sometime after we set up on him and began getting rid of the evidence. Tonight he was probably playing around with the tail, trying to figure what we were on him for. He's gotten rid of most of the evidence, but if you put somebody on that phone book, my bet is you'll put it together. Some of those listings with only a first name, you track them and you'll probably find some of the kids in the videos. Sheehan made a move to pick up the phone book. "Leave it," Rollenberger said. "If anybody continues this, it will be internal affairs." "How are they going to do that?" Bosch asked. "What do you mean?" "It's all fruit of the poison tree. The search, everything, all of it's illegal. We can't move against Mora." "And we can't let him carry a badge either," Rollenberger said testily. "The man should be in jail." The following silence was broken by the sound of Mora's hoarse but loud voice from upstairs. He had somehow slipped the gag. "Bosch! Bosch! I want a deal, Bosch! I'll give—" He began coughing. "I'll give him to you, Bosch! You hear me? You hear me?" Sheehan headed toward the stairs, which began in the alcove outside the dining room. He said, "This time I'll make it so tight the fuck'll strangle." "Wait a minute," Rollenberger ordered. Sheehan stopped at the archway leading to the alcove. "What's he saying?" Rollenberger said. "Who will he give?" He looked at Bosch, who shrugged his shoulders. They waited. Rollenberger looked up at the ceiling, but Mora was silent. Bosch stepped over to the table and picked up the phone book. He said, "I think I've got an idea." The odor of Mora's sweat filled the room. He sat on the floor, his hands cuffed behind him and to the workout machine. The towel that had been wrapped around his mouth and taped had slipped down to his neck so that it looked like a cervical collar. The front of it was damp with spittle, and Bosch guessed that Mora had loosened it by working his jaw up and down. "Bosch, unhook me." "Not yet." Rollenberger stepped forward. "Detective Mora, you have problems. You've got problems. You're the one. All of this is illegal. How are you going to explain this? Know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hire that bitch Money Chandler and sue the department for $1 million. Yeah, I'll—" "Can't spend $1 million in jail, Ray," Bosch said. He held up Mora's phone book so that the vice cop could see it. "This gets dropped off at Internal Affairs and they'll make a case. All those names and numbers, there's got to be somebody that would talk about you. Somebody underage, probably. Think we're giving you a hard time? Wait until IAD takes over. They'll make a case, Ray, and they'll make it without tonight's search. That will just be your word against ours." Bosch saw a quick movement in Mora's eyes, and he knew he had struck bone. Mora was afraid of the names in the book. "So," Bosch said, "what deal did you have in mind, Ray?" Mora looked away from the book, first to Rollenberger, and then to Bosch, and then back to Rollenberger. "You can make a deal?" "I have to hear it first," Rollenberger said. "Okay, this is the deal. I walk and I give you the follower. I know who it is." Bosch was immediately skeptical, but said nothing. Rollenberger looked at him, and Bosch shook his head once. "I know," Mora said. "The peeping Tom I told you about, that was no bullshit. I got the ID today. It fits. I know who it is." Now Bosch took him more seriously. He folded his arms in front of his body, threw a quick glance at Rollenberger. "Who?" Rollenberger said. "What's the deal first?" Rollenberger stepped to the window and parted the curtains. He was turning it over to Bosch, who took a step forward and squatted like a baseball catcher in front of Mora. "This is the deal. It is offered only this one time. Take it or let the chips fall where they may. You give the name to me and your badge to Lieutenant Rollenberger. You resign immediately from the department. You agree not to sue the department or any of us individually. In exchange, you walk." "How do I know you—" "You don't. And how do we know that you'll keep your end? I hang on to the phone book, Ray. You try to fuck us, and it goes to IAD. Do we have a deal?" Mora stared at him without speaking a long moment. Finally, Bosch got up and turned to the door. Rollenberger headed that way too and said, "Unhook him, Bosch. Take him to Parker and book him on assault on a police officer, unlawful sex with a minor, pandering, anything you can think." "We got a deal," Mora blurted. "But I've got no insurance." Bosch turned back to look at him. "That's right, you don't." "The name?" Mora looked from Bosch to Rollenberger. "Unhook me. The name, Mora," Rollenberger said. "This is it. It's Locke. The fucking shrink. You assholes, you put the finger on me and the whole time he's the one pushing the buttons." Bosch was jolted, but in that same moment he began immediately to see how it could be. Locke knew the Dollmaker's program. He fit the follower's profile. He was the Tom? Yeah, it was him. Got him ID'd by a producer today. He went around saying he was writing a book so he could get close to the girls. Then he killed them, Bosch. The whole time he's been playing doctor with you, Bosch. He's been out there, killing. Rollenberger turned to Bosch and said, "What do you think?" Bosch left the room without answering. He went down the stairs and trotted out the door to his car. Locke's book was on the back seat where Bosch had left it the day he bought it. As he headed back into the house with it, he noticed that the first etchings of dawn's light were in the sky. On Mora's dining room table, Bosch opened the book and began leafing through it until he came to a page marked Author's Note. In the second paragraph, Locke wrote, The material for this book was gathered over the course of 3 years from interviews with countless adult film performers, many of whom requested that they remain anonymous or be identified only by their stage names. The author wishes to thank them and the film producers who granted him access to the sets and production offices at which these interviews were conducted. The Mystery Man. Bosch realized Mora could be right, that Locke was the man whom the video performer gallery had reported as a suspect when she called the original task force tip number 4 years earlier. Bosch next flipped to the index of the book and ran his fingers down the names. Velvet Box was listed. So were Holly Lear and Magna Cum Loudly. Bosch quickly reviewed in his mind Locke's involvement in the case. He would definitely fit as a suspect for the same reasons Mora had fit. He had had a foot in both camps, as Locke himself had described it. He had access to all information about the Dollmaker deaths and, at the same time, was conducting research for a book on the psychology of female performers in the pornography industry. Bosch became excited, but more so, he was angry. Mora had been right. Locke had punched his buttons, to the point that he had helped set the cops on the path to the wrong man. If Locke was the follower, he had played Bosch perfectly. Rollenberger dispatched Sheehan and Opel to Locke's house to put him under immediate surveillance. "This time, don't fuck it up," he said, as he recovered some of his command presence. Next, he announced there would be a meeting of the task force at noon Sunday, little more than 6 hours away. He said they would then discuss seeking a search warrant for Locke's home and office and decide what moves to make. As he headed to the door, Rollenberger looked at Bosch and said, "Go cut him loose. Then, Bosch, you better go get some sleep. You're going to need it." "What about you? How are you going to handle Irving on this?" Rollenberger was looking down at the gold detective's shield he held in his hand. It was Mora's. He closed his hand over it and put it in his sport coat pocket. Then he looked at Bosch. "That's my business, isn't it, Bosch? Don't worry about it." After the others had left, Bosch and Edgar went up the stairs to the gym room. Mora was silent and refused to look at them as they removed the handcuffs. They said nothing and left him there, the towel still around his neck like a noose, staring at his fractured image in the wall mirror. Bosch lit a cigarette and looked at his watch when he got to his car. It was 6:20, and he was too wired to go home to sleep. He got in the car and pulled the Rover from his pocket. "Frankie, you up?"
Yo.
Sheehan responded. "Anything?"
Just got here. No life showing. Don't know whether he's here or not. Garage door's down.
Okay, then. Bosch thought of an idea. He picked up Locke's book and took the cover off it. He folded it and put it in his pocket. Then he started the car. After stopping for coffee at a Winchell's, Bosch got to the Sybil Brand Institute by 7. Because of the early hour, he had to get the watch commander's approval to interview Georgia Stern. He could see she was sick as soon as she was brought into the interview room. She sat hunched over with her arms folded in front of her, as if she were carrying a bag of groceries that had broken and was guarding against losing anything. "Remember me?" he asked. "Man, you gotta get me out." "Can't do that, but I can get them to take you into the clinic. You can get methadone in your orange juice." "I want to get out." "I'll get you in the clinic." She dropped her head in defeat. She started a slight rocking motion, back and forth. She seemed pitiful to Bosch, but he knew he had to let it go. There were more important things, and she couldn't be saved. "You remember me?" he asked again, "from the other night?" She nodded. "We showed you pictures?" "I've got another." He put the dust jacket from the book on the table. She looked at Locke's photo for a long while. "Well?" "What?" "I seen him. He talked to me once." "About what?" "Making movies. He was... I think he's an interviewer." "Interviewer?" "I mean, like a writer.
He said it was for a book. I told him don't use any of my names, but I never checked.
George, think back. Hard. This is very important. Could he also be the one who attacked you?
You mean the Dollmaker? The Dollmaker's dead.
I know that. I think it was someone else who attacked you. Look at the photo. Was it him? She looked at the photo and shook her head.
I don't know. They told me it was the Dollmaker, so I forgot what he looked like after he was killed.
Bosch leaned back in his chair. It was useless.
You still going to get me in the clinic?
She asked timidly after seeing his change in mood.
Yeah. You want for me to tell them you've got the virus?
What virus?
AIDS.
What for?
To get you whatever medicine you need.
I don't have AIDS.
Look, I know the last time Van Nuys Vice put the bust on you, you had AZT in your purse.
That's for protection. I got that from a friend of mine who's sick. He gave me the bottle and I put cornstarch in it.
Protection?
I don't want to work for no pimp. Some asshole comes up and says he's now your man. I show him the shit and say I got the virus, you know, and he splits. They don't want girls with AIDS. Bad for their business.
She smiled slyly, and Bosch changed his mind about her. She might be saved after all. She had the instincts of a survivor. The Hollywood Station Detective Bureau was completely deserted, which was not unusual for 9 on a Sunday morning. After stealing a cup of coffee from the watch office while the sergeant was busy at the wall map, Bosch went to the homicide table and called Sylvia, but got no answer. He wondered if she was gardening out back and hadn't heard the phone, or had gone out, maybe to get the Sunday paper to read the story about Beatrice Fontenot. Bosch leaned back in his chair. He didn't know what his next move was. He used the rover to check with Sheehan and once again was told that there had been no movement at Locke's house.
Think we should go up and knock?
Sheehan asked. He wasn't expecting an answer, and Bosch didn't give one. But he started thinking about it. It gave him another idea. He decided he would go to Locke's house to finesse him, to run the story about Maura by him and see how Locke reacted, and if he would say the vice cop was probably the follower. He threw the empty coffee cup in the trash can and looked over at his slot in the memo and mailbox on the wall. He saw he had something in there. He got up and took 3 pink phone message forms and a white envelope back to his desk. He looked at the messages and one by one dismissed them as unimportant and put them on his message spike to be considered later. 2 were from TV reporters and 1 was from a prosecutor asking about evidence in one of his other cases. All the calls had come in Friday. Then he looked at the envelope and felt a chill like a cold steel ball rolling down the back of his neck. It had only his name on the outside, but the distinctive printing style could mean it was from nobody else. He dropped the envelope on the table, opened his drawer, and dug around in the notebooks, pens, and paper clips until he found a pair of rubber gloves. Then he carefully opened the follower's message. Long after the body stops stinking, of me you'll be thinking, for taking your precious blonde off your bloody hands. I'll make her my dolly, after I've had my sweet jolly, and maybe to leave then, for other soft lands, no air for her to swallow, after me dare you not follow. Her last word, my gosh, a sound like boss. As he left the station, he ran through the watch commander's office, almost knocked down the startled duty sergeant, and yelled, "Get hold of Detective Jerry Edgar. Tell him to come up on the rover. He'll know what I mean." 29. Getting to the freeway was so frustrating that Bosch believed he could actually feel his blood pressure rising. His skin began to feel tight around his eyes. His face grew warm. There was some kind of Sunday morning performance at the Hollywood Bowl, and traffic on Highland was backed up to Fountain. Bosch tried taking some side streets, but so were many of the people going to the bowl. He was deep into this quagmire before he cursed himself for not remembering that he had the bubble and siren. Working homicide, it had been so long since he had to race to get anywhere that he had forgotten. After he slid the bubble onto the roof and hit the siren, the cars began to part in front of him, and he remembered how easy it could be. He had just gotten onto the Hollywood freeway and was speeding north through the Cahuenga Pass when Jerry Edgar's voice came up on the rover on the seat next to him.
Harry Bosch?
Yeah, Edgar, listen. I want you to call the Sheriff's Department, Valencia Station, and tell them to get a car to Sylvia's house, Code 3. Tell them to make sure she's okay. Code 3 meant lights and siren, an emergency. He gave Edgar her address. Make the call now and then come back up.
Okay, Harry, what's going on?
Make the call now! 3 minutes later, Edgar was back on the radio.
They're on the way. What have you got?
I'm on my way, too. What I want you to do is go into the division. I left a note on my desk. It's from the follower. Secure it, and then call Rolenberger and Irving and tell them what's happening.
What is happening?
Bosch had to swerve into the median to avoid hitting a car that pulled into the lane in front of him. The driver hadn't seen Bosch coming, and Bosch knew he was going too fast, a steady 93, for the siren to give much of a warning to the cars ahead of him. The note's another poem. It says he's going to take the blonde off my hands. Sylvia. There's no answer at her house, but there still may be time. I don't think I was supposed to find the note until Monday when I came in for work.
On my way. Be careful, buddy. Stay cool.
Stay cool, Bosch thought, right. He thought of what Locke had told him about the follower being angry, wanting to get back at him for putting down the Dollmaker. Not Sylvia, he hoped. He wouldn't be able to live with it. He picked the radio back up. Team 1.
Yo.
Sheehan replied. Go get him. If he's there, bring him in.
You sure?
Bring him in. There was a lone sheriff's car in front of Sylvia's house. When Bosch pulled to a stop, he saw a uniformed deputy standing on the front step, back to the door. It looked as if he was guarding the place, as if he was protecting a crime scene. As he started to get out, Bosch felt a sharp, stabbing pain on the left side of his chest. He held still for a moment, and it eased. He ran around the car and across the lawn, working his badge out of his pocket as he went. LAPD, what have you got? It's locked. I walked around, all windows and doors secured. No answer. Looks like nobody's... Bosch pushed past him and used his key to open the door. He ran from room to room, making a quick search for obvious signs of foul play. There were none. The deputy had been right. Nobody was home. Bosch looked in the garage, and Sylvia's Cherokee was not there. Still, Bosch made a second sweep of the house, opening closets, looking under beds, looking for any indication that something was amiss. The deputy was standing in the living room when Bosch finally came out of the bedroom wing. Can I go now? I was pulled off a call that seems a little more important than this. Bosch noted the annoyance in the deputy's voice and nodded for him to go. He followed him out and got the rover out of the Caprice. Edgar, you up?
What do you have there, Harry?
There was the sound of genuine dread in his voice. Nothing here. No sign of her or anything else.
I'm at the station. You want me to put a bolo out?
Bosch described Sylvia and her Cherokee for the Be on Lookout dispatch that would go out to all patrol cars.
I'll put it out. We got the task force coming in. Irving, too. We'll be meeting here. There's nothing else to do but wait.
I'm going to wait here a while. Keep me posted. Team 1, you up?
Team 1? We went up to the door, nobody home. We're standing by. If he shows, we'll bring him in.
Bosch sat in the living room, his arms folded in front of him, for more than an hour. He now knew why Georgia Stern had held herself this way at Sybil Brand. There was comfort in it. Still, the silence of the house was nerve-wracking. He was staring at the portable phone he had put on the coffee table, waiting for it to ring, when he heard a key hit the lock on the front door. He jumped up and was moving toward the entry when the door opened and a man stepped in. It wasn't Locke. It wasn't anyone Bosch knew, but he had a key. Without hesitating, Bosch moved into the entrance and slammed the man up against the door as he turned to close it. "Where is she?" he shouted. "What? What?" the man cried out. "Where is she?" "She couldn't come. I'm going to watch it for her. She's got another open in U-Haul. Please." Bosch realized what was happening just as the pager on his belt sounded its shrill tone. He stepped away from the man. "You're the realtor?" "I work for her. What are you doing? Nobody's supposed to be here." Bosch pulled the pager off his belt and saw the readout was his home phone number. "I have to make a call." He went back to the living room. Over his shoulder, he heard the real estate man say, "Yeah, you do that. What the hell is going on here?" Bosch punched the number into the phone, and Sylvia picked up after one ring. "Are you okay?"
Yes. Harry, where are you?
"At your place. Where have you been?"
I picked up a pie at Marie Callender's and took it and the flowers I got to the fountain nose. I just felt like doing...
"Sylvia, listen to me. Is the door locked?"
What? I don't know.
Put the phone down and go make sure. Make sure the sliding door to the porch is locked, too, and the door to the carport. I'll wait.
Harry, what is...
Go do it now. She was back in a minute. Her voice sounded very timid.
Okay, everything's locked.
Okay, good. Now listen, I'm coming there right now, and it will only take me half an hour. In the meantime, no matter who comes to the door, don't answer it and don't make any sound. Understand?
You're scaring me, Harry.
I know that. Do you understand what I said?
Yes.
Good. Bosch thought for a moment. What else could he tell her? "Sylvia, after we are done here, I want you to go to the closet near the front door. On the shelf, there is a white box. Take it down and take out the gun. There are bullets in the red box in the cabinet over the sink. The red box, not the blue. Load the gun."
I can't do... What are you telling me?
"Yes, you can, Sylvia. Load the gun. Then wait for me. If anybody comes through the door and it's not me, protect yourself." She didn't say anything. "I'm on my way. I love you." While Bosch was on the freeway going south, Edgar came up on the radio and told him Sheehan and Opelt still had made no sighting of Locke. The presidents had been dispatched to USC, but Locke was not at his office either.
They're going to sit on both locations. I'm working on a warrant for the house now, but I don't think the PC is there.
Bosch knew he was probably right. Mora's identification of Locke as the man hanging around porno sets and the names of 3 of the victims in his book were not probable cause to search his house. He told Edgar that he had located Sylvia and was headed to her now. After signing off, he realized that her trip to the Fontenot house might have saved her life. He saw a symbiotic grace in that. A life taken, a life saved. Before opening the door to his house, he loudly announced he was there, then turned the key and walked into Sylvia's trembling arms. He held her to his chest and said into the radio, "We're all safe here," then turned it off. They sat down on the couch, and Bosch told her everything that had happened since they had last been together. He could tell by her eyes that it scared her more knowing what was going on than not. She, in turn, explained that she had to get out of the house because the realtor was holding an open house. That was why she had gone to Bosch's house after visiting the Fontenots. He explained that he had forgotten about the open house. "You might need to get a new realtor after today," he said. They laughed together to let some of the tension go. "I'm sorry," he said. "This should never have involved you." They sat in silence for a while after that. She leaned against him as if she was weary of everything. "Why do you do this, Harry? You deal with so much."
The most awful people and the things they do. Why do you keep going? He thought about that, but knew there was no real answer, and that she wasn't expecting one. I don't want to stay here, he said, after a while. We can go back to my house at 4. No, let's just get out of here. The 2-room suite at the Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica gave them a sweeping view of the ocean across a wide beach. It was the kind of room that came with 2 full-length terry-cloth robes and gold foil-wrapped chocolates left on the pillow. The suite's front door was off the 4th landing of a 5-story atrium with a wall of glass that faced the ocean and would capture the entire arc of the sunset. There was a porch with 2 chaise lounges and a table, and they had lunch delivered by room service there. Bosch had brought the rover in with him, but it was turned off. He would keep in touch as the search for Locke went on, but he was out of it for the day. He had called in and talked to Edgar and then Irving. He told them he would stay with Sylvia, though it seemed unlikely that the follower would make a move now. He was not needed anyway because the task force was in a holding pattern, waiting for Locke to turn up, or something else to break. Irving had said the presidents had contacted the dean of the psychology department at USC, who, in turn, contacted one of Locke's graduate assistants. She reported that Locke had mentioned on Friday that he would be in Las Vegas for the weekend, staying at the Stardust. He taught no classes on Mondays, so he would not be back at the school until Tuesday.
But we checked the Stardust,
Irving said.
Locke had a reservation, but never checked in.
What about the warrant?
We've had 3 turndowns from 3 judges. You know it's pretty weak when a judge won't rubber stamp a search warrant for us. We're going to have to let that gel for a while. In the meantime, we'll be watching his house and his office. I'd like to leave it that way until he surfaces and we can talk to him.
Bosch heard the doubt in Irving's voice. He wondered how Rollenberger had explained the leap in the investigation from Mora to Locke as the suspect. You think we're wrong? He realized there was a quiver of doubt in his own voice.
I don't know. We traced the note, partially. It was left at the front desk sometime Saturday night. The desk man went back for coffee about 9, got sidetracked by the watch commander, and when he came back out, it was there on the counter. He had an explorer put it in your slot. The only thing it means for sure is that we were wrong about Mora. Anyway, the point is, we could be wrong again. Right now, all we have are hunches. Good hunches, mind you, but that's all. I want to proceed a little more carefully this time.
The translation was, "You screwed us up with your hunch on Mora. We are going to be more skeptical this time." Bosch understood this. What if the Vegas trip was a cover? The note says something about moving on. Maybe Locke's running.
Maybe.
Should we put out a bolo? Get a warrant?
I think we're going to wait until at least Tuesday, Detective. Give him a chance to come back. Just 2 more days.
It was clear Irving wanted to sit tight. He was going to wait for events to control what he would do next. Okay, I'll check in later. They napped in the king-size bed until it was dark, and then Bosch turned on the news to see if any of what had happened in the last 24 hours had leaked. It hadn't, but midway through the newscast on 2, Bosch stopped flipping through the channels with the selector. The story that stopped him was an update on the Beatrice Fontenot killing. A photo of the girl, her hair and cornrows, appeared on the right side of the screen. The blonde anchor said, "Police announced today that they have identified a suspected gunman in the death of 16-year-old Beatrice Fontenot. The man they are looking for is an alleged drug dealer who was a rival of Beatrice's older brothers," Detective Stanley Hanks said. He said the shots fired at the Fontenot house were in all probability meant for the brothers. Instead, a bullet struck Beatrice, an honor student at Grant High in the Valley, in the head. Her funeral is scheduled for later this week.
Bosch turned off the television and looked back at Sylvia, who was propped up on 2 pillows against the wall. They didn't say anything. After a room service dinner, which they ate with almost no conversation in the front room of the suite, they took turns in the shower. Bosch went second, and as the coarse water stung his scalp, he decided that it was time for him to lose all his baggage, to come clean. He trusted his faith in her desire to know all of him, and he knew that if he did nothing, he was risking what they had each day he kept the secrets of his life inside. Somehow, he knew facing her was facing himself. He had to accept what he was, where he had come from, and what he had become, if he was to be accepted by her. They were in their bleached white bathrobes, she in the chair by the sliding door, he standing near the bed. Beyond her, through the door, he could see the full moon casting a shifting reflection on the Pacific. He didn't know how to start. She had been leafing through a hotel magazine filled with suggestions for tourists on what to do in the city. None of them were things that people who lived here ever did. She closed it and put it on the table. She looked at him and then looked away. She started before he could say a word. "Harry, I want you to go home." He sat on the edge of the bed, put his elbows on his knees, and ran his hands through his hair. He had no idea what was going on. "What do you mean?" "Too much death." "Sylvia? Harry, I've done so much thinking this weekend that I can't think anymore. But I know this. We have to be apart for a while. I have to sort things out. Your life, it's 2 days ago you said our problem was that I held things back from you. Now you're saying you don't want to know about me. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what you do." He shook his head. "Same thing, Sylvia. You should know that. Look, it's been a rough couple of days. I just need some time to decide if this is right for me. For us. Believe me, I'm thinking about you, too. I'm not sure I'm the right one for you. I am, Sylvia. Please, don't say that. Don't make it any more difficult. I don't want to go back to being without you, Sylvia. That's all I know right now. I don't want to be alone. Harry, I don't want to hurt you, and I would never, ever ask you to change for me. I know you, and I don't think you could change even if you wanted to. So, what I have to decide is whether I can live with that and live with you. I do love you, Harry, but I need some time." She was crying now. Bosch could see it in the mirror. He wanted to get up to hold her, but he knew it was the wrong move. He was the cause of her tears. There was a long silence, both of them sitting in private pain. She was looking down into her lap, where her hands held each other. He looked out at the ocean and saw a drift fishing boat cut across the reflected path of the moon on its way toward the Channel Islands. "Say something to me," she finally said. "I'll do whatever you want," he said. "You know that." "I'll go into the bathroom until you get dressed and leave. Sylvia, I want to know that you are safe. I would like to ask you to let me sleep in the other room. In the morning, we'll figure something out. I'll leave then." "No, we both know nothing will happen. That man, Locke, he's probably far away, running from you, Harry. I'll be safe. I'll take a taxi to school tomorrow and I'll be safe. Just give me some time." "Time to decide." "Yes, to decide." She got up and walked quickly by him to the bathroom. He put his arm out, but she brushed by it.
After the door closed, he could hear her pull tissues from the dispenser. Then he could hear her crying. "Please leave, Harry," she said after a while. "Please." He heard her turn the water on so she wouldn't hear him if he said anything. Bosch felt like a fool to be sitting there in his luxury bathrobe. It ripped when he pulled it off. That night he took a blanket from the trunk of the Caprice and made a bed on the sand about 100 yards from the hotel. But he didn't sleep. He sat with his back to the ocean and his eyes on the curtained sliding door on the 4th-floor balcony next to the atrium. Through the glass wall of the atrium he could also see her front door and would know if anyone approached. It was cold on the beach, but he didn't need the sea wind's chill to stay awake. 30. Bosch was 10 minutes late coming into the courtroom Monday morning. He had waited to make sure Sylvia got a cab and was safely off to school before going home and changing into the same suit he had worn Friday. But as he hurried in, he saw that Judge Keyes wasn't on the bench and Chandler wasn't at the plaintiff's table. Church's widow sat alone, looking straight forward in a prayerful pose. Harry sat down next to Belk and said, "What's up?" "We were waiting for you and Chandler. Now we're just waiting for her. The judge was not happy about it." Bosch saw the judge's clerk get up from her desk and knock on the chamber's door. She then poked her head in, and he could hear her say, "Detective Bosch is here. Miss Chandler's secretary still hasn't located her." The constricting feeling in his chest began then. Bosch felt himself immediately begin to sweat. How could he have missed it? He leaned forward and put his face into his hands. "I gotta make a call," he said, and stood up. Belk turned, probably to tell him not to go anywhere, but was silenced by the opening of the chamber's door. Judge Keyes strode out and said, "Remain seated." He took his place on the bench and told the clerk to buzz the jury in. "We're going to go ahead and get them started again without Miss Chandler being here. We'll deal with her tardiness at a later date." The jury filed in, and the judge asked them if anybody had anything they wanted to bring up, a scheduling problem or anything else. No one said a word. "All right, then. We are going to send you back in to continue deliberations. The marshal will come speak to you later about lunch. By the way, Ms. Chandler had a scheduling conflict this morning, and that's why you don't see her there at the plaintiff's table. You are to pay no mind to that. Thank you very much." They filed back out. The judge instructed the parties who were present to stay within 15 minutes of the courtroom again, then told the clerk to keep trying to find Chandler. With that, he stood up and walked back to his chambers. Bosch was up quickly and out the door of the courtroom. He went to the payphones and dialed the communications center. After giving his name and badge number, he asked the phone clerk to run a Code 3 DMV search on the name Honey Chandler. He said he needed the address and would hold. The rover would not work until he was out of the courthouse underground garage. Once he was out on Los Angeles Street, he tried again and got hold of Edgar, who had his rover on. He gave him the Carmelina Street address in Brentwood he had gotten for Chandler. "Meet me there."
On my way.
He drove down to 3rd and took it up through the tunnel and onto the Harbor Freeway. He was just hitting the Santa Monica Freeway when his pager sounded. He looked at the number while driving and didn't recognize it. He exited the freeway and pulled over at a Koreatown grocery store with a phone on the wall out front.
"Courtroom 4,
said the woman who answered his call. "It's Detective Bosch. Did someone beat me?"
"Yes, we did. We have a verdict. You need to get back here right away."
"What do you mean? I was just there. How'd they—"
"It's not unusual, Detective Bosch. They probably came to an agreement Friday and decided to take the weekend to see if they wanted to change their minds. Look, it gets them out of another day of work."
Back in the car, he picked up the rover again. "Edgar, you there?"
Not quite. You?"
"I gotta turn around. Got a verdict. Can you check this out?"
"No problem. What am I checking out?"
"It's Chandler's house. She's blonde. She didn't show up in court today."
picture.
Bosch had never thought he would hope to see Honey Chandler in court at the table opposite his, but he did. She wasn't there, though. A man Harry didn't recognize was sitting with the plaintiff. As he walked to the defense table, Bosch saw that a couple of reporters, including Bremer, were already in the courtroom. "Who's that?" he asked Belk about the man next to the widow. "Dan Daly. Keyes grabbed him out of the hallway to sit with the woman during the verdict. Chandler is apparently incommunicado. They can't find her." "Anybody go to her house?" "I don't know. I assume they called. What do you care? You should be worried about this verdict." Judge Keyes came out then and took his place. He nodded to the clerk, who buzzed the jury. As the 12 filed in, none of them looked at Bosch, but almost all of them eyed the man sitting next to Deborah Church. "Again, folks," the judge began, "a scheduling conflict has prevented Miss Chandler from being here. Mr. Daly, a fine liar, has agreed to sit in her stead. I understand from the marshal that you have reached a verdict." Several of the 12 heads nodded. Bosch finally saw one man look at him, but then he looked away. Bosch could feel his heart pounding, and he was unsure if it was because of the impending verdict or the disappearance of Honey Chandler, or both. "Can I have the verdict forms, please?" The jury foreman handed a thin stack of papers to the marshal, who handed them to the clerk, who handed them to the judge. It was excruciating to watch. The judge had to put on a pair of reading glasses and then took his time studying the papers. Finally, he handed the papers back to the clerk and said, "Publish the verdict." The clerk did a rehearsal reading in her head first, and then began. "In the above entitled matter on the question of whether defendant Hieronymus Bosch did deprive Norman Church of his civil rights to protection against unlawful search and seizure, we find for the plaintiff." Bosch didn't move. He looked across the room and saw that now all the jurors were looking at him. His eyes turned to Deborah Church, and he saw her grab the arm of the man next to her, even though she didn't know him, and smile. She was turning that smile triumphantly toward Bosch when Belk grabbed his arm. "Don't worry," he whispered. "It's the damages that count." The clerk continued. "The jury hereby awards to the plaintiff in compensatory damages the amount of $1. Bosch heard Belk whisper a gleeful "yes" under his breath. "In the matter of punitive damages, the jury awards the plaintiff the amount of $1. Belk whispered it again, only this time loud enough to be heard in the gallery. Bosch looked at Deborah Church just as the triumph dropped out of her smile and her eyes turned dead. It all seemed surrealistic to Bosch, as if he were observing a play but was actually on the stage with the actors. The verdict meant nothing to him. He just watched everybody. Judge Keyes began his thank you speech to the jury, telling them how they had performed their constitutional duties and should be proud to have served and to be Americans. Bosch tuned it out and just sat there. Sylvia came to mind, and he wished he could tell her. The judge banged down the gavel, and the jury filed out for the last time. Then he left the bench, and Bosch thought he might have had an annoyed look on his face. "Harry," Belk said, "it's a damned good verdict." "Is it?" "I don't know." "Well, it's a mixed verdict, but essentially the jury found what we already admitted to. We said you made mistakes going in like you did, but you already had been reprimanded by your department for that. The jury found, as a matter of law, that you should not have kicked down the door like that, but in awarding only $2, they were saying they believed you. Church made the furtive move, and Church was the Dollmaker." He patted Bosch's back. He was probably waiting for Harry to thank him, but it didn't come. "What about Chandler?" "Well, there's the rub, so to speak. The jury found for the plaintiff, so we are going to have to pick up her tab. She'll probably ask for about $180, maybe $200. We'll probably settle it for $90. It's not bad, Harry, not at all." "I gotta go." Bosch stood up and waded through a clot of people and reporters to get out of the courtroom. He moved quickly to the escalator and, once on, started fumbling to get the last cigarette out of his pack. Bremer jumped on the step behind him, his notebook out and ready. "Congrats, Harry," he said. Bosch looked at him. The reporter seemed sincere. "For what? They said I'm some kind of a constitutional goon." "Yeah, but you walk away $2 light. That ain't bad." "Yeah, well, any comment on the record? I take it constitutional goon was off, right?" "Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Tell you what, let me think for a while. I've got to go, but I'll call you later. Why don't you go back up and talk to Belk? He needs to see his name in the paper." Outside, he lit the cigarette and pulled the rover out of his pocket. "Edgar, you up?"
Here.
"How is it?"
Better come on out, Harry. Everybody's rolling on it.
Bosch threw the cigarette in the ash can. They had done a bad job of keeping it contained. By the time Bosch got to the house on Carmelina, there was already one newscopter circling overhead, and 2 other channels were there on the ground. It would not be long until it was a circus. The case would have 2 big draws, the follower and Honey Chandler. Bosch had to park 2 houses away because of the glut of official cars and vans lining both sides of the street. Parking control officers were just beginning to put down flares and close the street to traffic. The property had been preserved by yellow plastic police lines. Bosch signed an attendance log held by a uniform officer at the tape and slipped underneath. It was a 2-story Bauhaus-style home set on a hillside. Standing outside, Bosch knew the floor-to-ceiling windows of the upstairs rooms would offer sweeping views of the flats below. He counted 2 chimneys. It was a nice house in a nice neighborhood filled with nice lawyers and UCLA professors. Not anymore, he thought. He wished he had a cigarette as he headed in. Edgar was standing just inside the door in a tiled entryway. He was talking on a mobile phone, and it sounded as if he was telling the media relations unit to send people out to handle this. He saw Bosch and pointed up the stairs. The staircase was right off the entry, and Bosch went up. There was a wide hallway that passed 4 doorways upstairs. A group of detectives milled about outside the farthest door, and occasionally they looked inside at something. Bosch walked over. In a way, Bosch knew, he had trained his mind to be almost like that of a psychopath. He practiced the psychology of objectification when at a death scene. Dead people weren't people, they were objects. He had to look at bodies as corpses, as evidence. It was the only way to deal with it and get the job done. It was the only way to survive. But this, of course, was always easier said or thought about than done. Often, Bosch stumbled. As a member of the original Dollmaker task force, he had seen the last 6 of the victims attributed to the serial killer. He saw them in situ, as it was called, in the situation in which they were found. None of them was easy. There was something that seemed so helpless about these victims that it overwhelmed his best efforts at objectification. And knowing that they came from street backgrounds had made it all the worse. It was as if the torture visited upon each one by her killer was only the last in a life of indignities. Now he looked down at the naked and tortured body of Honey Chandler, and no manner of mental tricks or deception could prevent the horror he saw from burning into his soul. For the first time in his years as a homicide investigator, he wanted to close his eyes and just go away. But he didn't. Instead, he stood with the other men who looked down with dead eyes and nonchalant poses, like a gathering of serial killers. Something made him think of the bridge game at San Quentin that Locke had mentioned. A foursome of psychopaths sitting around the table, more killings to their credit than cards on the table. Chandler was face up, her arms outstretched at her sides. Her face was garishly painted with makeup. It hid much of the purplish discoloration which spread from her neck up. A leather strap, cut from a purse which lay spilled on the floor, was tied tightly around her neck, knotted on the right side as if pulled closed with the left hand. In keeping with the prior cases, whatever restraints and gag the killer used had been taken away with him. But there was something outside of the program. Bosch saw that the follower was improvising, now that he was no longer operating under the camouflage of the Dollmaker. Chandler's body was riddled with cigarette burns and bite marks. Some of them had bled, and some were purplish with bruising, meaning the torture had taken place while she was still alive. Rollenberger was in the room and was giving orders, even telling the photographer what angles he wanted. Nixon and Johnson were also in the room. Bosch realized, as probably Chandler had, that the final indignity was that her uncovered body would be left on display for hours in view of men who had despised her in life. Nixon looked up and saw Bosch in the hallway and stepped out of the room. "Harry, what made you tumble to her?" "She didn't show up for court today. Thought it was worth checking out. Guess she was the blonde. Too bad I didn't see it right away." "Yeah. Got a TOD yet?" "Yeah, an estimate. Coroner's tech says time of death was at least 48 hours ago." Bosch nodded. It meant she was dead before he even found the note. It made it a little easier. "Hear anything on lock?" "Nada." "You and Johnson on point on this one?" "Yeah, Hansoff put us on it. Edgar discovered it, but he's primary on last week's case. I know it was your tumble, but I guess Hansoff figured with Cord and don't worry about it." "What do you need me to do?" "You tell me. What do you want to do?" "I want to stay out of there. I didn't like her, but I liked her. You know what I mean?" "I think so." "Yeah, this one's bad. You notice he's changing. He's biting now. Burning." "Yeah, I noticed." "Anything else new?" "Not that we can tell." "I'm going to have a look around the rest of the house. Is it clean?" "We haven't had time to dust. Just a quick look-through. Use gloves and let me know what you find." Bosch went to one of the equipment boxes lined along the wall in the hallway and pulled a pair of plastic gloves from a dispenser that looked like a Kleenex box. Irving passed by him wordlessly on the staircase, their eyes barely holding each other's for a second. When he got down to the entry, he saw two deputy chiefs standing out on the front steps. They weren't doing anything, just standing where they would be sure to be seen on the TV footage, looking serious and concerned. Bosch could see that a growing number of reporters and cameramen were gathering at the plastic line. He looked around and found Chandler's home office in a small room off the living room. Two of the walls contained built-in shelves that were lined with books. The room had one window that looked out onto the commotion just beyond the front lawn. He pulled on the gloves and began looking through the drawers of the desk. He didn't find what he was looking for, but he could tell the desk had been rifled by someone else. Things were scattered in the drawers. Papers from files were outside of files. It wasn't as neat as Chandler had kept her things on the plaintiff's table. He checked underneath the blotter. The note from the follower wasn't there. There were two books on the desk, Black's Law Dictionary and the California Penal Code. He fanned the pages of both, but there was no note. He leaned back in the leather desk chair and looked up at the two walls of books. He figured it would take 2 hours to go through all the books, and he still might not find the note. Then he noticed the cracked green spine of a book on the second to the top shelf nearest the window. He recognized the book. It was the one Chandler had read from during closing arguments, The Marble Fawn. He got up and pulled the book out of its slot. The note was there, folded into the center of the book. So was the envelope it came in, and Bosch quickly learned he had guessed correctly about her. The note was a photocopy of the page dropped at the police station last Monday, the day of opening statements. What was different about this one was the envelope. It hadn't been dropped off. It had been mailed. The envelope was stamped and then canceled in Van Nuys on the Saturday before opening statements. Bosch looked at the postmark and knew it would be impossible to try any kind of trace on it. There would also be numerous prints on it from the many postal employees who handled it. He decided the note would be of little evidentiary value. He left the office, carrying the note and envelope by the corners with his gloved hands. He had to go upstairs to find a tech with plastic evidence bags to place them in. He looked through the doorway into the bedroom and saw the coroner's tech and 2 body movers spreading open a plastic bag on a gurney. The public display of Honey Chandler was about to end. Bosch stepped back so he did not have to watch. Edgar walked over after reading the note, which the tech was labeling. He sent the same note to her? How come? Guess he wanted to make sure we didn't sit on the one he dropped off for us. If we did, he could count on her bringing it up. If she had the note all along, how come she wanted to subpoena ours? She could have just taken this one into court. I think maybe she thought she'd get more mileage out of ours. Making the police turn it over gave it more legitimacy in the eyes of the jury. If she had just presented her own, my lawyer could have gotten it shot down. I don't know. It's just a guess. Edgar nodded. By the way, Bosch said, how'd you get in when you got here? Front door was unlocked. No scratches on the lock or other signs of break-in. The follower came here and was let in. She wasn't lured to him. Something's going on. He's changing. He's biting and burning. He's making mistakes. He's letting something get to him. Why? Why'd he go for her, rather than stick to his pattern of ordering victims from the sex tabs? Too bad Locke's the fucking suspect. It'd be nice to ask him what all this means. Detective Harry Bosch? A voice called from downstairs. Harry Bosch? Bosch walked to the top of the stairs and looked down. A young patrolman, the one who was keeping the scene attendance log at the tape, stood in the entry area, looking up. Guy at the tape wants to come in. Said he's a shrink who's been working with you? Bosch looked over at Edgar. Their eyes locked. He looked back down at the patrolman. What's his name? The patrolman looked down at his clipboard and read off, John Locke from USC? Send him in. Bosch started down the stairs and beckoned to Edgar with his hand. He said, I'm taking him into her office. Tell Hunt's off, and then come down. Bosch told Locke to sit in the chair behind the desk while he chose to stay standing. Through the window behind the psychologist, Bosch saw the press gathering into a tight group in preparation for a briefing by someone from media relations. Don't touch anything, Bosch said. What are you doing here? I came as soon as I heard, Locke said, but I thought you said you had the suspect under surveillance. We did. It was the wrong guy. How did you hear? It's all over the radio. I heard it while I was driving in and came right here. They didn't put up the exact address, but once I got to Carmelina, this wasn't hard to find. Just follow the helicopters. Edgar slipped into the room then and closed the door. Detective Jerry Edgar? Meet Dr. John Locke. Edgar nodded, but made no move to shake his hand. He stayed back, leaning against the door. Where have you been? We've been trying to find you since yesterday. Vegas? Vegas. Why'd you go to Vegas? Why else? To gamble. I'm also thinking about a book project on the legal prostitutes that work in the towns north of... Look, aren't we wasting time here? I'd like to view the body in situ, then I could give you a read on it. Body's already moved, Doc, Edgar said. It is? Shit. Maybe I could survey the scene and We've already got too many people up there right now, Bosch said. Maybe later. What do you make of bite marks? Cigarette burns. Are you saying that's what you found this time? Plus, it wasn't a bimbo from the sex tabs, Edgar added. He came here. She didn't come to him. He is changing quickly. It appears to be complete disassembling, or some unknown force or reason compelling his actions. Such as? Bosch asked. I don't know. We tried to call you in Vegas. You never checked in. Oh, the Stardust? Well, coming in, I saw the new MGM had just opened and decided to see if they had a room. They did. I was there. Anyone with you? Bosch asked. The whole time? Edgar added. A puzzled look came over Locke's face. What is going... He understood now. He shook his head. Harry, are you kidding? No. Are you coming here like this? I think you... No, don't answer that. Tell you what, it would probably be best for all of us if you know your rights before we go any further. Jerry, you got a card? Edgar pulled out his wallet and from it took a white plastic card with the Miranda warning printed on it. He started reading it to Locke. Both Bosch and Edgar knew the warning by heart, but a departmental memo that was distributed with the plastic card said it was best practice to read directly from a card. This made it difficult for a defense attorney to later attack in court how the police administered the rights warning to a client. As Edgar read the card, Bosch looked out the window at the huge clot of reporters standing around one of the deputy chiefs. He saw that Bremer was there now. But the deputy chief's words must not have meant much. The reporter was not writing anything down. He was just standing to the side of the pack and smoking. He was probably waiting for the real info from the real guns, Irving and Rollenberger. Am I under arrest? Locke asked when Edgar was done. Not yet, said Edgar. We just need to clear some things up, Bosch said. I resent the hell out of this. I understand. Now, do you want to clear this trip to Vegas up? Was there anyone with you? From 6 o'clock Friday until I got out of my car down the block 10 minutes ago, there has been a person with me every minute of every day, except when I was in the bathroom. This is ridiculous. And that is who? This person. It's a friend of mine. Her name is Melissa Mencken. Bosch remembered the young woman named Melissa who was in Locke's front office. The child psych major? From your office, the blonde? That's right, Locke answered reluctantly. And she will tell us you were together the whole time? Same room, same hotel, same everything, right? Yes. She'll confirm it all. We were just coming back when we heard about this on the radio. KFWB. She's out there waiting for me in the car. Go talk to her. What kind of car? It's the blue Jag. Look, Harry, you go talk to her and clear this up. If you don't make noise about me being with a student, I won't make a sound about this interrogation. This is no interrogation, Doctor. Believe me, if we interrogate you, you'll know it. He nodded to Edgar, who slipped out the door to go find the Jag. When they were alone, Bosch pulled a high-backed chair away from the wall and sat down in front of the desk to wait. What happened to the suspect, Harry? We did. What's that supposed to... Never mind. They sat in silence for nearly 5 minutes until Edgar stuck his head in the door and signaled Bosch to come out. Checks out, Harry. I talked to the girl and her story is the same. There also were credit card receipts in the car. They checked into the MGM Saturday at 3. There was a gas receipt in Victorville. Had the time on it. 9 o'clock in the morning, Saturday. Victorville's, what, an hour away. Looks like they were on the road when Chandler got it. Besides, the girl says they also spent Friday night together at his house in the hills.
We can do some more checking, but I think he's being legit with us.
Well, Bosch said, not completing the thought. Why don't you go up and spread the word that he looks clear? I want to take him up to look around, if he still wants to.
Will do.
Bosch went back into the study. He sat in the chair that was in front of the desk. Locke studied him. Well?
She's too scared, Locke. She isn't going along. She's telling us the truth.
What the fuck are you talking about? Locke yelled. Now Bosch studied him. The surprise on his face, the utter fright, was too genuine. Bosch was sure now. He was sorry, yet felt some perverse feeling of power, having run Locke through the scam.
You're clear, Dr. Locke. Just had to be sure. I guess the criminal only comes back to the scene of the crime in movies.
Locke took a deep breath and looked down into his lap. Bosch thought he looked like a driver who had just pulled to the side of the road to collect himself after missing a head-on collision with a truck by a matter of inches. God damn it, Bosch. For a minute there I had bad dreams, you know?
Bosch nodded. He knew about bad dreams. Edgar's going up to smooth the way. He's going to ask the lieutenant if you can go up and give a read on the scene, if you still want to.
Excellent, he said, but there wasn't much excitement left in him. They sat in silence after that. Bosch took out his cigarettes and found the pack empty, but he put the pack back in his pocket so as not to leave false evidence in the trash can. He didn't feel like talking to Locke anymore. Instead, he looked past him and out the window at the activity on the street. The media pack had dispersed after the briefing. Now some of the TV reporters were taping their reports with the death house behind them. Bosch could see Bremer interviewing the neighbors across the street and writing feverishly in his notebook. Edgar came in then and said,
"We're ready for him upstairs."
Staring out the window, Bosch said, "Jerry, can you take him up? I just thought of something I need to do." Locke stood up and looked at the two detectives. "Fuck you," he said. "Both of you. Fuck you." There. I just had to say that. Now let's forget about it and go to work. He crossed the room to Edgar. Bosch stopped him at the door. "Dr. Locke?" He turned back to Bosch. "When we catch this guy, he'll want to gloat, won't he?" Locke thought for a while and said, "Yes, he'll be very pleased with himself, his accomplishments. That might be the hardest part for him, keeping quiet when he knows he should. He'll want to gloat." They left then, and Bosch looked out the window for a few more minutes before getting up. Some of the reporters who knew who he was pressed against the yellow tape and began shouting questions as he came out. He ducked under the tape and said he could make no comment and that Chief Irving was coming out soon. That seemed to mollify them temporarily, and he started walking down the street to his car. He knew Bremer was the master of the anti-pack. He always let the pack move in and do their thing, then he came in after, by himself, to get what he wanted. Bosch wasn't mistaken. Bremer showed up at the car. "Pulling out already, Harry?" "No, I just need to get something." "Pretty bad in there?" "Is this on or off the record?" "Whatever you like." Bosch opened the car door. "Off the record?" "Yes. It's pretty bad in there." "On the record, no comment." He leaned in and made a show of looking in the glove compartment and not finding what he wanted. "What are you guys calling this one? I mean, you know, since the Dollmaker was already taken." Bosch got back out. "The Follower. That's off the record, too. Ask Irving."
This is the end of disc number 11. Please insert disc number 12. This is disc number 12.
What are you guys calling this one? I mean, you know, since the Dollmaker was already taken. Bosch got back out. The Follower. That's off the record, too. Ask Irving. Catchy. Yeah, I thought you reporters would like that. Bosch pulled the empty cigarette pack out of his pocket, crumpled it, and threw it into the car and closed the door. Give me a smoke, will you? Sure. Bremer pulled a soft pack of Marlboros out of his sport coat and shook one out for Bosch. Then he lit it for him with a Zippo, with his left hand. Hell of a city we live in, Harry, isn't it? Yeah, this city. 31. At 7:30 that night, Bosch was sitting in the Caprice in the back parking lot of St. Vibiana's in downtown. From his angle, he could look a half-block up 2nd Street to the corner at Spring, but he couldn't see the Times building. That didn't matter, though. He knew that every Times employee without parking privileges in the executive garage would have to cross the corner of Spring and 2nd to get to one of the employee garages a half-block down Spring. He was waiting for Bremer. After leaving the scene at Honey Chandler's house, Bosch had gone home and slept for 2 hours. Then he had paced in his house on the hill, thinking about Bremer and seeing how perfectly he fit the mold. He called Locke and asked a few more general questions about the psychology of the Follower, but he did not tell Locke about Bremer. He told no one about this, thinking 3 strikes and you're out. He came up with a plan, then dropped by Hollywood Division to gas up the Caprice and get the equipment he would need. And now he waited. He watched a steady procession of homeless people walking down 2nd. As if heeding a siren's call, they were heading toward the Los Angeles Mission a few blocks away for a meal and a bed. Many carried with them or pushed in shopping carts their life's belongings. Bosch never took his eyes off the corner, but his mind drifted far from there. He thought of Sylvia and wondered what she was doing at that moment and what she was thinking. He hoped she didn't take too long to decide, because he knew his mind's instinctual protective devices and responses had begun to react. He was already looking at the positives that would come if she didn't come back. He told himself she made him weak. Hadn't he thought of her immediately when he found the note from the Follower? Yes, she had made him vulnerable. He told himself she might not be good for his life's mission. Let her go. His heartbeat jacked up a notch when he saw Bremer step onto the corner and then walk in the direction of the parking garages. A building blocked Bosch's view after that. He quickly started the car and pulled out onto 2nd and up to Spring. Down the block, Bremer entered the newer garage with a card key, and Bosch watched the auto door and waited. In 5 minutes, a blue Toyota Celica came out of the garage and slowed while the driver checked for traffic on Spring. Bosch could see clearly it was Bremer. The Celica pulled onto Spring, and so did Bosch. Bremer headed west on Beverly and into Hollywood. He made one stop at a Vons and came out 15 minutes later with a single bag of groceries. He then proceeded to a neighborhood of single-family homes just north of the Paramount studio. He drove down the side of a small stuccoed house and parked in the detached garage in the back. Bosch pulled to the curb 1 house away and waited. All the houses in the neighborhood were one of 3 basic designs. It was one of the cookie-cutter victory neighborhoods that had sprung up after World War II in the city, with affordable homes for returning servicemen. Now you'd probably need to be making a general's pay to buy in. The 80s did that. The occupation army of yuppies had the place now. Each lawn had a little tin sign planted in it. They were from 3 or 4 different home security companies, but they all said the same thing. Armed response. It was the epitaph of the city. Sometimes Bosch thought the Hollywood sign should be taken down off the hill and replaced with those 2 words. Bosch waited for Bremer to either come around to the front to check his mail or to put lights on inside the house. When neither happened after 5 minutes, he got out and approached the driveway, his hand unconsciously tapping his sport coat on the side, making sure he had his Smith & Wesson. It was there, but he kept it holstered. The driveway was unlit, and in the recessed darkness of the open garage, Bosch could only see the faint reflection of the red lenses of the taillights of Bremer's car. But there was no sign of Bremer. A 6-foot wooden plank fence ran along the right side of the drive, separating Bremer's property from his neighbor's. Branches of bougainvillea in bloom hung over, and Bosch could hear faint television sounds from the house next door. As he walked between the fence and Bremer's house toward the garage, Bosch knew he was completely vulnerable. But he also knew that drawing his weapon couldn't help him here. Favoring the side of the drive nearest the house, he walked to the garage and stopped before its darkness. Standing beneath an old basketball goal with a bent rim, he said, "Bremer?" There was no sound save for the ticking of the engine of the car in the garage. Then, from behind, Bosch heard the light scraping of a shoe on concrete. He turned. Bremer stood there, grocery bag in hand. "What are you doing?" Bosch asked. "That's what I should ask." Bosch watched his hands as he spoke. "You never called, so I came by." "Called about what?" "You wanted to comment about the verdict." "You were supposed to call me, remember?" "Doesn't matter. The story's been put to bed now. Besides, the verdict kind of took a back seat to the other developments of the day, if you know what I mean. The story on the follower, and Irving did use that name on the record, is going out front." Bosch took a few steps toward him. "Then how come you're not at the Red Wind? I thought you said you always go for a pop when you hit the front page." Holding the bag in his right arm, Bremer reached into the pocket of his coat, but Bosch heard the sound of keys. "I didn't feel like it tonight. I kind of liked Honey Chandler, you know." "What are you really doing here, Harry? I saw you following me." "You gonna ask me in? Maybe we can have that beer. Toast your front page story. 1A is what you reporters call it, right?" "Yeah. This one's going above the fold." "Above the fold." I like that. They stared at each other in the darkness. "What do you say about the beer?" "Sure," Bremer said. He turned and went to the house's back door and unlocked it. He reached in and hit switches that turned on lights over the door and in the kitchen beyond. Then he stepped back and held out his arm for Bosch to go in first. "After you. Go into the living room and have a seat. I'll get a couple bottles and be right there." Bosch walked through the kitchen and down a short hall to the living room and dining room. He didn't sit down, but rather stood near the curtain drawn across one of the front windows. He parted it and looked into the street and at the houses across. There was no one. No one had seen him come here. He wondered if he had made a mistake. He looked down at the old-style radiator beneath the window, touched it with his hand. It was cold. Its iron coils had been painted black. He stood there for a few more moments, and then turned and looked around at the rest of the room. It was nicely furnished with blacks and grays. Bosch sat on a black leather couch. He knew if he arrested Bremer in the house, he would be able to make a quick, cursory search of the premises. If he found anything of an incriminating nature, all he had to do was come back with a warrant. Bremer, being a police and courts reporter, would know that too. "Why'd he let me in?" Bosch wondered. "Have I made a mistake?" He began to lose confidence in his plan. Bremer brought out 2 bottles, no glasses, and sat in a matching chair to Bosch's right. Bosch studied his bottle for a long moment. There was a bubble pushing up from the top. It burst, and he held the bottle up and said, "Above the fold." "Above the fold," Bremer toasted back. He didn't smile. He took a pull from his bottle and put it down on the coffee table. Bosch took a large gulp from his bottle and held it in his mouth. It was ice cold and hurt some of his teeth. There was no known history of the Dollmaker or the follower using drugs on their victims. He looked at Bremer, their eyes locked for a moment, and he swallowed. It felt good going down. Leaning forward, elbows on his knees, he held the bottle in his right hand and looked at Bremer, looking back at him. He knew from talking with Locke that the follower would not be driven by conscience to admit anything. He had no conscience. The only way was trickery, to play on the killer's pride. He felt his confidence coming back. He stared at Bremer with a glare that burned right through him. "What is it?" the reporter asked quietly. "Tell me you did it for the stories, or the book, to get above the fold, to have a bestseller, whatever. But don't tell me you're the sick fuck the shrink says you are." "What are you talking about?" "Skip the bullshit, Bremer. It's you, and you know I know it's you. Why else would I waste my time being here?" The follower? You're saying I'm the follower? Are you crazy? Are you? That's what I want to know. Bremer was silent for a long time. He seemed to retreat into himself, like a computer running a long equation, the "please wait" sign flashing. The answer finally registered, and his eyes focused again on Bosch. "I think you should go, Harry." He stood up. "It's very plain to see you've been under a lot of pressure with this case, and I think you're the one coming apart, Bremer. You've made mistakes, a lot of them." Bremer suddenly dove into Bosch, rolling so that his left shoulder slammed into Bosch's chest, pinning him to the couch. Bosch felt air burst from his lungs and sat helplessly as Bremer worked his hands under Harry's sport coat and got to the gun. Bremer then pulled away, switching off the safety and pointing the weapon at Bosch's face. After nearly a minute of silence, during which both men simply stared at each other, Bremer said, "I admit only one thing. You have me intrigued, Harry. But before we go any further with this discussion, there's something I have to do." A sense of relief and anticipation flooded Bosch's body. He tried not to show it. Instead, he tried to put a look of terror on his face. He stared wide-eyed at the gun. Bremer bent over him and ran his heavy hand down Bosch's chest and into his crotch, then around his sides. He found no wire. "Sorry to get so personal," he said, "but you don't trust me, and I don't trust you, right?" Bremer straightened and stepped back and sat down. "Now, I don't need to remind you, but I will. I have the advantage here. So answer my questions. What mistakes have I made? Tell me what I did wrong, Harry, or I'll kneecap you with the first bullet." Bosch tantalized him with silence for a few moments as he thought about how to proceed. "Well," he finally began, "let's go back to the basics first. 4 years ago, you were all over the Dollmaker case, as a reporter, from the start. It was your stories about the early cases that made the department form the task force. As a reporter, you had access to the suspect intelligence. You probably had the autopsy reports. You also had sources like me and probably half the dicks on the task force and in the coroner's office. What I am saying is you knew what the Dollmaker did, right down to the cross on the toenail. You knew. Later, after the Dollmaker was dead, you used it in your book." "Yeah, I knew. It means nothing, Bosch. A lot of people knew. Oh, it's Bosch now. No more Harry. Have I suddenly become contemptible in your eyes? Or does the gun give you that sense that we are no longer equals? Fuck you, Bosch. You're stupid. You got nothing. What else you got? You know, this is great. It will definitely be worth a chapter in the book I do on the follower. What else have I got? I've got the concrete blonde, and I've got the concrete. Did you know you dropped your cigarettes when you were pouring the concrete? Remember that? You were driving home, wanted a smoke, and you reached into your pocket, and there was nothing there. See, just like Becky Kaminsky, they were in there waiting for us. Marlboro Soft Pack. That's your brand, Bremer. That's mistake number 1. A lot of people smoke them. Good luck taking this to the DA. A lot of people are left-handed, too, like you and the follower, and me. But there's more. You want to hear it? Bremer looked away from him, toward the window, and said nothing. Maybe it was a trick, Bosch thought, that he wanted Bosch to go for the gun. "Hey, Bremer!" he almost yelled. "There's more." Bremer's face snapped back into a stare at Bosch. "Today, after the verdict, you said I should be happy because the verdict would leave the city only $2 light. But when we had a drink the other night, remember, you gave me the big rundown on how Chandler would be able to charge the city $100 grand or so if she won even a $1 judgment from the jury. Remember? So it makes me think that when you told me this morning the verdict was only going to cost $2, you knew it was only going to cost $2 because you knew Chandler was dead and couldn't collect. You knew that because you killed her. Mistake number 2. Bremer shook his head as if he were dealing with a child. His aim with the gun drooped to Bosch's midsection. Look, man, I was trying to make you feel good when I said that today, okay? I didn't know if she was alive or dead. No jury is going to make that leap of faith. Bosch smiled brilliantly at him. So now at least you have me past the DA's office into a jury. I guess my story is improving, isn't it? Bremer coldly smiled back, raised the gun. Is that it, Bosch? Is that all you have? I saved the best stuff for last. He lit a cigarette, never taking his eyes off Bremer. You remember before you killed Chandler, how you tortured her? You must remember that. You bit her and burned her. Well, everyone was standing around in that house today, wondering why the follower was changing, doing all this new stuff, changing the mold. Locke, the shrink, he was the most puzzled of all. He really fucked with his mind, man. I kind of like that about you, Bremer. But, you see, he didn't know what I knew. He let that sit out there for a while. He knew Bremer would bite. And what did you know, Sherlock? Bosch smiled. He was in complete control now. I knew why you did that to her. It was simple. You wanted your note back, didn't you? But she wouldn't tell you where it was. See, she knew she was dead, whether she gave it to you or not. So she took it. Everything you did to her, she took, and she didn't tell you. That woman had a lot of guts, and in the end she beat you, Bremer. She's the one who got you, not me. What note? Bremer said weakly after a long moment. The one you fucked up with. You missed it. It's a big house to search, especially when you've got a dead woman lying in the bed. That'd be hard to explain if somebody happened to drop by. But don't worry. I found it. I've got it. Too bad you don't read Hawthorne. It was sitting there in his book. Too bad. But like I said, she beat you. Maybe there is justice sometimes. Bremer had no snappy comeback. Bosch looked at him and thought that he was doing well. He was almost there. She kept the envelope, too, in case you were wondering. I found that, too, and so I started wondering, why would he torture her for this note when it was the same one he dropped off for me? It was just a photocopy. Then I figured it out. You didn't want the note. You wanted the envelope. Bremer looked down at his hands. How am I doing? Am I losing you? I have no idea, Bremer said, looking back up. You're fucking delirious as far as I'm concerned. Well, I only have to worry about making sense to the day, don't I? And what I'm going to explain to him is that the poem on the note was in response to the story you wrote that appeared in the paper on Monday, the day the trial started. But the postmark on the envelope was the Saturday before. See, there's the puzzle. How would the follower know to write a poem making reference to the newspaper article 2 days before it was in the newspaper? The answer is, of course, that he, the follower, had prior knowledge of the article. He wrote that article. That also explains how you knew about the note in the next day's story. You were your own source, Bremer, and that is mistake number 3. 3 strikes, and you're out. The silence that followed was so complete that Bosch could hear the low hiss coming from Bremer's bottle of beer. You're forgetting something, Bosch, Bremer finally said. I'm holding the gun. Now who else have you told this crazy story to? Just to finish the housekeeping, Bosch said. The new poem you dropped off for me this past weekend was just a front. You wanted the shrink and everybody else to make it look like you killed Chandler as a favor to me, or some psycho bullshit, right? Bremer said nothing. That way, nobody would see the true reason you went after her, to get the note and the envelope back. Shit. You being a reporter she was familiar with, she probably invited you in when you knocked on her door. Kind of like you inviting me in here. Familiarity breeds danger, Bremer. Bremer said nothing. Answer a question for me, Bremer. I'm curious why you dropped one note off and mailed the other. I know, being a reporter, you could blend in at the station, drop it on the desk and nobody would remember. But why mail it to her? Obviously, it was a mistake. That's why you went back and killed her. But why'd you make it? The reporter looked at Bosch for a long moment. Then he glanced down at the gun, as if to reassure himself that he was in control and would get out of this. The gun was powerful bait. Bosch knew he had him. The story was supposed to run that Saturday. That's what it was scheduled for. But some dumbass editor held it, ran it Monday. I had mailed the letter before I looked at the paper that Saturday. That was my only mistake. But you're the one who made the big mistake. Oh, yeah? What's that? Coming here alone. Now it was Bosch who was silent. Why come here alone, Bosch? Is this how you did it with the Dollmaker? You went alone so you could kill him in cold blood? Bosch thought a moment. That's a good question. Well, that was your second mistake, thinking I was as unworthy an opponent as him. He was nothing. You killed him, and therefore he deserved to die. But now, it is you who deserve to die. Give me the gun, Bremer. He laughed as if Bosch had asked a crazy question. You think? How many were there? How many women are buried out there? Bremer's eyes lit with pride. Enough. Enough to fulfill my special needs. How many? Where are they? You'll never know, Bosch. That will be your pain, your last pain, never knowing and losing. Bremer raised the gun so that its muzzle pointed to Bosch's heart. He pulled the trigger. Bosch watched his eyes as the metallic click sounded. Bremer pulled the trigger again, and again. The same result, the growing terror in his eyes. Bosch reached into his sock and pulled the extra clip, the one that was loaded with 15 XTP bullets. He wrapped his fist around the cartridge and in one swift motion came off the couch and swung his fist into Bremer's jaw. The impact of the blow knocked the reporter backward in his chair. His weight made the chair crash backward and he spilled to the floor. He dropped the Smith, and Bosch quickly gathered it up, ejected the empty clip, and put in the live ammunition. "Get up! Get the fuck up!" Bremer did as he was told. "Are you gonna kill me now? Is that it? Another kill for the gunslinger?" "That's up to you, Bremer." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about how I want to blow your head off. But for me to do that, you have to make the first move, Bremer. Just like with the Dollmaker. It was his play. Now it's yours." "Look, Bosch, I don't want to die. Everything I said, I was just playing a game. You're making a mistake here. I just want to get it cleared up. Please, just take me to county and it will all get cleared up. Please." Did they plead like that when you had the strap around their necks? Did they? Did you make them plead for their lives or for their deaths? What about Chandler? At the end, did she beg you to kill her? "Take me to county. Arrest me and take me to county." Then get against that wall, you fat fuck, and put your hands behind your back. Bremer obeyed. Bosch dropped his cigarette into an ashtray on the table and followed Bremer to the wall. When he closed the handcuffs over the reporter's wrists, Bremer's shoulders dropped as he apparently felt safe. He started squirming his arms, chafing his wrists on the cuffs. "See that?" he said. "You see that, Bosch? I'm making marks on my wrists. You kill me now, they'll see the marks and know it was an execution. I'm not some dumb fuck like Church that you can slaughter like an animal. No, that's right. You know all the angles, don't you? All of them. Now take me down to county. I'll be out before you wake up tomorrow." You know what all this is? What you've got? Just the wild speculation of a rogue cop. Even a federal jury agreed you go too far, Bosch. This won't work. You've got no evidence. Bosch turned him away from the wall so that their faces were no more than 2 feet apart, their beer breath mixing. "You did it, didn't you? And you think you're going to walk, don't you?" Bremer stared at him, and Bosch saw the gleam of pride in his eyes again. Locke had been right about him. He was gloating, and he couldn't shut up, even though he knew his life might depend on it. "Yes," he said in a low, strange voice. "I did it. I'm the man. And yes, I will walk. You wait and see. And when I'm out there, you'll think of me every night for the rest of your life." Bosch nodded. "But I never said that, Bosch. It would be your word against mine. A rogue cop. It'll never get to court. They couldn't afford to put you on the stand against me." Bosch leaned closer to him and smiled. "Then I suppose it's a good thing I taped it." Bosch walked over to the radiator and pulled the micro-recorder from between 2 of the iron coils. He held it up on his palm for Bremer to see. Bremer's eyes became enraged. He had been tricked. He had been cheated. "Bosch, that tape is inadmissible. That's entrapment. I have not been advised. I have not been advised." "I'm advising you of your rights now. You weren't under arrest until now. I wasn't going to advise you until I arrested you. You know police procedure." Bosch was smiling at him, digging it in. "Let's go, Bremer," he said, when he got tired of the victory. 32. It was an irony that Bosch savored Tuesday morning when he read Bremer's above-the-fold story on the killing of Honey Chandler. He had booked the reporter into county jail on a no-bail hold shortly before midnight and had not alerted media relations. The word had not gotten out by the last deadline, and now the paper had a front-page story about a murder that was written by the murderer. Bosch liked that. He smiled as he read it. The one person Bosch had told was Irving. He had the comm center patch him through on a phone line, and in a half-hour-long conversation, he told the assistant chief every step he had taken and described every building block of evidence that led to the arrest. Irving said nothing congratulatory, nor did he chastise Bosch for making the arrest alone. Either or both would come later, after it was seen whether the arrest would stick. Both men knew this. At 9 a.m., Bosch was seated in front of a filing deputy's desk at the district attorney's office in the downtown criminal courts building. For the second time in 8 hours, he carefully went over the details of what happened, and then played the tape of his conversation with Bremer. The deputy DA, whose name was Chap Newell, made notations on a yellow pad while listening to the tape. He often furrowed his brow or shook his head because the sound was not good. The voices in Bremer's living room had bounced through the iron radiator coils and had a tinny echo on the tape. Still, the words that were most important were audible. Bosch just watched without saying a word. Newell looked as if he could be no more than 3 years out of law school. Because the arrest had not made a splash in the papers or on TV yet, it had not received the attention of one of the senior attorneys in the filings division. It had gone to Newell on the routine rotation. When the tape was done, Newell made a few more notes to look as if he knew what he was doing, and then looked up at Bosch.
You haven't said anything about what was in his house.
I didn't find anything on the quick search I made last night. There are others there now with a warrant, doing a more thorough job.
Well, I hope they find something.
Why? You've got the case right there.
And it is a good case, Bosch. Really good work.
Coming from you, that means a lot.
Newell looked at him and narrowed his eyes. He wasn't sure what to make of that.
But what?
Well, there's no question we can file with this. There is a lot here.
But what?
I'm looking at it from a defense lawyer's perspective. What really do we have here? A lot of coincidences. He's left-handed, he smokes, he knew details about the Dollmaker, but those things are not hard evidence. They can apply to a lot of people.
Bosch started lighting a cigarette.
Please don't do...
He exhaled and blew the smoke across the desk.
Never mind.
What about the note and the postmark?
Well, that's good, but it is complicated and difficult to grasp. A good lawyer could make a jury see it as just another coincidence. He could confuse the issue, is what I'm trying to say.
What about the tape, Newell? We have him confessing on tape.
What more do you... But during the confession, he disavows the confession.
Not at the end.
Look, I'm not planning on using the tape.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. He confessed before you advised him. It brings up the specter of entrapment.
There is no entrapment. He knew I was a cop, and he knew his rights whether I advised him or not. He had a fucking gun on me. He freely made those statements. When he was formally arrested, I advised him.
But he searched you for a wire. That is a clear indication of his desire not to be taped. Plus, he dropped the bomb, his most damaging statement, after you cuffed him, but before you advised him. That could be dicey.
You're going to use the tape.
Newell looked at him a long time. A red blotchiness appeared on his young cheeks. You are not in a position to tell me what I'm going to use, Bosch. Besides, if that's all we go with, it will probably be up to the State Court of Appeals if we use it, because if Bremer has any kind of a lawyer at all, that's where he'll take it.
We'll win the question here in Superior because half the judges on those benches worked in the DA's office at one time or another. But when it gets up to appeals or to the state Supreme Court in San Francisco, that's anybody's guess. Is that what you want? To wait a couple years and have it blown out then? Or do you want to get it done correctly, right from the get-go? Bosch leaned forward and looked angrily at the young lawyer. Look, we're still working other angles. We're not done. There will be more evidence accumulated, but we have to charge this guy or let him go. We've got 48 hours from last night to file. But if we don't file right now with no bail, he'll grab a lawyer and get a bail hearing. The judge won't honor the no bail arrest if you haven't even filed a single charge yet, so file on him now. We'll get all the evidence you need to back it up. Newell nodded as if he agreed, but said, Thing is, I like to have the whole package, everything we can get when I file a case. That way we know how we are going to work the prosecution right from the start. We know if we're going to go with a plea bargain or go balls to the wall. Bosch got up and walked to the office's open door. He stepped into the hall and looked at the plastic nameplate affixed to the wall outside. Then he came back in. Bosch, what are you doing? It's funny. I thought you were a filing deputy. I didn't know you were a trial deputy, too. Newell dropped his pencil on his pad. His face got redder, the blotches spreading to his forehead. Look, I am a filing deputy, but it is part of my responsibility to make sure we have the best case possible from the get-go. Every case that comes through that door I could file on, but that's not the point. The point is to have good, credible evidence and a lot of it. Cases that don't backfire. So I push, Bosch. How old are you? What? How old? 26. What's that got to... Listen to me, you little prick. Don't you ever call me by my last name again. I was making cases like this before you cracked your first law book, and I'll be making them long after you move your convertible sob and your self-centered white bread show to Century City. You can call me Detective or Detective Bosch. You can even call me Harry. But don't you ever call me just Bosch again. Understand? Newell's mouth had dropped open. Do you understand? Sure. Another thing. We're going to get more evidence, and we're going to get it as soon as we can, but in the meantime, you're going to file one charge of first-degree murder on Bremer with a no-bail hold, because we are going to make sure, from the get-go, Mr. Newell, that this scumbag never sees the light of day again. Then, when we have more evidence, if you are still attached to this case, you will file multiple counts under theories of linkage between the deaths. At no time will you worry about the so-called package you will hand off to the trial attorney. The trial attorney will make those decisions, because we both know that you are really just a clerk who files what is brought to him. If you knew enough to even sit in court next to a trial attorney, you would not be here. Do you have any questions? No, he said quickly. No what? No, Detective Bosch. Bosch went back to Irving's conference room and used the rest of the morning to work up an application for a search warrant to collect hair, blood, and saliva specimens along with a dental mold from Bremer. Before taking it to the courthouse, he attended a brief meeting of the task force where they all reported on their respective assignments. Edgar said he had been to Sybil Brand and had shown Georgia Stern, who was still being held there, a photo of Bremer, but she could not identify him as her attacker. She could not rule him out either. Sheehan said he and Opelt had shown the mugshot of Bremer to the manager of the storage facility at Bing's, and the man said Bremer might have been one of the renters of the storage rooms 2 years earlier, but he couldn't be sure. He said it was too long ago to remember well enough to send a man to the gas chamber. "The guy's a wimp," Sheehan said.
My feeling was he recognized Bremer but was too scared to stick it in all the way. We're going to hit him again tomorrow.
Rollenberger called the presidents up on the rover, and they reported from Bremer's house that there was nothing yet. No tapes, no bodies, nothing.
I say we go for a warrant to dig up the yard, under the foundation,
Nixon said. We might go to that, Rollenberger radioed back. Meantime, keep at it. Lastly, Ide reported by Rover that he and Mayfield were getting the runaround from the Times lawyers and had not yet been able to so much as approach Bremer's desk in the newsroom. Rollenberger reported that Hikes and Rector were out of pocket, running down background on Bremer. After that, he said that Irving had scheduled a 5 o'clock press conference to discuss the case with the media. If anything new was discovered, let Rollenberger know before then. That's it, Rollenberger said. Bosch got up to head out. The medical clinic on the high-power floor of the county jail reminded Bosch of Frankenstein's laboratory. There were chains on every bed and rings bolted to the tile walls to tether patients to. The pull-down lights over each bed were caged in steel so patients couldn't get to the light bulbs and use them as weapons. The tile was supposed to be white, but over the years had surrendered to a depressing off-yellow. Bosch and Edgar stood in the doorway to one of the bays where there were 6 beds and watched as Bremer, who was lying in the 6th bed, was given a shot of sodium pentothal to make him more cooperative, more malleable. He had refused to give the court-ordered dental mold and samples of blood, saliva, and hair. After the drug began to take effect, the doctor pulled open the reporter's mouth, put 2 clamps in to hold it open, and pushed a little square block of clay over the front upper teeth. He then followed the same procedure with the lower front teeth. When he was done, he relaxed the clamps, and Bremer appeared to be asleep.
If we asked him something now, he'd tell the truth, right? Edgar asked. That's truth serum they're giving him, right?
Supposedly, Bosch said, but it'd probably get the case thrown out of court. The little gray blocks with teeth indentations were slid into plastic cases. The doctor closed them and handed them to Edgar. He then drew blood, wiped a cotton swab in Bremer's mouth, and cut snippets of hair from the suspect's head, chest, and pubic area. He put these in envelopes which went into a small cardboard box, like the kind chicken nuggets come in at fast food restaurants. Bosch took the box, and they left then, Bosch going to the coroner's office to see Amato, the analyst, and Edgar going to Cal State Northridge to see the forensic archaeologist who had helped with the concrete blonde reconstruction. By 4:45, everyone was back in the conference room but Edgar. They were all milling about, waiting to watch Irving's press conference. There had been no other progress since noon.
Where do you think he stashed everything, Harry? Nixon asked as he was pouring coffee.
I don't know. Probably has a storage locker somewhere. If he has tapes, I doubt he'd part with them. He probably has a drop somewhere. We'll find them.
What about the other women?
They're out there somewhere, under the city. Only way they'll come up is by luck.
Or if Bremer talks,
Irving said. He had just come in. There was a good feeling in the room. Despite the day's slow progress, everyone to a man had no doubt they finally had the right man. And that certainty validated what they were about. So they wanted to drink coffee and hang out. Even Irving. At 5 minutes before 5, when Irving was going over some of the reports typed during the day for the last time before facing the media, Edgar came up on the rover. Rollenberger quickly picked up a radio and answered back.
What do you have, Team 5?
Is Harry there?
Yes, Team 5. Team 6 is present. What have you got?
I've got the package. Definite match between the suspect's teeth and the impressions on the victim.
Roger that, Team 5.
There was a whoop in the conference room and a lot of backslapping and high fives.
He is going down, Nixon exclaimed.
Irving picked up his papers and headed for the hallway door. He wanted to be on time. At the doorway, he passed close to Bosch. "We're gold, Bosch." "Thanks." Bosch just nodded. A few hours later, Bosch was back at the county jail. It was after lockdown, so the deputies wouldn't bring Bremer out to see him. Instead, he had to go into the high-power module, the deputies watching him on remote cameras. He walked along the row of cells to 636 and looked through the wired, 1-foot square window in the single-piece steel door. Bremer was on keep-away status, so he was in there alone. He didn't notice Bosch watching. He lay on the bottom bunk on his back, his hands laced behind his head. His eyes were open and staring straight up. Bosch recognized the withdrawal state he had seen for a moment the night before. It was as if he wasn't there. Bosch leaned his mouth to the screen. "Bremer, you play bridge?" Bremer looked over at him, only moving his eyes. "What?" "I said, do you play bridge? You know, the card game?" "What the fuck do you want, Bosch?" "I just dropped by to tell you a little while ago they added 3 more to the one this morning. Linkage. You just got the concrete blonde and the 2 from before, the ones we first gave to the Dollmaker. You also got an attempted murder on the survivor." "Oh, well, what's the difference? You got one, you got 'em all. All I need to do is beat the Chandler case, and the others fall like dominoes. Except that isn't going to happen. We got your teeth, Bremer, just as good as fingerprints, and we got the rest. I just came from the coroner's. They matched your pubic hair to samples found on victims 7 and 11, the ones we gave the Dollmaker credit for. You ought to think about dealing, Bremer. Tell where the others are, and they'll probably let you live. That's why I asked about bridge." "What about it?" "Well, I hear there's some guys up at Q play a good bridge game. They're always looking for new blood. You'll probably like 'em, have a lot in common." "Why don't you leave me alone, Bosch?" "I will. I will. But just so you know it, man, they're on death row. But don't worry about that. When you get there, you'll get a lot of card playing in. What's the average lead time? 8, 10 years before they gas somebody? That's not bad. Unless, of course, you talk a deal. There is no deal, Bosch. Get out of here." "I'm going. Believe me, it's nice to be able to walk out of this place. I'll see you then, okay? You know, in 8 or 10 years. I'm going to be there, Bremer, when they strap you in. I'm going to be watching through the glass when the gas comes up. And then I'll come out and tell the reporters how you died. I'll tell them you went screaming, that you weren't much of a man." "Fuck you, Bosch." "Yeah, fuck me. See you then, Bremer." 33. After Bremer's arraignment Tuesday morning, Bosch got permission to take the rest of the week off in lieu of receiving all of the overtime he had built up on the case. He spent the time hanging around the house, doing odd jobs and taking it easy. He replaced the wood railing on the back porch with new lengths of weather-treated oak, and while he was at Home Depot getting the wood, he also picked up new cushions for the chairs and the chaise lounge on the porch. He began reading the Times sports pages again, noting the statistical changes in team ranks and player performances during his 2-week absence from perusing the section. And occasionally, he'd read one of the many stories the Times ran in the Metro section about what was becoming known nationwide as the follower case. But it didn't really hold his fascination. He knew too much about the case already. The one interest he had in the stories was in the details about Bremer that were coming out. The Times had sent a staffer to Texas, where Bremer had been raised in an Austin suburb, and the reporter had returned with a story culled from old children's court files and neighborhood gossip. He'd been raised by his mother in a single-parent home. His father, an itinerant blues musician, he saw once or twice a year at the most. The mother was described by former neighbors as a disciplinarian and plain mean-spirited when it came to her son. The worst thing that the reporter came up with on Bremer was that he was suspected but never charged in the arson of a neighbor's tool shed when he was 13. It was said by neighbors that his mother punished him as if he had committed the crime anyway, not allowing him to leave their tiny house the rest of the summer. The neighbors said that around the same time, the neighborhood began to experience a problem with pets disappearing, but this was never attributed to young Bremer, at least until now. Now, the neighbors seemed engaged in blaming Bremer for any malady that beset their street that year. A year after the fire, Bremer's mother died of alcoholism, and the boy was raised after that on a state boys' farm, where the young charges wore white shirts and blue ties and blazers to classes, even when the thermometer went off the chart. The story said he worked as a reporter on one of the farm's student newspapers, thus beginning a journalism career that would eventually take him to Los Angeles. His history was all grist for people like Locke to consider, to use as fuel for speculation on how the child Bremer made the adult Bremer do the things he did. It just made Bosch feel sad. He couldn't help, however, but stare for a long time at the photo of the mother the Times had dug up somewhere. In the picture, she stood in front of the door to a sunburned ranch-style house with her hand on a young Bremer's shoulder. She had bleached blonde hair and a provocative figure and large chest. She wore too much makeup, Bosch thought as he stared at the picture. Aside from the Bremer articles, the story he read and reread several times was in the Metro section of Thursday's paper. It was about the burial of Beatrice Fontenot. Sylvia was quoted in the article, and it described how the Grant High teacher had read some of the girls' schoolwork at the memorial service. There was a photo from the service, but Sylvia wasn't in it. It was of Beatrice's mother's stoic, tear-lined face at the funeral. Bosch kept the Metro page on the table next to the chaise lounge and read the story again every time he sat down there. When he grew restless around the house, he would drive. Down out of the hills, he'd head across the valley with no place in particular to go. He'd drive 40 minutes to have a hamburger at an In-N-Out stand. Having grown up in the city, he liked to drive it, to know every one of its streets and corners. Once on Thursday and again on Friday morning, his drives took him past Grant High, but he never saw Sylvia through the windows of the classrooms as he went by. He felt sick at heart when he thought of her, but he knew the closest he could come to her was to drive by the school. It was her move, and he must wait for her to make it. On Friday afternoon, when he came back from his drive, he saw the message light flashing on his phone machine, and his hopes rushed into his throat. He thought maybe she had seen his car and was calling because she knew how his heart hurt. But when he played the message, it was just Edgar asking him to call. Eventually he did.
Harry, you missing everything?
Yeah? What?
Well, we had People magazine in here yesterday.
I'll watch for you on the cover.
Just kidding. Actually, we've got big developments.
Yeah? What?
All this publicity was bound to do us good. Some lady over in Culver City called up and said she recognized Bremer, that he had a storage locker at her place, but under the name Woodward. We got a warrant and popped it first thing this morning.
Yeah.
Locke was right. He videotaped. We found the tapes. His trophies.
Jesus.
Yeah. If there was ever a doubt, there ain't now. Got 7 tapes and the camera. He must not have taped the first 2, the ones we thought were the Dollmakers, but we got tapes of 7 others, including Chandler and Maggie Come Loudly. Bastard taped everything. Just horrible stuff. They're working up formal IDs on the other 5 victims on the tapes, but it looks like it's going to be the ones on the list Maura came up with. Gallery and the other 4 porno chicks.
What else was in the locker?
Everything. We got everything. We got cuffs, belts, gags, a knife, and a Glock 9. His whole killing kit. He must have used the gun to control them. That's why there was no sign of a struggle at Chandler's. He used the gun. We figure he'd hold it on him until he could cuff him and gag him. From the tapes, it looks like all the kills took place in Bremer's house, the rear bedroom. Except Chandler, of course. She got it at home. Those tapes, Harry, I couldn't watch.
Bosch could imagine. He envisioned the scenes and felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, as if it had torn loose inside of him and was banging against his ribs like a bird trying to break out of its cage.
Anyway, the DA's got it, and the big development is Bremer's going to talk.
He is?
Yeah, he heard we had the tapes and everything else. I guess he told his lawyer to deal. He's going to get life without the possibility of parole in exchange for leading us to the bodies and letting the shrinks have at him. Study what makes him tick. My vote is they squash him like a fly, but I guess they are considering the families and science.
Bosch was silent. Bremer would live. At first, he didn't know what to think. Then he realized he could live with the deal. It had bothered him that those women might never be found. That was why he had visited Bremer at the jail the day charges were first filed. Whether the victims had families who cared or not, he didn't want to leave them down there in the black chasm of the unknown. It wasn't a bad deal, Bosch decided. Bremer would be alive, but he wouldn't be living. It might even be worse for him than the gas chamber. And that would be justice, he thought.
Anyway, thought you'd want to know.
Yeah.
It's a weird fucking thing, you know? It being Bremer. It's weirder than if it was Mora, man. A reporter. And man, I knew the guy, too.
Yeah, well, a lot of us did. I guess nobody knows anybody like they think.
Yeah. See you, Harry.
Late that afternoon, he stood on the back deck, leaning forward on his new oak railing, looking out into the pass and thinking about the Black Heart. Its rhythm was so strong it could set the beat of a whole city. He knew it would always be the background beat, the cadence of his own life. Bremer would be banished now, hidden away forever, but he knew there would be another after him. And another after him. The Black Heart does not beat alone. He lit a cigarette and thought about Honey Chandler, crowding his last view of her from his mind with the vision of her holding forth in court. That would always be her place in his mind. There had been something so pure and distilled about her fury, like the blue flame on a match before it burns out on its own. Even directed at him, he could appreciate it. His mind wandered to the statue at the courthouse steps. He still couldn't think of her name. A concrete blonde, Chandler had called her. Bosch wondered what Chandler had thought about justice at the end. At her end. He knew there was no justice without hope. Did she still have any hope left at the end? He believed that she did. Like the pure blue flame dimming to nothing, it was still there. Still hot. It was what allowed her to beat Bremer. He did not hear Sylvia until she stepped out onto the porch. He looked up and saw her there and wanted to go to her immediately, but held back. She was wearing blue jeans and a dark blue denim shirt. He bought the shirt for her birthday, and he took that as a good sign. He guessed she had probably come from school, it having recessed for the weekend only an hour earlier. "I called your office and they told me you were off. I thought I would come by to see how you were. I've been reading all about the case." I'm okay, Sylvia. How are you?
I'm fine.
How are we? She smiled a little at that.
Sounds like one of those bumper stickers you see. How am I driving?
Harry, I don't know how we are. I guess that's why I'm here. There was an uneasy silence as she looked around the porch and out into the pass. Bosch crushed his cigarette out and dropped it in an old coffee can he kept by the door.
Hey, new cushions.
Yeah.
Harry, you have to understand why I needed some time.
I do.
Let me finish.
I rehearsed this enough times. I'd like to get a chance to actually say it to you. I just wanted to say that it's going to be very hard for us, if we go on. It's going to be hard to deal with our pasts, our secrets, and most of all, what you do, what you bring home with you. Bosch waited for her to continue. He knew she wasn't done.
I know I don't have to remind you, but I've been through it before with a man I loved. And I saw it all go bad, and you know how it ended. There was a lot of pain for both of us, so you have to understand why I needed to take a step back and take a look at this, at us.
He nodded, but she wasn't looking at him. Her not looking concerned him more than her words. He couldn't bring himself to speak, though. He didn't know what he could say.
You live a very hard struggle, Harry. Your life, I mean. A cop. Yet, with all your baggage, I see and know there are still very noble things about you.
Now she looked at him.
I do love you, Harry. I want to try to keep that alive, because it's one of the best things about my life. One of the best things I know. I know it will be hard, but that might make it all the better. Who knows?
He went to her then. "Who knows?" he said. And they held each other for a long time, his face next to hers, smelling her hair and skin. He held the back of her neck as though it was as fragile as a porcelain vase. After a while they broke apart, but only long enough to get on the chaise lounge together. They sat silently, just holding each other for the longest time, until the sky started to dim and turn red and purple over the San Gabriels. Bosch knew there were still the secrets he carried, but they would keep for now, and he would avoid that black place of loneliness for just a while longer. "Do you want to go away this weekend?" he asked. "Get away from the city? We could take that trip up to Lone Pine, stay in a cabin tomorrow night."
That would be wonderful. We could use it.
A few minutes later she added,
"We might not be able to get a cabin, Harry. There's so few of them, and they're usually booked by Friday."
"I already have one on reserve." She turned around so she could face him. She smiled slyly and said,
"Oh, so you knew all the time. You were just hanging around waiting for me to come back. No sleepless nights, no surprise?"
He didn't smile. He shook his head, and for a few moments he looked out at the dying light reflected on the west wall of the San Gabriels. "I didn't know, Sylvia," he said. "I hoped."
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Concrete Blonde by Michael Connelly. Copyright 1994 by Michael Connelly. Read by Dick Hill. Performance copyright 1994 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
It scored points for the defense, but it was also a backhanded confirmation by the defense that there were two possible findings for the plaintiff. Belk did not see this, but Bosch did. The assistant city attorney was giving the jury 3 choices now instead of 2, and still only one choice absolved Bosch. At times, he wanted to pull Belk back to the table and rewrite his script, but he couldn't. He had to hunker down, as he had in the tunnels of Vietnam, when the bombs would be hitting above ground, and hope that there were no cave-ins. The middle of Belk's argument was largely centered on the evidence linking Church to the 9 murders. He repeatedly hammered home that Church was the monster in this story, not Bosch, and the evidence clearly backed that up. He warned the jurors that the fact that similar murders apparently continued was unrelated to what Church had done and how Bosch reacted in the apartment on Hyperion. He finally hit what Bosch figured to be his stride near the end. An inflection of true anger entered his voice when he criticized Chandler's description of Bosch as having acted recklessly and with wanton disregard for life. The truth is that life was all Detective Bosch had on his mind when he went through that door. His actions were predicated on the belief that another woman, another victim, was there. Detective Bosch had only one choice. That was to go through that door, secure the situation, and deal with the consequences. Norman Church was killed when he refused repeated orders from a police officer and made the move to the pillow. It was a hand he dealt, not Bosch, and he paid the ultimate price. But think of Bosch in that situation. Can you imagine being there? Alone? Afraid? It is a unique individual who faces that kind of situation without flinching. It is what our society calls a hero. I think when you return to the jury room and carefully weigh the facts, not the accusations of this case, you will come to that same conclusion. Thank you very much. Bosch couldn't believe Belk had used the word hero in a closing argument, but decided not to bring that up with the portly lawyer as he returned to the defense table. Instead, he whispered, "You did good. Thanks." Chandler went to the lectern for her last shot and promised to be brief. She was. You can easily see the disparity of the beliefs the lawyers have in this case. The same disparity between the meanings of the words hero and monster. I suspect, as we all probably do, that the truth of this case and Detective Bosch is somewhere in between. 2 last things before you begin deliberations. First, I want you to remember that both sides had the opportunity here to present full and complete cases.
This is the end of disc number 8. Please insert disc number 9. This is disc number 9.
Two last things before you begin deliberations. First, I want you to remember that both sides had the opportunity here to present full and complete cases. In Norman Church's behalf, we had a wife, co-worker, friend stand up and testify to his character, to what kind of man he was. Yet, the defense chose to have only one witness testify before you, Detective Bosch. No one else stood up for Detective. "Objection!" Belk yelled. "Bosch, hold it right there, Miss Chandler," Judge Keyes boomed. The judge's face became very red as he thought about how to proceed. "I should clear the jury out of here to do what I am going to do. But I think if you're going to play with fire, you have to accept the burns. Miss Chandler, I am holding you in contempt of this court for that grievous display of poor judgment. We'll talk about sanctions at a later date, but I guarantee that it won't be a pleasant date to look forward to." The judge then swiveled in his chair toward the jury and leaned forward. "Folks, this lady should never have said that. You see, the defense is not obligated to put anybody up as a witness, and whether they do or don't, that cannot be seen as a reflection on their guilt or innocence on the matter before you. Miss Chandler darn well knew this. She's an experienced trial lawyer, and you better believe she knew this. The fact that she went and said it anyway, knowing Mr. Belk over there and myself would practically hit the ceiling, I think shows a cunning on her behalf that I find very distasteful and troubling in a court of law. I'm going to complain about that to the state law board, but—" "Your Honor," Chandler cut in, "I object to you to—" "Don't interrupt, Counselor. You stand there and keep quiet until I am through." "Yes, Your Honor." "I said keep quiet." He turned back to the jury. "As I was saying, what happens to Ms. Chandler is not for you to worry about. See, she's taken a gamble that no matter what I say to you now, you will still think about what she said about Detective Bosch not bringing any supporters to testify. I tell you now, with the sternest admonition I can offer, do not think about that. What she said means nothing. In fact, I suspect that if he wanted to, Detective Bosch and Mr. Belk could muster a line of police officers ready to testify that would stretch out that door all the way to Parker Center if they thought they wanted it. But they don't. That's the strategy they chose, and it is not your duty to question it in any way at all. Any questions?" No one in the jury box even moved. The judge turned his chair back and looked at Belk. "Anything you want to say, Mr. Belk?" "One moment, Your Honor." Belk turned to Bosch and whispered, "What do you think? He's primed to grant a mistrial. I've never seen him so mad. We'd get a new trial. Maybe by then this copycat thing will be wrapped up." Bosch thought a moment. He wanted this over, and did not like the prospect of going through another trial with Chandler. "Mr. Belk," the judge said. "I think we go with what we've got," Bosch whispered. "What do you think?" Belk nodded and said, "I think he might have just given us the verdict." Then he stood in his place and said, "Nothing at this time, Your Honor." "You sure now?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Okay. Ms. Chandler, like I said, we'll deal with this at a later time, but we will deal with it. You can proceed now, but be very careful." "Your Honor, thank you. I want to say before going on that I apologize for my line of argument. I meant no disrespect to you. I was speaking extemporaneously and got carried away." "You did. Apology accepted, but we will still deal with the contempt order later. Let's proceed.
I want the jury to begin their work right after lunch."
Chandler adjusted her position at the lectern so that she was looking at the jury. "Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Detective Bosch on the stand yourself. I ask you, lastly, to remember what he said. He said, 'Norman Church got what he deserved.' Think about that statement coming from a police officer and what it means. Norman Church got what he deserved. We have seen in this courtroom how the justice system works. The checks and balances, the judge to referee, the jury to decide. By his own admission, Detective Bosch decided that was not necessary. He decided there was no need for a judge, no need for a jury. He robbed Norman Church of his chance for justice, and so, ultimately, he robbed you. Think about that." She picked her yellow pad up off the lectern and sat down. 23. The jury began its deliberations at 11:15, and Keyes ordered the federal marshals to arrange for lunch to be sent in. He said the 12 would not be interrupted until 4:30, unless they came up with a verdict first. After the jury had filed out, the judge ordered that all parties be able to appear for a reading of the verdict within 15 minutes of notification by the clerk. That meant Chandler and Belk could go back to their respective offices to wait. Norman Church's family was from Burbank, so the wife and 2 daughters opted to go to Chandler's office. For Bosch, the Hollywood station would have been more than a 15-minute commute, but Parker Center was a 5-minute walk. He gave the clerk his pager number and told her he'd be there. The last piece of business the judge brought up was the contempt order against Chandler. He set a hearing for it to be discussed for 2 weeks later and then banged his gavel down. Before leaving the courtroom, Belk took Bosch aside and said, "I think we're in pretty good shape, but I'm nervous. You want to spin the dice?" "What are you talking about?" "I could try to lowball Chandler one last time." "Offer to settle?" "Yeah. I have carte blanche from the office for anything up to 50. After that, I'd have to get approval, but I could throw the 50 at her and see if they'd take it to walk away now." "What about legal fees?" "On a settlement, she'd have to take the cut from the 50. Someone like her, she's probably going 40%. That'd be 20 grand for a week in trial and a week picking a jury. Not bad." "You think we're going to lose?" "I don't know. I'm just thinking of all the angles. You never know what a jury will do. 50 grand would be a cheap way out. She might take it, the way the judge came down on her there at the end. She's the one who's probably scared of losing now." Belk didn't get it, Bosch knew. Maybe it had been too subtle for him. The whole contempt thing had been Chandler's last scam. She had purposely committed the infraction so the jury would see her being slapped down by the judge. She was showing them the justice system at work. A bad deed met with stern enforcement and punishment. She was saying to them, "Do you see? This is what Bosch escaped. This is what Norman Church faced, but Bosch decided to take the judge and jury's role instead." It was clever. Maybe too clever. The more Bosch thought about it, the more he wondered how much the judge had been a willing and knowing player in it. He looked at Belk and saw the young assistant city attorney apparently suspected none of this. Instead, he thought of it as a stroke on his side of the page. Probably in 2 weeks, when Keyes let her go with a $100 fine and a lecture during the contempt hearing, he'll get it. "You can do whatever you want," he told Belk, "but she isn't going to take it. She's in on this one until the end." At Parker Center, Bosch went into Irving's conference room through the door that opened directly off the hallway. Irving had decided the day before that the now-called Follower Task Force would work out of the conference room so the assistant chief could be kept up on developments to the minute. What wasn't said about the move, but was known, was that keeping the group out of one of the squad rooms improved the chance that word of what was happening would remain secure for at least a few days. When Bosch walked in, only Rollenberger and Edgar were in the room. Bosch noticed that 4 phones had been installed and were on the round meeting table. There were also 6 rovers, Motorola two-way radios, and a main communications console on the table, ready to be used as needed. When Edgar looked up and saw Bosch, he immediately looked away and picked up a phone to make a call. "Bosch," Rollenberger said, "welcome to our operations center. Are you free from the trial? No smoking in here, by the way." "I'm free until a verdict, but I've got a 15-minute leash on me." "Anything going on?" "What's Mora doing?" "Not much is happening. Been quiet. Mora spent the morning in the valley. Went to an attorney's office in Sherman Oaks and then to a couple of casting agencies, also in Sherman Oaks." Rollenberger was looking at a logbook in front of him on the table. "After that, he went to a couple of houses in Studio City. There were vans outside of these houses, and Sheehan and Opel said they thought they might be making movies at these locations. He didn't stay long at either place. Anyway, he's back over at Advice now. Sheehan called in a couple minutes ago." "Did we get the extra people?" "Yeah. Mayfield and Ide will take the watch at 4 from the first team. Then we've got 2 other teams after that." "2? Chief Irving changed his mind and wants an around-the-clock watch, so we'll be on him through the night, even if he just stays at home and sleeps. Personally, I think it's a good idea that we go around the clock." "Yeah, especially since Irving decided to do it," Bosch thought, but didn't say. He looked at the radios on the table. "What's our freak?" We're on... Frequency... Oh, yeah, we're on 5. Simplex 5. It's a DWP communications freak that they only use during a public emergency. Earthquake, flooding, stuff like that. Chief thought it'd be best to keep off our own freaks. If Mora is our man, then he might be keeping an ear to the radio. Bosch thought Rollenberger probably thought it was a good idea, but didn't ask him. "I think it's a good idea to play it safe this way," the lieutenant said. "Right. Anything else I should know?" He looked at Edgar, who was still on the phone. "What's Edgar got?" "Still trying to locate the survivor from 4 years ago. He already pulled a copy of Mora's divorce file. It was uncontested." Edgar hung up, finished writing something in a notebook, and then stood up without looking at Bosch. He said, "I'm going down to get a cup." "Okay," Rollenberger said. "We should have our own coffee maker in here by this afternoon. I talked it over with the chief, and he was going to requisition one." Bosch said, "Good idea." "I think I'm going down with Edgar." Edgar walked quickly down the hallway so that he could stay ahead of Bosch. At the elevator, he pushed the button, but then with a breaking stride walked past the elevator and into the stairwell to go down. Bosch followed, and after they had gone down 1 floor, Edgar stopped and whipped around. "What are you following me for?" "Coffee?" "Oh, bullshit. No, I didn't talk to Pounds yet. I've been busy, remember?" "Good. Then don't." "What are you talking about?" "If you haven't talked to Pounds about it, then don't. Forget about it." "Serious?" "Yeah." He stood there looking at Bosch, still skeptical. "Learn from it. So will I. I already have, okay?" "Thanks, Harry." "No, don't thanks, Harry, me. Just say, okay." "Okay." They walked down to the next floor and to the cafeteria. Rather than sit in front of Rollenberger and talk, Bosch suggested they take their coffee to one of the tables. "Hans off. What a trip, man," Edgar said. "I keep picturing this cuckoo clock, only it's him that comes out and says, 'Great idea, Chief. Great idea, Chief.'" Bosch smiled and Edgar laughed. Harry could tell a great burden had been lifted off the man, and so he was heartened by what he had done. He felt good about it. "So, nothing on the survivor yet?" he said. "She's out there somewhere. But the 4 years since she escaped from the follower have not been good to Georgia Stern." "What happened?"
Well, by reading her sheet and talking to some guys in Street Vice, it looks like she got on the needle. After that, she probably got too scaggy looking to make movies. I mean, who wants to watch a film like that and the girl's got track marks up her arms, or her thighs, or her neck? That's the problem with the porno business if you're a hype. You're naked, man. You can't hide that shit. Anyway, I talked to Mora just to make a routine contact and to tell him I was looking for her. He kind of gave me that rundown on how needle marks are the quickest way out of the business, but he had nothing else. You think that was cool, talking to him? Bosch considered it a few moments and then said, "Yeah, I do. Best way to keep him from being suspicious is to act like he knows as much as we do. If you hadn't asked him, and then he heard from a source or somebody else in Vice that you were looking for, then he'd probably tumble to us." "Yeah, that's the way I figured it. So I called him this morning and asked a few questions and then went on. Far as he knows, you and me are the only ones working this new case. He doesn't know anything about our task force. So far. Only problem with asking him about the survivor is that if he knows you're looking, he may go looking for her. We'll have to be careful about that. Let the surveillance teams know." "Yeah, I will. Maybe Hans Off can tell him. You ought to hear this guy in the Rovers. Sounds like a fucking Eagle Scout." Bosch smiled. He imagined Hans Off cut no slack in the use of radio code designations. "Anyway, so that's why she isn't in the porno biz anymore," Edgar said, getting back to the survivor. "In the last 3 years, we got check charges, a couple of possessions, a couple prostitution rousts, and many under the influence beefs. She's been in and out. Always time served, never anything serious. 2-3 days at a time. Not enough to help her kick, either." "So where's she work?" "The Valley. I've been on the phone with Valley Vice all morning. They say she usually works the Sepulveda corridor with the other street pros." Bosch remembered the young women he had seen the other afternoon while tracing down Cerrone, Rebecca Kaminsky's manager pimp. He wondered if he had seen or even talked to Georgia Stern and not known it. "What is it?" "Nothing. I was out there the other day and was wondering if I'd seen her. You know, not knowing who she was. Did the Vice guys say whether she had protection?" "Nah, no pimp that they know of. I got the idea she's bottom drawer stuff. Most pimps have better ponies." "So is Vice up there looking for her?" "Not yet," Edgar said. "They had training today, but they'll be out on Sepulveda tomorrow night." "Any recent photos?" "Yeah." Edgar reached into his sport coat and pulled out a stack of photos. They were copies of a booking photo. Georgia Stern certainly looked used up. Her bleached blonde hair showed at least an inch of dark roots. There were circles under her eyes so deep they looked as though they had been cut into her face with a knife. Her cheeks were gaunt, and she was glassy-eyed. Lucky for her she had fixed before she was busted. It meant less time in the cage hurting, waiting, and craving the next fix. "This is 3 months old, under the influence. She did 2 in Sybil and out." Sybil Brand Institute was the county's holding jail for women. Half of it was equipped to handle narcotics addicts. "Get this," Edgar said. "I forgot about this. This guy Dean up in Valley Vice says he was the one who made this bust on her, and when he was booking her he found a bottle of powder and was just about ready to run her ticket up to possession when he realized the bottle was a legit script. He said the powder was AZT. You know, for AIDS. She's got the virus, man, and she's out there on the street, on Sepulveda. He asked her if she makes them use rubbers, and her answer was, not if they don't want to." Bosch just nodded. The story was not unusual. It had been Bosch's experience that most prostitutes despised the men they waved down and serviced for money. Those who became sick got it either from their customers or from dirty needles, which also sometimes came from customers. Either way, he believed it was part of the psychology to not care about passing it on to the population that may have given it to you.
It was the belief that what goes around comes around. "Not if they don't want to," Edgar said again, shaking his head. "I mean, man, that's cold." Bosch finished his coffee and pushed his chair back. There was no smoking in the cafeteria, so he wanted to go down to the lobby and out by the fallen officers' memorial to smoke. As long as Rollenberger was camped out in the conference room, smoking there was out. "So," Bosch's pager went off, and he visibly flinched. He had always subscribed to the theory that a quick verdict was a bad verdict, was a stupid verdict. Hadn't they given the evidence careful consideration? He pulled it off his belt and looked at the number on the display. He breathed easier. It was an LAPD exchange. "I think Mora is calling me." "Better be careful." "What were you going to say?" Oh, yeah. I was just wondering if Stern will be any good to us if we find her. It's been 4 years. She's on the spike and sick. I wonder if she'll even remember the follower." "Yeah, I was thinking that too. But my only alternatives are to go back to Hollywood and report to Pounds or volunteer for one of the surveillance shifts on Mora. I'm sticking on this. I'm going up there to Sepulveda tonight." Bosch nodded. "Hans Hoff said you pulled a divorce. Nothing there?" "Not really. She filed, but then Mora didn't contest it. Files about 10 pages, that's it. Only one thing of note in it, and I don't know if it means anything or not." "What?" "Well, when she filed, she did it on the usual grounds, irreconcilable differences, mental cruelty. But then there was also lack of consortium. You know what that is?" "No sex." "Yeah. What do you think that means?" Bosch thought for a few moments and said, "I don't know. They split just before the Dollmaker stuff. Maybe he was into some strange stuff, building up to the killings. I can ask Locke." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Anyway, I had DMV run the wife, and she's still alive. But I was thinking we shouldn't approach her. Too dangerous, she might tip him." "Yeah, don't go near her. Did DMV fax her DL?" "Yeah. She's blonde, 5'4", 110. It was only a face shot on the driver's license, but I'd say she fits." Bosch nodded and stood up. After taking one of the rovers from the conference room, Bosch drove over to Central Division and parked in the back lot. He was still within the 15-minute radius of the federal courthouse. He left the rover in the car and walked out to the sidewalk and around front to the public entrance. He did this so he could see if he could spot Sheehan and Opelt. He assumed they would have to be parked within sight of the lot's exit so they would see Mora leaving, but he did not see them or any car that looked suspicious. A pair of headlights briefly flashed from a parking lot behind an old gas station that was now a taco stand, featuring a sign that said, "Home of the Kosher Burrito, Pastrami." He saw 2 figures in the car, which was a gray Eldorado, and just looked away. Mora was at his desk, eating a burrito that looked disgusting to Bosch because he could see it was filled with pastrami. It looked unnatural. "Harry," he said, with his mouth full. "How is it?" "It's okay. I'll go back to plain beef after this. I just tried it because I saw a couple of guys from RHD over across the street. One of them said they come all the way over from Parker to get these kosher things there. Thought I'd give it a try." "Yeah, I think I've heard of that place." "Well, you ask me, it ain't worth coming over from Parker Center for." He wrapped what was left in the oil-stained paper it came in, and then got up and walked out of the squad room. Bosch heard the package hit the bottom of a trash can in the hallway, and then Mora was back. "Don't want it to stink up my trash can." "So, you buzzed?" "Yeah, that was me. How's the trial?" "Waiting on a verdict." "Shit, that's scary." Bosch knew from experience that if Mora wanted to tell you something, he would tell you in his own time. It would do him no good to keep asking the vice cop why he beeped him. Back in his chair, Mora swiveled around to the filing cabinets behind him and began opening drawers. Over his shoulder, he said, "Hang on, Harry. I gotta get some stuff together for you here." It took him 2 minutes, during which Bosch saw him open several different files, take out photos, and create a short stack. Then he turned back around. "4," he said. "I've come up with 4 more actresses that dropped out under what might be termed suspicious circumstances." "Only 4. Yeah. Actually, there were more than 4 chicks that people mentioned, but only 4 fit that profile we talked about, blonde and built. There is also Gallery, who we already knew about, and your concrete blonde, so we've got 6 altogether. Here are the new ones." He handed the group of photos across the desk to Bosch. Harry slowly looked through them. They were color publicity glossies, with each woman's name printed in the white border at the bottom of the photo. 2 of the women were naked and posing indoors on chairs, their legs apart. The other 2 were photographed at the beach and were wearing bikinis that would probably be illegal on most public beaches. To Bosch, the women in the photos almost looked interchangeable. Their bodies were similar. Their faces had the same fake pouts that were intended to show mystery and sexual abandonment at the same time. Each of the women had hair so blonde it was nearly white. "All Snow Whites," Mora said, an unneeded commentary that made Bosch look up from the photos to look at him. The vice cop just stared back and said, "You know, the hair? That's what a producer calls him when he's casting movies. He says he wants a Snow White for this part or that part, 'cause he already has a red or whatever." Snow White. It's like the model name. These chicks are all interchangeable. Bosch looked back down at the photos, not trusting that his eyes would not give his suspicions away. He realized, though, that much of what Mora had just said was true. The main physical differences between the women in the photos were the tattoos and their locations on each body. Each woman had a small tattoo of a heart or a rose or a cartoon character. Candy Cummings had a heart just to the left of her carefully trimmed triangle of pubic hair. Mood Indigo had some kind of cartoon just above her left ankle, but Bosch couldn't make it out because of the angle the photograph had been taken from. Deanne Doesit had a heart wrapped in a vine of barbed wire about 6 inches above the left nipple, which was pierced with a gold ring. And TEXXAS Rose had a red rose on the soft part of her right hand between the thumb and first finger. Bosch realized they might all be dead now. No one's heard from them? No one in the biz, at least. You're right. Physically, they fit. Yeah. They did outcall? I assume they did, but I'm not sure yet. The people I talked to dealt with them in the film biz, so they didn't know what these girls did when the camera stopped rolling, so to speak. Or so they said. My next step was to get some back issues of the sex rags and look for ads. Any dates? You know, when they disappeared, stuff like that? Just generally speaking. These people, the agents and the movie makers, they don't have minds for dates. We're dealing with memories, so I've only got a general picture. If I find out they ran outcall ads, I'll narrow it down pretty close to exact dates when I find out when they last ran. Anyway, let me give you what I got. You got your notebook? Mora told him what he had. No specific dates, just months and years. Adding in the approximate dates when Rebecca Kaminsky, the concrete blonde, Constance Calvin, who became Gallery on film, and the 7th and 11th victims originally attributed to Church had disappeared, there was a rough pattern of disappearances of the porno starlets about every 6 to 7 months. The last disappearance was Mood Indigo, 8 months earlier. See the pattern? He's due. He's out there, hunting. Bosch nodded and looked up from his notebook at Mora and thought he saw a gleam in his dark eyes. He thought he could see through them into a black emptiness inside. In that one chilling moment, Bosch thought he saw the confirmation of evil in the other man. It was as if Mora was challenging him to come farther into the dark with him. 24. Bosch knew he was stretching his leash by going down to USC, but it was 2 o'clock, and his choice was to hang around the conference room with Rollenberger and wait for a verdict or do something useful with his time. He decided on the latter and got on the Harbor Freeway going south. Depending on how northbound traffic on the freeway was, he could conceivably get back to downtown in 15 minutes if a verdict came in. Getting a parking space at Parker Center and walking over to the courthouse would be another matter. The University of Southern California was located in the tough neighborhoods that surround the Coliseum. But once through the gate and into the general campus, it seemed as bucolic as Catalina, though Bosch knew this peace had been interrupted with a quickening frequency in recent years, to the point that even Trojan football practice could be dangerous. A couple of seasons back, a stray bullet from one of the daily drive-by shootings in the nearby neighborhoods had struck a gifted freshman linebacker while he stood with teammates on the practice field. It was incidents like that that had administrators complaining on a routine basis to the LAPD, and students longingly thinking about UCLA, which was cheaper and located in the relatively crime-free suburban milieu of Westwood. Bosch easily found the psychology building with a map given to him at the entry gate, but once he was inside the 4-story brick building, there was no directory to help him find Dr. John Locke or the Psycho-Hormonal Studies Lab. He walked down one lengthy hallway and then took stairs to the 2nd floor. The first female student he asked for directions to the lab laughed, apparently believing his question was a come-on, and walked away without answering. He finally was directed to the basement of the building. He read the signs on the doors as he walked along the dimly lit corridor, and finally found the lab at the second-to-last doorway at the end of the hall. A blonde student sat behind a desk in the entry. She was reading a thick textbook. She looked up and smiled, and Bosch asked for Locke. "A call? Does he expect you?" "You never know with a shrink." He smiled, but she didn't get it. Then he wondered if it was even a joke. No, I didn't say I was coming." "Well, Dr. Locke has student labs running all day. I shouldn't disturb him if—" She finally looked up and saw the badge he was holding. "Oh, I'll call right away." "Just tell him it's Bosch, and I need a few minutes if he can spare them." She spoke briefly on the phone to someone, reiterating what Bosch had just said. She then waited silently for a few moments, said, "Okay," and hung up. "The grad assistant said Dr. Locke said he'll come get you. It should only be a few minutes." He thanked her and sat in one of the chairs by the door. He looked around the entry room. There was a bulletin board with hand-printed announcements pinned to the cork. Mostly they were the roommate wanted type of posting. There was an announcement of a party for psych undergrads this coming Saturday. There was one other desk in the room in addition to the one the student occupied, but this one was empty at the moment. "This part of the curriculum?" he asked. "You have to put in time here as the receptionist?" She looked up from the textbook. "No, it's just a job. I'm in child psych, but jobs in the lab there are hard to come by. Nobody likes working down here in the basement. So this was open." "How come?" "All the creepy psychology is down here. Psycho-hormonal at this end. There's—" The door opened on the other side of the room, and Locke stepped through. He was wearing blue jeans and a tie-dyed T-shirt. He stuck his hand out to Bosch, and Harry noticed the leather thong tied around his wrist. "Harry, how goes it?" "Fine, I'm fine. How are you? I'm sorry to barge in on you like this, but I was wondering if you have a few minutes. I have some new information on that thing I bothered you with the other night." "No bother at all. Believe me, it's great to get my fingers on a real case. Student labs can be boring." He told Bosch to follow him, and they went back through the door, down a hallway, and into a suite of offices. Locke led him to the room in the back, which was his office. Rows of textbooks and what Bosch guessed were collected theses lined shelves on the wall behind his desk. Locke dropped into a padded chair and put a foot up on the desk. A green banker's light on the table was lit, and the only other light came from a small casement window set high on the wall to the right. Every now and then the light from the window would flicker as someone up on the ground level walked by and briefly blocked its path, a human eclipse. Looking up at the window, Locke said, "Sometimes I feel like I'm working in a dungeon down here. I think the student out front thinks so, too." "Melissa?" "Well, what do you expect? She's chosen child psychology as her major, and I can't seem to convince her to cross to my side of the road. Anyway, I doubt you came to campus to hear stories about pretty young students, though I don't suppose it could hurt." "Maybe some other time." Bosch could smell that someone had smoked in the room, though he saw no ashtray. He took his cigarettes out without asking. "You know, Harry, I could hypnotize you and alleviate that problem for you." "No, thanks, Doc. I hypnotized myself once and it didn't work." "Really? Are you one of the last of the dying breed of LAPD hypnotists? I heard about that experiment. Courts shot it down, right?" "Yeah. Wouldn't accept hypnotized witnesses in court. I'm the last one they taught who's still in the department, I think." "Interesting. Anyway, there have been some developments since we last talked, and I thought it would be good to touch base with you, see what you think. I think you steered us right with that porno angle, and maybe you'll come up with something now." "What have you got?" First off, do you want some coffee? Are you having any?" "Never touch it." "Then I'm fine. We've come up with a suspect." "Really?" He dropped his foot off the desk and leaned forward. He seemed genuinely interested. "And he had a foot in both camps, like you said. He was on the task force, and his beat, his area of expertise, is the pornography business. I don't think I should identify him at this time because, of course not, I understand. He's a suspect, hasn't been charged with anything. Detective, don't worry, this entire conversation is off the record. Speak freely." Bosch used a trash can next to Locke's desk as an ashtray. "I appreciate it. So, we are watching him, seeing what he is doing. But it gets tricky here. See, because he is probably the department's top man on the porno industry, it's natural we go to him for advice and information." "Naturally. If you didn't, he would most assuredly become suspicious of the fact that you are suspicious of him. Oh, what a wonderful web we weave, Harry." "Tangled." "What?" "Nothing." Locke got up and started pacing around the room. He put his hands in his pockets and then took them out. He was staring at nothing, just thinking the whole time. "Go on. This is great. What did I tell you? 2 independent actors playing the same role. The black heart does not beat alone. Go on." "Well, like I said, it was natural to go to him, and we did. We suspected that with the discovery of the body this week and what you said, that there might be others, other women who disappeared, who were in that business." "So you asked him to check it out?" "Excellent." "Yes, I asked him yesterday, and today he gave me 4 more names. We already had the name of the concrete blonde found this week, and 1 other that the suspect provided the other day. So you add the first 2, Dollmaker victims 7 and 11, and now we have a total of 8. The suspect was under surveillance all day, so we know he did the legwork needed to come up with these new names. He didn't just give me 4 names, he went through the motions. Oh, of course he would do that. He would keep up the appearance of normal, routine life, whether he knew he was being followed or not. He would already know these names, you understand, but he would still go out and get them by doing the routine legwork. It's one of the signs of how smart he... He stopped, put his hands in his pocket, and frowned while seemingly staring at the floor between his feet. You said 6 new names plus the first 2. Right. 8 kills in almost 5 years. Any chance there are others?
I was going to ask you that. This information comes from the suspect. Would he lie? Would he tell us less, give us fewer names than there actually were, to screw with us, to mess up the investigation?
Ah.
He continued pacing, but didn't continue speaking for a half-minute.
My gut instinct is to say no.
No, he would not screw with you, as you say. He would do his job in earnest.
I think if all he has given you are 5 new names, then that's all there are. You have to remember that this man thinks he is superior to you, the police, in every aspect. It would not be unusual for him to be perfectly honest with you about some aspects of the case.
We have a rough idea of the times of the killings. What it looks like is that he slowed his pace after the Dollmaker was killed. When he started hiding them, burying them, because he couldn't blend in any longer with the Dollmaker, the intervals lengthened. It looks like he went from less than 2 months between kills during the Dollmaker period to 7 months, maybe even longer. The last disappearance was almost 8 months ago.
Locke looked up from the floor at Bosch. And all this recent activity, he said, the trial in the papers, his sending the note, his involvement as a detective in the case, the high activity will speed the end of the cycle. Don't lose him, Harry. It could be time. He turned and looked at the calendar that hung on the wall next to the door. There was some kind of maze-like design above the chart of the month's days. Locke started laughing. Bosch didn't get it.
What? He asked.
Jeez, this weekend is a full moon, too.
He spun around to look at Bosch.
Can you take me on the surveillance?
What?
Take me along. It would be the rarest of opportunities in the field of psychosexual studies to observe the stalking pattern of a sexual sadist as it is actually taking place. Unbelievable, Harry. This could get me a grant from Hopkins. It could...
His eyes lit up as he looked at the casement window.
Get me out of this fucking dungeon.
Bosch stood up. He was thinking he had made a mistake. Locke's vision of his own future was obscuring everything else. He had come for help, not to make Locke shrink of the year.
Look, we're talking about a killer here. Real people, real blood. I'm not going to do anything that might compromise the investigation. A surveillance is a delicate operation. When you add that it is a cop we are watching, then it makes it even harder. I can't bring you along. Don't even ask. I can tell you things here and fill you in whenever I can, but there is no way I or my commander on this would approve bringing a civilian along for the ride.
Locke's eyes dropped, and he looked like a chastised boy. He took a quick glance at the window again and walked around behind the desk. He sat down, and his shoulders dropped.
Yes, of course, he said quietly. I completely understand, Harry. I got carried away there. The important thing is that we stop this man. We'll worry about studying him later. Now, a 7-month cycle, wow, that's impressive.
Bosch flicked his ashes and sat back down.
Well, we don't know for sure, considering the source. There still could be others.
I doubt it. Locke pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes. He did not move for several seconds.
Harry, I'm not sleeping, just concentrating, just thinking.
Bosch watched him for a few moments. It was weird. He then noticed that lined on a shelf just above Locke's head were the books the psychologist had written. There were several, all with his name on the spine. There were several duplicates, too. Maybe, Bosch thought, so he could give them away. He saw 5 copies of Black Hearts, the book Locke had mentioned during his testimony, and 3 copies of a book called The Private Sex Life of the Public Porn Princess.
You wrote about the porno business?
He opened his eyes.
Why, yes. That was the book I did before Black Hearts. Did you read it?
No.
He closed his eyes again. Of course not. Despite the sexy title, it really is a textbook, used at the university level. Last I checked with my publisher, it was being sold in the bookstores at 146 universities, including Hopkins. It's been out 2 years, 4th printing. Still haven't seen a royalty check. Would you like to read it?
I would.
Well, if you go by the student union on your way out of here, they sell it there. It's steep, I should warn you, $30, but I'm sure you can expense it. I should also warn you it's quite explicit. Bosch was annoyed that Locke didn't give him one of the extra copies on the shelf. Perhaps it was Locke's childlike way of getting back at him for nixing the surveillance ride-along. He wondered what Melissa, the child psych major, would make of such behavior. There is something else about this suspect. I don't know what it means. Locke opened his eyes but didn't move. He was divorced about a year before the Dollmaker killings began. His wife was the one who filed, and one of the grounds was lack of consortium. Would that still fit? They stopped doing it, huh? I guess. It was in the court file. It could fit. But to be honest, we shrinks could find a way to make any activity fit into any prognosis we make. That's the field for you. But it could be a case where your suspect simply became impotent with his wife. He was moving toward the erotic mold and she had no part in it. In effect, he was leaving her behind. So it is not seen by you to be a cause for rethinking our suspicions of this man. On the contrary, my view is that it is more evidence that he has gone through major psychological changes. His sexual persona is evolving. Bosch gave this some thought while trying to envision Mora. The vice cop spent every day in the tawdry milieu of pornography. After a while, he couldn't get it up for his own wife. Is there anything else you can tell me? Anything about this suspect that might help us? We don't have anything on him. No probable cause. We can't arrest him. All we can do is watch. And that gets dangerous. If we lose him, he could kill. Right. And then you are still left with no probable cause, no evidence. What about trophies? What do I look for? Where? In his home. Ah, I see. You plan to continue your professional interaction with him, to visit him at home, on a ruse perhaps. But you won't be able to move about freely. I might be able to, if someone else keeps him occupied. I'll go with somebody else. Locke leaned forward in his chair, his eyes wide. It was starting again, his excitement. What if you kept him busy and I had to look around? I am the expert on this, Harry. You would be better at keeping him busy. You could talk detective talk. I'd ask to use the bathroom. I would have a better grasp. Forget it, Dr. Locke. Listen to me, there is no way it's going to happen that way, okay? It's too dangerous. Now, do you want to help me here or not? Okay. Again, I'm sorry. The reason I am so excited by the prospect of being inside this man's house and mind is that I think that this man, who was on a killing cycle of 7 months plus, would almost certainly have trophies that would help him feed into his fantasy and recreate his kills, thereby dulling urges to physically act out. I understand. You've got a man with an unusually long cycle. Believe me, during those 7 months, the impulses to act out, to go out and kill, do not lie dormant. They are there. They are always there. Remember the erotic mold? I testified about it? I remember. Okay, well, he is going to need to satisfy that erotic mold, to fulfill it. How does he do it? How does he last 6 or 7 or 8 months? The answer is, he has trophies. These are reminders of past conquests. By conquests, I mean kills. He has things that remind him and help bring the fantasy alive. It's not the real thing by a long shot, but he can still use the reminders to widen the cycle, to stave off the impulse to act. He knows the less he kills, the less chance there is that he will be caught. If you're right about him, he is now nearly 8 months into a cycle. It means he is pushing the edge of the envelope, all the while trying to maintain his control. Yet at the same time, we have this note and his strange compulsion to not be overlooked, to stand up and say, "I'm better than the Dollmaker. I go on. And if you don't believe me, check out what I left in the concrete at such and such a place." The note shows severe disassembling at the same time he is locked in this tremendous battle to control the impulses. He has gone 7 months plus. Bosch pressed his cigarette against the side of the trash can and dropped it in. He took out his notebook. He said, "The clothing of the victims, both the Dollmakers and the followers, was never found. These could be the trophies he uses?" "They could be. But put the notebook away, Harry. It's easier than that. Remember, what you have here is a man who chose his victims after seeing them in videos. So what better way to keep his fantasies alive than through videos? If you get free of him in the house, look for videos, Harry, and a camera." "He videotaped the killings," Bosch said. It wasn't a question. He was just repeating Locke, preparing himself for what was ahead with Mora. "Of course, we can't say for sure," Locke said. "Who knows? But I'd put my money on it. You remember Wesley Dodd?" Bosch shook his head no. "He was the one they executed a couple of years ago in Washington. Hanged him. A perfect example of what goes around comes around. He was a child killer, liked to hang kids in his closet, on coat hangers, and he also had a Polaroid camera he liked to use. After his arrest, the police found a carefully kept photo album, complete with Polaroids of the little boys he killed, hanging in the closet. He had taken the time to carefully label each picture with a caption. Very sick stuff. But as sick as it was, I guarantee you that that photo album saved the lives of other little boys. Absolutely. Because he could use it to indulge his fantasy and not act it out." Bosch nodded his understanding. Somewhere in Mora's house he would find a video, or maybe a photographic gallery that would turn most people's stomachs. But for Mora, it was what kept him out of the black place for as long as 8 months at a time. "What about Jeffrey Dahmer?" Locke said. "Remember him in Milwaukee? He was a cameraman, too. Liked taking pictures of corpses, parts of corpses. Helped him go undetected by the police for years and years. Then he started keeping the corpses. That was his mistake." They were silent for a few moments after that. Bosch's head filled with horrible images of the dead he had seen. He rubbed his eyes as if that might erase them. "What's that they say about photos?" Locke asked then. "On the TV commercials, something like, 'The gift that keeps on giving'? Then what's that make videotape to a serial killer?" Before leaving campus, Bosch dropped by the student union and went into the bookstore. He found a stack of copies of Locke's book on the porno business in the section on psychology and social studies. The top one on the stack was well worn around the edges from being thumbed through. Bosch took the one below it. When the girl at the register opened the book to get the price, it flopped open to a black and white photo of a woman performing fellatio on a man. The girl's face turned red, but not as scarlet as Bosch's. "Sorry," was all he could think to say. "That's okay. I've seen it before. The book, I mean. Yeah. Are you teaching a class with it next semester?" Bosch realized that since he was too old to look like a student, seemingly the only valid reason for him to be buying the book was if he was a teacher. He thought that explaining that his interest was as a police officer would sound phony and get him more attention than he wanted. "Yes," he lied. "Really? What's it called? Maybe I'll take it." Well, I haven't decided yet. I'm still formulating, well, what's your name? I'll look for it in the catalog." Locke, Dr. John Locke, Psychology." "Oh, you wrote the book. Yeah, I've heard of you. I'll look the class up. Thanks, and have a good day." She gave him his change. He thanked her and left with the book in a bag. 25. Bosch was back in the federal courthouse shortly after 4. While they waited for Judge Keyes to come out and dismiss the jury for the weekend, Belk whispered that he had called Chandler's office during the afternoon and offered the plaintiff $50,000 to walk away from the case. She told you to shove it. She wasn't that polite, actually. Bosch smiled and looked over at Chandler. She was whispering something to Church's wife, but must have felt Bosch's stare. She stopped speaking and looked over at him. For nearly half a minute they engaged in an adolescent stare-down contest, with neither backing down, until the door to the judge's chambers opened and Judge Keyes bounded out and up to his place on the bench. He had the clerk buzz in the jury. He asked if there was anything anybody needed to talk about, and, when there wasn't, he instructed the jurors to avoid reading newspaper accounts of the case or watching the local TV news. He then ordered the jurors and all other parties to the case to be back by 9:30 a.m. Monday, when deliberations would begin again. Bosch stepped on the escalator to go down to the lobby exit, right behind Chandler. She was standing about 2 steps up from Deborah Church. "Counselor," he said in a low voice so the widow would not hear. Chandler turned around on the step, grabbing the handrail for balance. "The jury is out. There is nothing that can change the case now," he said. "Norman Church himself could be waiting for us in the lobby and we wouldn't be able to tell the jury. So why don't you give me the note? This case might be over, but there is still an investigation." Chandler said nothing the rest of the way down. But in the lobby, she told Deborah Church to go on out to the sidewalk and she'd be along soon. Then she turned to Bosch. "Again, I deny there is a note, okay?" Bosch smiled. "We're already past that, remember? You slipped up earlier today. You said, 'I don't care what I said or you said.' Look, if the guy sent me a note, it would have just been a copy of what you already got. He wouldn't waste his time writing a new one. I appreciate you at least telling me that, but even a copy could be helpful. There could be fingerprints. The copy paper might be traceable. Detective Bosch, how many times did you pull prints from the other letters he sent?" Bosch didn't answer. "That's what I figured," she said. "Have a good weekend." She turned and pushed her way through the exit door. Bosch waited a few seconds, put a cigarette in his mouth, and went out himself. Sheehan and Opelt were in the conference room, filling in Rollenberger on their surveillance shift. Edgar was also sitting at the round table, listening. Bosch saw he had a photo of Mora on the table in front of him. It was a face shot, like the one the department takes of every cop every year when they reissue ID cards.
"If it happens, it's not going to happen during the day anyway," Sheehan was saying. "So maybe tonight they'll have good luck."
"All right," Rollenberger said. "Just type something up for the chronologue and you guys can call it a day. I'll need it because I have a briefing with Chief Irving at 5. But remember, you're both on call tonight. It's going to be all hands. If Mora starts acting hinky, I want you to get back out there with Mayfield and Ide." "Right," Opelt said. While Opelt sat down at the lone typewriter Rollenberger had requisitioned, Sheehan poured them cups of coffee from the Mr. Coffee that had appeared on the counter behind the round table sometime during the afternoon. Hans Olf wasn't much of a cop, but he could sure set up an ops center, Bosch thought. He poured himself a cup and joined Sheehan and Edgar at the table. "I missed most of that," he said to Sheehan. "Sounds like nothing happened."
"Right. After you dropped by, he went back out to the valley in the afternoon and stopped by a bunch of different offices and warehouses in Canoga Park and Northridge. We've got the addresses if you want them. They were all porno distributors. Never stayed more than a half hour at any of them, but we don't know what he was doing. Then he came back, did a little office work, and went home."
Bosch assumed Mora was checking with other producers, trying to hunt down more victims, maybe asking about the mystery man Gallery had described 4 years ago. He asked Sheehan where Mora lived and wrote down the Sierra Bonita Avenue address in his notebook. He wanted to warn Sheehan about how close he had come to blowing the operation at the taco stand, but didn't want to do so in front of Rollenberger. He'd mention it later. Anything new? He asked Edgar.
Nothing on the survivor yet,
Edgar answered.
I'm leaving in 5 minutes to go up to Sepulveda. The girls do a lot of rush hour work up there. Maybe I'll see her, pick her up.
Having gotten the updates from everyone else, Bosch told the detectives in the room about the information he had gotten from Mora and what Locke thought of it. At the end, Rollenberger whistled at the information as if it were a beautiful woman.
Man, the chief should know this pronto. He might want to double up on the surveillance.
Mora's a cop, Bosch said. The more bodies you put on the watch, the better chance he has of making them. If he knows we're watching him, you can forget the whole thing. Rollenberger thought about this and nodded, but said, Well, we still have to let the man know what's developing. Tell you what, nobody go anywhere for a few minutes. I'll see if I can get with him a little early, and we'll see where we go from there. He stood up with some papers in his hand and knocked on the door, leading to Irving's office. He then opened it and disappeared through.
Dipshit,
Sheehan said after the door was closed.
Going in for a little mouth-to-ass resuscitation.
Everybody laughed. Hey, you two, Bosch said to Sheehan and Opelt. Mora mentioned your little meeting at the taco stand.
Shit,
Opelt exclaimed. I think he bought the kosher burrito line, Bosch said, and started laughing. Until he tasted one. He couldn't get why you guys had come all the way over from Parker for one of those shitty things. He threw half of his out, so if he sees you again out there, he'll put it together. Watch your ass.
We will, Sheehan said. That was Opelt's idea, that kosher burrito shit.
What? What did you want me to say? The guy we're watching suddenly walks up to the car and says, What's happening, boys? I had to think of...
The door opened and Rollenberger came back in. He went to his place but didn't sit down. Instead, he put both hands on the table and sternly leaned forward, as if he had just been given orders from God.
I've brought the chief up to date. He's very pleased with everything we've come up with in just 24 hours. He is concerned about losing Mora, especially with the shrink saying we are at the end of the cycle, but he doesn't want to change the surveillance. Adding another team doubles the chance Mora will see something. I think he's right. It's a very good idea to maintain status quo.
Edgar tried to hold back a laugh, but couldn't. It sounded more like a sneeze.
Detective Edgar? Something funny?
No, I think I'm getting a cold or something.
Go on, please.
Well, that's it. Proceed as planned. I will inform the other surveillance teams of what Bosch has come up with. We have Rector and Hikes taking the midnight shift, then the Presidents tomorrow morning at 8.
The Presidents were a pair of RHD partners named Johnson and Nixon. They didn't like being called the Presidents, especially Nixon.
Sheehan, Opelt, you are back on tomorrow at 4. You've got Saturday night, so be bright. Bosch, Edgar, still freelancing. See what you can come up with. Keep your pagers on and the rovers handy. We might need to pull everybody together on short notice.
OT approved? Edgar asked.
All weekend. But if you're on the clock, I want to see the work. Only humps on this job, no freeloading. All right, that's it.
Rollenberger sat down then and pulled his chair close to the table. Bosch figured it was to cover up an erection. He seemed to get off so much on being the taskmaster here. All of them but Hans Off pushed into the hallway then and headed to the elevator.
Who's drinking tonight?
Sheehan asked. More like, who isn't? Opelt answered. Bosch got to his house by 7, after having only one beer at the Code 7 and finding that the alcohol was a turn-off after the overindulgence of the night before. He called Sylvia and told her there was no verdict yet. He said he was going to shower and change clothes, and he would be up to see her by 8. His hair was still damp when she opened her door. She grabbed him as soon as he stepped in, and they held each other and kissed in the entry of her house for a long time. It was only when she stepped back that he saw she was wearing a black dress with a neckline that cut deeply between her breasts and a hemline about 4 inches over her knees.
How'd it go today? The closing arguments and all?
Fine. What are you all dressed up for?
Because I am taking you out to dinner.
I made reservations." She leaned into him and kissed him on the mouth. "Harry, last night was the best night we've ever had together. It was the best night I can remember with anyone, and not because of the sex. Actually, you and I have done better." "Always room for improvement. How about a little practice before dinner?" She smiled and told him there was no time. They drove down through the valley and into Malibu Canyon to the Saddle Peak Lodge. It was an old hunting lodge, and the menu featured a vegetarian's nightmare. It was all meat, from venison to buffalo. They each had a steak, and Sylvia ordered a bottle of Merlot. Bosch sipped his slowly. He thought the meal and the evening were wonderful. They talked little about the case or anything else. They did a lot of looking at each other. When they returned to her house, Sylvia turned down the air conditioner thermostat and built a fire in the living room fireplace. He just watched her. He had never been good at building fires that lasted. Even with the AC on 60, it got very warm. They made love on a blanket she spread out in front of the fireplace. They were perfectly relaxed and moved smoothly together. Afterward, he watched the fire reflect on the light sheen of sweat on her chest. He kissed her there and put his head down to listen to her heart. The rhythm was strong, and it beat counterpoint to his own. He closed his eyes and started thinking of ways to guard against ever losing this woman. The fire was nothing but a few glowing embers when he woke up in the darkness. There was a shrill sound, and he was very cold. "Your beeper," Sylvia said. He crawled to the pile of clothes near the couch, traced the sound, and cut it off. "God, what time is it?" she said. "I don't know." "That's scary. I remember when—" She stopped herself. Bosch knew it was a story about her husband that she was about to tell. She must have decided not to let his memory intrude here. But it was too late. Bosch found himself wondering if Sylvia and her husband had ever turned down the thermostat on a summer night and made love in front of the fireplace on that same blanket. "Aren't you going to call?" "Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to wake up." He pulled his pants on and went into the kitchen. He slid the door closed so the light would not bother her. After flicking the switch, he looked at the clock on the wall. It was a plate, and where the numbers should be were different vegetables. It was 1/2 the carrot, meaning 1:30. He realized he and Sylvia had been asleep only about an hour. It had seemed like days. The number had an 818 area code, and he didn't recognize it. Jerry Edgar picked up after a half ring.
Harry?
"Yeah?"
Sorry to bother you, man, especially since you're not home.
"It's okay. What's up?"
I'm on Sepulveda, just south of Roscoe. I got her, man.
Bosch knew he was talking about the survivor. "What did she say? She look at Mora's picture?"
No, man, I don't really have her. I'm watching her. She's on the stroll here.
"Well, why don't you pick her up?"
Because I'm alone. I think I could use some backup. I try to take her alone, she might bite or something. You know, she's got AIDS.
Bosch was silent. Through the phone, he could hear cars passing Edgar.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called. I thought you might want to get in on this. I'll call the Van Nuys watch commander and get a couple of uniforms out here. Have a good...
"Forget it. I'll be there. Give me half an hour." "You been out there all night?"
Yeah. Went home for dinner. I've been looking all over. Didn't see her till now.
Bosch hung up, wondering if Edgar had really missed her until now, or if he was just filling his overtime envelope. He walked back into the living room. The light was on, and Sylvia was not on the blanket. She was in her bed, under the covers. "I gotta go out," he said. "I thought that's what it sounded like, so I decided to come in here. Nothing romantic about sleeping on the floor in front of a dead fireplace by yourself." Are you mad? Of course not, Harry. He leaned over the bed and kissed her, and she put her hand on the back of his neck. I'll try to get back. Okay. Can you turn the thermostat back up on your way out? I forgot. Edgar was parked in front of a Winchell's Donuts store, apparently not realizing the comic implications of this. Bosch parked behind him and then got in his car.
This is the end of disc number 9. Please insert disc number 10.